Bump, 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 bump. What's up, guys? Well, let me finish watching this teardown of Starfield.
No Man's Sky, but it will be compared to it because they're promising similar things. And whether or not the way Starfield approaches it bugs you or disappoints you doesn't really matter, because it is objectively the case that Starfield's technology is significantly inferior to what games were doing close to a decade ago. But moving on, there are also many broken and bugged quests, damaged to varying degrees. Again, most
hello, it's a Bethesda game. That's a feature, my fam.
Focused in the later portions of the game. I have no doubt you'll see a lot of reviewers praising the polish of this game, especially if they've only put in 20, 30 hours or so. I ran into most of my problems at the 40, 50, 60 hour mark, the further into the game I got, and I don't know if that's because they just were not polishing as much, or if the rose-tinted glasses kind of fell off and I started to see these things I previously was ignoring. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that the more I played, the more of these I saw in increasing density and with increased severity. Some quests just have broken objective markers that may point
1000 out of 10 meme. I don't understand what the meme is. That it's getting 60 FPS on an insane GPU at 1440p, or... That's with upscaling because FSR is on? Nice.
point you towards your ship when you actually need to go into a building in the other direction. This isn't a big deal because especially if you pull up your scanner, little arrows appear on the floor and point you to where the true objective is. I have no doubt that this will be patched out in the future, and maybe it's going to be fixed with the day one patch. I know Bethesda has said that they are working on many fixes, though they didn't specifically note this one to me, but I would not be shocked at all if this gets remedied with time. Other quests are glitched in a much more severe way. There were multiple times when I saw...
Hold on one sec. How are you always breaking my shit?
Your shit? Who paid for this SD card?
Who paid for the camera and the tripod and the lens and the pod connector?
Who's sabotaging my career by making me order an SD card that's not compatible with
Just
this?
use your phone. Plug it in. Oh, you don't need to plug it in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't.
Just bring it. Show me.
If it doesn't work after this time, I'm
Just use it. I don't know why you don't just use your other camera. Because you seem to have so many fucking problems.
The quality on this one's better. I can't go back.
Okay. Is there a card in here right now?
There is.
Okay, because it says no card.
That's great. There's a card. You have to check. I don't know why it takes like 5 minutes to read it.
I don't know what you're doing to this thing.
I did nothing. I ordered the stupid expensive card you asked me to.
What have you done to this? Have you tried the other cameras?
Other cameras?
Well, I don't know why would it not read the card now.
Why would I have to try the other cameras?
Because clearly you're breaking this one somehow.
No, I thought I did and I didn't. I read the forums.
But if you read the forums, then why are you coming to me for help?
Because it's an excuse to come see you for the 10th time this week.
What did you do to this?
What are you talking about?
I don't know why it's not reading the card now.
No, it always takes like a few minutes.
It didn't take a few minutes before.
Yes, it has. It did yesterday.
No, I literally was with it yesterday. Am I supposed to forget
You
that?
were comatose and sick.
Yeah, but I remember it when instantly.
No, can you leave it in there for like 30 seconds?
It shouldn't take hours to read
it
an
shouldn't,
SD
but it
card.
does. That's what the situation we're in because you made me get a shitty card.
It's a $150 fucking 1 terabyte SD card. It shouldn't be a shitty card.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. This shouldn't be a shitty camera either, but here we are.
Well, you can just use your other digital camera. Boom.
You said I can use this.
Yeah, but apparently this one is not working for you. All right. Wait, leave it.
I'm sorry, is me touching it gonna mess up the
It
system?
might. I don't know what you've done so far to it. It might be. You just touching it might fuck it up. Who knows? Wait, did you format the card
Yes, I formatted it. I did everything.
on the camera or on your laptop?
On here. You
Okay,
said
that's
to
fine.
press
That's good.
it.
That's fine. Did you like take it out mid-format or anything weird like that?
Yeah, Destiny. I took it out while formatting the SD card. Are you fucking stupid? Just give it a second. Is it done?
No, but this shouldn't be happening. It should read the
It
card.
really shouldn't, yeah.
How many times have you dropped this?
I have not dropped this once. I carry it on this stupid giant stand.
Did
over
you
to a server
smack it on
top.
anything while...
Yeah, I did. What? It has to recognize it by now.
It doesn't. It shouldn't take 5 minutes. It should either be like instantly or not at all. I don't know why you think it's going to magically recognize it after 5 minutes.
Because it usually does.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's great. I sent you.
What are you going to do now? What's the plan? Talk me through what your troubleshooting process is. Okay, you take it out. Good job.
Sometimes I put this down and then back up.
Okay.
I don't know why, but sometimes it seems to make a slight difference.
Okay, it shouldn't, but okay.
It really shouldn't, yeah. Okay, wait. Just give it a second. I formatted it the way you wanted me to. I've done everything you've said.
You did something wrong.
And it's been a week.
Okay, we're going to factory reset the camera.
Okay, what does that mean? Because you're going to blame this on me when it does
That means
something.
that all the settings are going to go back to what they were as soon as the camera first came into your wonderful apartment, okay?
Okay.
Have you bent this, left it in the sun for a long time?
I microwaved it, yeah. And
Put
then I
it in-
boiled
yeah.
it in hot water and then I baked it.
Okay, alright, just checking, just making sure. Okay. If I put this in and it doesn't read it, you've broken something.
There's so okay. Then I want reimbursement. I've bought everything. I bought the whoop. I bought this. I buy every tech piece you tell me to get, and nothing works.
I don't even think you've bought enough stuff to make up for the $300 microphones of mine you lost.
I didn't lose
so,
them.
nice try,
I didn't
okay?
lose them.
Nice try.
You lost those when you raided my apartment.
Nice try. You fucked this SD card up.
I'm going to kill you. This is the 2 terabyte card I've bought this week, and you've ruined
No,
both of
hold
them.
on. The other card you bought was a micro SD card. I didn't tell you to buy a micro SD card. I told you to buy an SD
I was
card.
told it would work.
Really?
Yeah.
If a guy took his pants off to fuck you and you had a micro dick instead of a normal dick, and you said it's the same thing, what would you say?
It
Because
would
that's
still
the
be
equivalent of what you
compatible,
did.
Would it not?
Okay.
I'm just saying, why would they even sell it? What's it for?
For micro SD applications, when they need really small SD cards, like your phone.
No, but it came with an adapter, so why would it come with an adapter?
Because sometimes people use an adapter because they buy the wrong card. So it's like, oh, here you go. What did you do to this poor SD card?
I hate you so much.
You
sent me the link for this. It's not compatible, is it?
No, it was already working before. How could it become...
It was never working. It stopped filming at the 4-minute mark.
Oh, now it's 4 minutes? Because when you first told me it was 5 minutes, and then you said it was 3 minutes 50 seconds, and now you're saying
it's
4
30
minutes.
seconds, yeah.
How long was it before? Now it's 30 seconds?
I sent you a picture.
What's happening to this card? To this poor card? Okay, do you have a way to insert this card into your laptop?
Yes, that's what I sent you a video of. Did you even fucking watch it?
Okay,
Should I go get my laptop too?
Yes.
Should I just build my studio in your fucking sex dungeon?
Well, what? Clearly, you clicked the fuck the card up button.
I clicked what you told me to click. I clicked.
Wait, on your
for
laptop?
Mac OS. No. On
Okay,
here. I didn't
okay,
click
careful.
anything on my laptop.
Wait, so what did you do when you put the card in your laptop? Did
I
Apple
smashed it on
Apple
the
come up
table.
and say like, "Hey, you want to fuck with this card for a second?" You're like, "Okay," and you just click through all the menus, or?
Yeah, I tried to download CP onto it. And it just
Okay,
corrupted
well,
it.
now you can't even look at it on the camera because it's not even reading it, so your child porn is lost forever.
That's great.
Do I have a? Let me see if I have an SD reader on my laptop. Hold on. Also, lose the dude. Okay.
I'm taking a toilet for this stress.
Yeah, your 70th one. Okay, bring your laptop, bring your SD card reader, and bring another camera, because something...
Another camera.
Well, because right now, we don't know if you fucked the format up, we don't know if you fucked the SD card up, or we don't know if you fucked the camera up, so might as well troubleshoot all three, huh?
I fucked nothing up. I brought this to you yesterday while you were sick and deadly and contagious, and you're the only one who's touched this camera. I have not.
And you know what? When
done
I
any
looked at
shit.
it, it was... Okay, let's see. BM...
Say the whole name.
BMPCC not detecting SD card.
Well, maybe let's. Oh, look, it's here. It came.
Okay, stop. Okay. What am I getting? More Soylent.
You have like 80 in there.
Yeah, because I have to keep buying more because you've drank like 30 of them.
I'm sorry, what costs more, all these SD cards or your freaking soy boy drink?
Or the microphones of mine you lost.
I did not lose them. I didn't. I left them on my island and I had one thing in there and then you lost it. I thought it was my phone. I didn't do anything.
Uh-huh. I don't want you breaking any more of my shit, okay?
It's not my fault all this equipment has had an absent father even come to do any filming with the equipment you bought. Look, it's complete. Do it.
Okay, I'm gonna push record and it's not gonna go for more than 5 minutes, right?
I want it to go for more than 5 minutes. You act like I want it to fail so I can prove a point. I want this to work. I hope it goes for more than 5 minutes, but it won't.
Okay.
Press it.
Why does it look so fucking weird?
Because it's out of focus. Make it in focus. Focus. See?
Oh, good job.
How long do you think it'll go for?
Well, there we go, 6 seconds.
That must have been my fault, right?
No, it's because we changed all the settings.
Is there a way to,
No.
we need to increase the exposure. It's very dark. And then I have to do it in post on Premiere. And then it,
If it's dark, you can either...
I use all the lights. It's still dark. There has to be an exposure setting on here, I was told.
Yeah, there's aperture, there's ISO,
So do
and there's
that.
shutters. Do you know what any of these are?
Aperture is the opening.
Okay.
Where you let the light in.
So you can open the aperture more.
So can you? I don't know how.
You don't know what any of the buttons on this camera do?
You don't either.
I do. I can tell you. You can increase the ISO, which might increase the grain, but it'll make it a little bit brighter.
At me because you know I won't.
Why not just Google? Aren't you? Did you go to college? I'm a fucking retard. I'm a college dropout fucking loser.
You picked this
I'm retarded.
autistic equipment
You
for
have
yourself.
a 4-year prestigious degree. Okay, your IQ is, and you're a woman. You're gonna live longer than me. You've got time to research and do things. You know what you should do? You should go on Hinge and you should be like looking for tech-savvy filmographer boyfriend because I want to film a movie. And then you can bring the guy over and be like, can you like
Ooh, would you
optimize
produce it?
my whole camera setup? And that guy would be like, oh, I'd love to, queen.
That's not a bad idea.
If this records for more than 10 minutes, I'm gonna fucking pistol whip you with both pistols.
Let's do it.
You better hope this breaks.
I hope it does.
And it wasn't that easy. That I just formatted the card and now it's working
But
perfectly.
did I not format it in my apartment?
Yeah, but you obviously are doing other shit to it that I just can't see. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm
to it.
purposely sabotaging
You're-
it so we can
yeah,
do this.
I understand. That's fine. Okay. It wouldn't be the first time.
What is that supposed to mean?
Plenty of women do weird things to get into my life. Okay.
Like what?
Like break my shit. That was my first 2 relationships.
Wait, what kind of shit?
My laptop, my phones, my
Like
computers,
intentionally?
my face. Yeah, it's called domestic violence, Farha.
How many times did you cheat on her or hit her?
The first one, none at all. The second one, our relationship was complicated, okay?
So that's like 10 times minimum, that means?
No, we were broken up.
Oh. But you're
No,
correct.
no. We were actually broken
No.
up. Stop, don't.
You didn't-
I'll destroy your whole existence
No,
right
you
now.
won't.
Then careful.
I was gonna say you did.
Careful.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, be very careful.
I'm just saying. I thought you told me that once you physically touch another person, getting back with the other person, you've cheated. In
Yes.
that window. So it wasn't complicated. You cheated.
No.
according to your own
No,
definition.
you dumb bitch. The complicated part is that we had a kid and we tried to make a mutual living situation work for probably too many years when we shouldn't have. That was the complicated part.
What does that have to
How
do
many
with your dick and someone else's pussy?
It doesn't have to do with my dick and pussy. It had to do with my relationship with his mom. Were we dating? Were we not? Were we just living together? Were we not? It was complicated.
If you have a child, that gives even more reason to make it concrete, your fucking situation. You're like, oh, there's a kid, so it's blurred lines. I'm
It's
like, oh,
blurred lines because we didn't have money for 17 different fucking houses because I wasn't a millionaire and I was getting DDoS, so I was losing half my fucking income for the year. And I was trying to place for this fucking woman.
That solved all your problems.
No, it didn't have to do with fucking any other women. I wasn't fucking a ton of women back then.
I didn't say a ton. I'm saying
I fucked like 3 women in my life up to that point. It wasn't about cheating. It was whether or not we were even dating. That was the complicated part.
I don't understand what you being DDoS has to do with anything.
I said our living situation was
Is that the
complicated.
fart?
You assumed it
The
had to do with
cauliflower.
cheating. I didn't say it had anything to do with cheating. This
I
camera is
asked
still
you to tell me
recording,
that you
Farha.
cheat, and you said it's complicated, which makes it sound like it's about.
No, it had
cheating.
nothing to do with cheating. It had to do with if we were even dating or not. It was complicated. We had a kid. And still do, hopefully, unless he died yesterday.
So, the real question is whether this will work in my computer, because last time I got it to go for several minutes, but then I put it into my Mac, and I couldn't read it. That's what I sent you the video of. So I'm gonna go get my Mac.
Wait, what's your problem now? This is
The
working.
initial video I sent you,
Yeah.
the time went up, but then when I put it in my Mac, I couldn't read it.
Yes,
My
because
Mac,
it was formatted with something called exFAT32 or
yes,
something.
but then when I formatted it for Mac, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but you
record.
did some weird
So can
shit.
I get my Mac?
Yeah, or just take this back to your Mac and put it on your...
And then if it doesn't work, carry this back again?
Well, or you can carry all your other stuff here and then carry all of it back again. Isn't it the same thing? Except here, if it does work, at least you don't have to carry it all back.
Why would it work? It hasn't worked for 3 days.
Because now I set it up and you haven't
You
fucked
set
with
it up yesterday too.
Yeah, but you did something in between. You formatted it and clicked random buttons, I guess.
I'm getting my Mac.
Why? What is that going to do?
To see if it can read the card.
It should. It's... Okay. It'll read it. Hold on. Wait 5 more minutes to make sure that it records.
That's not the issue.
The issue... Yeah, because before, remember you said... Well, first you said 5 minutes, then you said 3 minutes, then you said 4 minutes. So let's wait till 6 minutes.
Listen to me, you
Okay.
dumbass.
Tell
when
me.
it goes up and
Yeah.
I put it in my Mac, I sent you the video.
Hold on. I don't know with when it goes up. Do you mean like ascends to heaven? What do you mean goes up?
Either
Speak in
the
full
time
sentence.
does
when it
not
records for a
surpass
longer duration
4
of time.
minutes,
Okay,
and if
thank
it
you.
surpasses
We
4
made it
minutes,
past that.
my
Okay.
Mac can't read it.
Okay. You're...
So if it can go above 4 minutes and my Mac can read it, then we've solved the fucking problem.
Okay. The
But
problem...
if my Mac can't read it, then it's fucking useless.
Okay, the problem before was the card, okay, was formatted in Spanish. And Macs only speak English. We reformatted the card now in English.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because that's why I couldn't read it before. It was formatted with a FAT32. The exFAT32 file system is different or structure than the Mac OS one.
I formatted it to Mac OS.
But now, and that's why now it should read it.
But it didn't.
Okay, I don't believe you. Okay.
That's what I sent you the video of.
No, that was. Okay, it's gonna read it. It's gonna read it. Go ahead. Go grab it. Good luck.
Don't touch it.
It's. I don't understand how every single part of this camera doesn't work for her. It's okay. If that is the Blackmagic Pokemon, get a C-Fast card, stuff like this is faster, more reliable. Oh, she's gonna get so mad if I tell her to buy another card. Is this, oh, okay, I'll link her this one. This is some other card. This writes at 200 megabytes per second. I figured it'd be okay, but yeah, this would probably let you record in full quality. See fast cards. Okay. Damn, these do look fast. None of the recommended SD cards are 1 terabyte. It's possible it's an OLED, but it's also the size limit due to how something is coded in the firmware. Firmware limitations on hard disk size? Well, flash card size? I thought that's like some 32-bit, 16-bit era shit, right? Really? Are larger SD cards not recommended? I thought typically larger SD cards had faster read and write speeds. Am I crazy? She's gonna be so mad. She's gonna lose her mind. They're incredibly incompatible. That's not the issue. The last card that I told her to get was, I can't take it out now because it's recording, but it's like a SanDisk, 200 megabyte read write. I just stuck the old one she used because she had a micro SD one, and I stuck that on my not Wii. What do you call it? 3DS? Bro, I'm losing my fucking mind. My Switch. Jesus. Fucking Christ. He said intercompatible, not incompatible. Why? What is the difference between intercompatible and compatible? Why would these be two different words? Intercompatible probably implies some like group of systems that are all intercompatible with each other or something. Has your hairline receded a bit? I imagine your hairline's probably receded from your teenage years, but no, I think I'm lucky. My hairline is really good. I don't know why you would make fun of me for my hairline. Call me fat. Fucking retard. The difference between intercompatible and compatible is autism. True. Update on the REM sleep. Last night was good. I got good ass sleep last night. Thank God. You gotta get finasteride before I go. I don't give a fuck. If my hair starts to go, I'm shaving it. And then I won't have to ever buy shampoo or conditioner ever. What is the difference between utilize and use? I don't remember. What side of that argument did I take? Me and Reckful argued over that for like... Was that utilize and use? I think for like 3 hours. we're waiting for Far to come back. Remember debating that guy for 2 hours who didn't understand guilt by association? Please don't ever fucking remind me of that horrible fucking... Oh, it's still recording. That horrible experience. To actually play known pieces.
Serious question. Why does Destiny tolerate fart being so nitpicky?
Why do you?
Rude, bad faith, etc. I feel like anyone else would have kicked her out of their home after 5 minutes and as many attempted gotchas. She's actually awful. Is it really doll boobs?
It is. Indian boobs. What can I say? Indian boobs. How can it take so long to get a laptop? The person with the text to voice has such loser energy. Absolutely fucking true. Absolutely true.
We have the same hair. Triniox and shampoo/conditioner, it's amazing. At the very least, hope you're using sulfate-free.
I use so many fucking sulfates. I have a bottle exclusively of sulfates. I don't even know the fingerings for like stays. It's probably... No. That's not right.
Reminder that the result of the Pepe vs. White Olympics was a complete hoax. Pepe wins. Pepe always wins.
Dude, I cleaned so much yesterday. I feel so proud about my apartment right now. I'm such a fucking adult. Lucid dreams lately, are you trying to? I always have lucid dreams. What's your favorite classical piano piece? The classic one. What is it? It's fucking star. Let's see it. It's one of
these. Dude, please review this. She's at fault, legally correct. Video short title. There was an attempt to cut in front of this lady by Brandon Canary 18.
Really? I don't fucking know. It's not like I've heard this fucking song. I don't even fucking know. Bro, it's something like this. That's the one, right? Bum, ba, bum. I don't know any actual fucking songs, okay? Is it the camera 4K or 6K? It's the 6K. I will get the CI fast card. "15 minutes, still recording. Where's Farah gone? I don't know. What is taking her so long?" Good question.
What do you think about certain books being banned/allowed in school districts, specifically genderqueer? Glendale Unified School District had protests about this, and parents are really divided.
We should. I think just banning books is just always the best thing. How long has it been? We live in the same apartment complex. Are you gonna finish the Starfield review? I guess. It's not like I've played the game. I don't have like strong thoughts and opinions on it. A D. Whoops, no. Oh. What are you doing?
Are you playing the piano?
How long did it take you to go to your fucking apartment?
Were you waiting for me?
Okay.
Is this the content plan for
I've got
today?
some good news and some bad news for you.
It stopped recording, didn't it?
I've got good news. I've got such good news, okay? But tweak slightly bad news, okay? First of all, it's still recording. So this works, okay?
Bad news, I have to pistol shoot me.
I mean, I should. Okay, take your laptop out and we'll put the card in and it'll work, okay?
What's the bad news?
I'll tell you after you make it work. Go. Put the thing in. What are you doing?
Is it related to this?
Yeah, put the card in. I got shit to do. I'm working today, okay?
It looked like you were playing the piano.
Yeah, because I'm waiting for you.
What's the gun on the wall behind you? Is it your self-defense home invasion gun?
That's the Farha exterminator. She keeps acting up.
Who are you talking to?
My stream. They donate to speak to me.
Oh, okay. Can you hand me the card?
I want to see you do it. Show me how you do it.
Well, typically, hold this for a sec.
No, I just want to see how your whole process is. Okay, good job.
Well, typically, I stop the recording.
Good job. Okay.
and
Destiny,
then I,
could you please play your old YouTube video outro music? I love it.
Move this.
Also, can you unban me? I think you made a mistake.
Okay.
And then
You really had to bring your whole ass book bag here, huh?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
I
Dora.
have some tools.
Yeah.
I have this, which
Okay.
reads the card.
Good for you.
So, I open this.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at my browsers.
You mean your
Dye your hair
brazzers?
blue again. Screw the haters.
Get it?
No.
Monthly
I'm not
reminder to make a
playing.
36-month badge.
Look how cool I am.
Not that cool.
Then I put this in.
Okay.
Typically like this.
Okay.
And then I go to Finder.
Please accept this to discipline Farah. And by discipline, I mean yell at her for being a fucking flower consumer who is losing the tech war to a boomer.
What'd they say?
Nothing.
And then I
Wow, that's the name of the card, yeah? What?
Oh, because you reformatted it so it renames it?
That's what happens sometimes, yeah. Click that, okay. Okay. Okay.
It seems to be working.
If you had to slub a knob and you had to choose either yours or Farah's,
Crazy.
which knob would you slub?
Huh.
So what's the bad news?
None, I guess. It works. Good job. Oh, look, that's you. Wait, don't miss your entrance. Go
Okay.
back. Yeah, push play. You're going to sit here and wait for 3 minutes? Just go to the...
Far, how more like Far help me, I can't do basic IT tasks.
Go forward more. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Where is she?
Oh my god.
You yelled at me.
Is it recording audio?
It records it very softly.
Test.
It's literally not recording right now.
I can see the volume meter on the bottom to see if it's actually picking up anything I say.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, good for you. It works.
If this doesn't work when I get back to my
Put it back in. Show me how you put it back in. Show me how you record again.
Okay, well first
Do you
I
still
eject
practice
it.
piano regularly despite all the streaming? Or is it just ingrained in you at this point?
Do I still what? My piano? Not talking to you.
Who are you talking to?
My stream. You'll know if I'm talking to you.
I ejected it,
Okay.
and then I remove it.
Mm-hmm.
I typically just remove it, but
That's
I was
fine.
told that's not.
Whatever your normal process is, okay. Now show me how you put it back in.
I typically insert
Okay.
it like this.
Yep. Okay, get in the habit of closing the sides so the gates don't get ripped off.
What do you mean?
Like,
Wait, so it doesn't get ripped off?
yeah, because if you leave it out, you're going to hit it or it's going to hit something on the wall.
Why would
and
I
it's,
hit this and not this?
because that's how things break. You don't plan on
Are
it.
you constantly falling?
You
Okay.
are. Yes. Okay, close that. How long do we have to wait for the fucking camera to read the card?
Probably like a minute.
Okay. This is the bad news, okay? But listen up. It's such good news.
What? What?
Okay? It's such good news, okay? Listen, this is your fault, okay? Because you're too lazy to do a proper Google search, okay? But now I have done a proper Google search, okay? Listen, you need one of these bad boys.
Wait, what?
You need a better. There are things called CFast cards, okay?
Oh, it's so funny because you sent me the exact link because I said I don't want to hear a week from now you got a shitty card, so you sent me the exact link to buy and I bought it.
Yeah, because I just
Immediately.
did something quickly because
No,
you were
didn't. I think
antagonizing
you
me,
sat there
okay?
scrolling for like 10 minutes because I said I don't want to hear it in a few days, and you called me an idiot for having the wrong card.
You are an idiot and you
even though
antagonized
you got
me.
this card
Okay.
or you picked it out.
Well,
Why do you? Are you trying to get me to bleed out all my money so I have to like move out or something? Like this is the third card I'm buying this week. This is $300.
well, this card alone is like $300.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, is this even an SD card, guys? What the fuck is this?
They picked this out.
Yeah, they did.
They're sabotaging me. Okay, it's in.
Okay, try recording again.
It's recording right now.
Good for you. What is this, guys? A CFast tube. Is CFast the name of a form factor? It should work for the camera. Oh.
What?
It's got a whole bay for a CFast car. Look at how big and girthy that bay is. Have my other box of Soylents come in yet? You probably drank about as much Soylent as these fucking SD cards are worth, okay?
These are expensive.
Yeah, they are. And you drank like 30 of them.
It makes you feel better. I don't like them because I like the vanilla ones.
Then why don't you order those and stop drinking all of my chocolate ones?
They taste better when they're free.
Okay.
What?
You need to get this, and you're going to need to buy a CFast card reader.
I'm going to actually sue you. Why do I have a whoop destiny?
I don't know. You don't use it. That's on you.
You told me to get it. You told me it was going to save my sleep schedule.
I said you should get it so you can monitor your sleep because you sleep for either 14 hours a day or 2 hours a day, and you go to sleep between the hours of 1 a.m. and 9 a.m. And then you sit in your apartment, you stare at the wall all the day like an old cat that has cancer.
That's not true.
So if you're not using my tech advice, that's on you, kiddo. Okay,
But I bought, this is the 8th thing I'm buying that you're recommending.
good. Keep buying more shit. You're welcome. Remember to use my referral link. Hold on. There you go.
What?
And it's still even recording. Oh, I'm a tech genius. I've solved your problem with this card. I've recommended you an upgraded card if you want to record at a higher quality.
Is this going to be the final destination? This card?
Pretty sure.
And the only difference is that it just reads it quicker?
Good job, yeah.
You want me to pay $300 just so it doesn't take a minute?
Well, because right now this camera, that is a gorgeous camera, with a nice $800 telephoto lens, okay, beautiful camera, beautiful lens, is shooting in 1080p, which is kind of cucked. 1080p, 24 frames per second. This camera can record at 6K, okay? You're recording in like 2K right now. But to record at the higher speed, it has to write incredibly fast. But it can't do that on this dinky little card. But it'll look good. This will still look better than your phone.
Change the aperture.
I don't even know how to any of the settings on this camera. Okay.
Destiny got this for me.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
You're taking this with you. Okay.
Just use a floppy disk.
We're looking for record. Oh, interesting.
Can you brush my hair?
No. Are you gonna brush my hair? Okay, stop. What are these? Have you used these buttons before?
No, I haven't. I've just been pressing record, actually.
Holy shit, that looks way better. Why don't you use this button?
But the thing is, how it looks here isn't how it always looks on computer.
That's because you're not doing something right. That's
Okay.
so much better.
It's
This is horrible. This looks like, is this how
I
you
know.
view the world?
Yeah, when I microdose, that's that.
Okay, some of these buttons should like do something. What does this do? Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Here's how you can change your thing. Oh, you can just, it's touchscreen. Okay, did you decide if you want to shoot at 60 or whatever FPS yet?
What?
You know what frame rate you'd like to shoot in?
I just want you to set it up.
What does shutter 180 degrees mean, guys? Anybody know what that means? I don't know why that's written in degrees. I don't know what that is. Okay, this is that. Do you want it to be brighter? Is that your problem?
It needs to be more exposed.
I don't know why you want it to be more exposed. What's your goal for exposing more? Do you need the screen to be brighter?
Yeah, it's just super dark, and then I have to turn up the exposure a ton
Okay, just
after.
go to the ISO and turn it up to a little bit, okay? There, 1250 is probably good. Or you go to 1000.
How did you find this screen?
It's always there.
Where? Do it again.
Like in
It just
time
just
and
do it again.
It's here. Look, ISO right there.
Okay.
Okay. When you touch this, don't use.
Wait, did you stop recording or did it stop
I
recording?
stopped recording because it changed the settings. What?
Let's test it one more
Did you
time.
just stop recording?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What are you doing right now?
Putting it in my laptop
Why?
just to double check it.
Okay. What are you doing right now?
Opening this?
Why are you digging your fingernails into the?
How are you supposed to open it?
Stop. Okay. Okay. It should just easily come off like that. Okay. You put your hands here and then like that. Okay. 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 See how it's textured with rubber?
Yeah.
That's for your grip. Okay. So 2 fingers, just like this, push it, and then very gently it just comes up. Okay. Notice how I don't have to scratch it or mar it.
You're putting a
or
ton
name
of
it.
pressure into it.
I know that I'm very strong. I agree. But I think you can do this. Try this, okay? Okay, good.
I used my nails.
Don't do that then.
Okay.
Okay. What?
Do you want to do the honors?
No,
I mean, you're kind of in the way.
Your workflow. Show me, okay?
You can continue your content.
No, I can't.
Did we record for 7 minutes just now?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, then if we did, it seems as though it's
Working.
working.
Crazy.
One more thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess this isn't necessary for now, but when I delete things, I typically have to go to disk utility and still reformat the thing.
That's the only way to delete files?
No, I delete it from here, but then it still takes up storage. I have to go to disk utility and then reformat. Is that gonna fuck things up?
If you format the card,
Reformat.
what's the difference between reformat and format?
I don't know, I'm just saying.
Okay, well, you just corrected me.
I'm just telling you what it says.
Okay, the difference between format and reformat is like the difference between regardless and irregardless. Do you ever learn the word irregardless in English school? That you went to college, you brag about so much?
When have I ever bragged about
Did
that?
they make you write the word irregardless ever? Okay, so just say format, okay? We don't need to say reformat, okay?
No.
When you format the card...
makes it sound like you could be changing the format. Reformat is more like you're resetting it. It's just like, same thing again, you know?
Okay.
So when it formats, is it gonna... Hold on, I got a text.
What?
Good stuff.
From who?
Don't worry about it.
From
Who?
D-Boy?
D-Boy.
Yeah.
Aren't you D-Boy?
Aren't there multiple?
Why would I smile if he messaged me?
I don't know. You could be smiling because you feel awkward. You could be smiling because you're happy. You could be smiling because something funny happened. You could be smiling just because it's a weird coincidence that it happened.
Why
You could
would it
be
be a weird coincidence?
that I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's why it was a question instead of a statement.
I just like watching you spaz, wondering who texted me.
Oh, really? Well, if you like watching me spaz, your life just must be a dream because I'm pretty sure I'm spazzing 90% of the time. You're tormenting me with these retarded fucking questions while you continuously break all my
Should we
tech
put on
shit.
Barbie in the background
No.
while we do this?
We can't. Did you order these things? Okay, so every time you format the card or reformat the card, whichever you prefer, it basically wipes all the files. Make sure you reformat it using that Mac OS option. That's really important. Yes? Sorry, let me know when you're done texting.
Most dictionaries don't consider irregardless a real word, and it should be avoided in formal writing. Reformat is
Okay.
a real word.
Cool.
Okay, continue.
Plenty of people use irregardless. If you look at the dictionary, they actually in the dictionary say that you can
say
use...
booba, that doesn't mean you should use it.
Booba is a
It's-
great word.
It's pervy and weird.
It's a good mix. What else are you supposed to call... There's no other fun way to refer to booba.
That's great. You're over the age of 16. You should just call them tits.
That's such a fucking horrible word. I've never in my entire life, when I've sex with a girl, have I ever said I like your tits.
Ew, what are you having sex with a woman? You say, I like your booba?
I like, oh, look at these booba, and you fucking
Ew.
give him a little honk. Yeah, what? You got great tits, girl. I like your tits. I feel like I'm about to hop in my
What's my
F-150
puss on
and
it?
go fucking roll coal on some fucking guys driving their bikes outside. That's what it feels like.
You say booba and then honk their boobs?
Yeah, that's what
and
you do.
You have a retention rate for these women?
Yeah, a very high one. Higher than any guy that used the word tits.
Usually guys will just be like, oh, you have a great body, and then they just, you know.
Great body is fine, but every other word for booba sucks. Boobs is actually dumb. Breasts makes it sound like a biology experiment. Tits makes you sound like you're fucking 12 years old. Chest is like way too formal, like you're writing an erotic novel.
You say mommy milkers. That sounds like booba. That sounds like the exact same.
Booba is just perfect.
Okay.
Boobers is good as well. I'll accept boobers.
It's disgusting.
Why?
It's a good thing you're rich and famous.
Shut up. Girls love booba.
Okay, so I guess this is good then?
Yeah.
You can carry on. I'm gonna just
No,
let
I
that
can't.
go. You don't
I have to
a
wait for you to
content plan,
finish.
do you?
I do have content planned, but
What's
I can't
your
do it with you here.
content plan?
I can't tell you.
Okay. So what time is dinner tonight?
Oh, speaking of, hold on.
What do you mean? What'd they say?
Don't worry about it. Just it was a simple heart.
A heart?
Mm-hmm.
She sent you a heart?
Well, she hearted the message.
Yeah, that's the same.
Basically, yeah.
I'm gonna put this back in so it's...
Whatever your normal workflow is, okay?
Is this gonna leak in my bag?
I don't know and I don't care because it's
Okay.
my Soylent. I hope it leaks all over your shit.
Where's my toy?
Fuck's.
Did you throw it out?
It's in your backpack.
Do you still have the little thing I got you? Are you serious?
Yes.
Did you throw it out? The other thing?
What other thing?
I got you the dog collar. That's his destiny.
I would probably throw that out too.
I gave it to you.
I don't buy me random things to clutter my life with. I hate that.
It's like a little...
I don't care.
necklace.
Have you seen me clean my apartment? When you come over, what do? I take a trash bag and
Why
I
can't
throw
go on
everything
your-
away.
Your wall of tchotchkes with your...
These are not
You have
tchotchkes.
50 guns and you can't keep a dog collar I gave you?
My guns have utility and they're awesome. All of those guns are cool. Random dog collar things are not. If you want to buy me something meaningful, buy me a gun. Okay? I want to... There's a gun called a Jericho 911, I think. That's what Spike from
Can't
Cowboy
carry
Bebop
this
uses.
gun.
You can carry it. I believe in you. Put it in your backpack.
It's gonna leak.
It's not going to leak. That's what the lid is for.
Then why did you just say that?
I was wishing it would leak. I didn't say it was going to leak. I just wish it would.
So ruin my laptop
And all your bags and everything, yeah. And then you'd be like, fuck, I should have just had my
I'll put it in a
own.
plastic bag
So
it doesn't
why?
leak.
Would you... You're going to wait... Yeah, those
You
trash
can
bags.
really move on with your content. I don't know why
I'm waiting for you, okay?
you're literally not.
Those trash bags are expensive. You better be using the small ones.
Where are they?
They're hidden from you. What smartwatch thing you have? It's called a Whoop. It's a great thing. A Whoop. Whoop. I might ditch it at the end of the year, though. We'll see. Because I think I'm just going to end up buying the new iPhone and the new Pixel. And I've heard the iPhone watches. iWatch? What the fuck are they called? Are they called iWatches?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, what's the iPhone watch called?
Apple Watch.
Oh, Apple. Why would they call it an Apple Watch? Why not just an iWatch?
It's a little bit on the nose.
I mean, they've got... Oh, they had iPods, iPhone, iMac. Oh, iWatch. Oh, it's like a creeper thing, true. I heard the Apple Watches are really, really, really good. And now I've seen a couple people wear them, and they look sick, and they might actually be like... I'm a little hype, I'm going to be honest. What are you taking from my kitchen?
There's no way this is interfering with your content.
I just don't know what you're going to be doing for so long in there.
You just have no content.
I don't know what you're going to be doing for so long. Are you cooking for me now? Are you liking?
At his rate, yeah, I'll cook for you. Are you serious?
Yeah, good one, right.
There's a storm.
Yeah?
You hear this?
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it.
I'm gonna die.
Good luck. You're not going to get the camera wet, right?
Is it raining?
Not yet, but if you keep dawdling around, it will. How can you be so slow? Do you know what Polak means? Is that a racial slur? My grandpa used to call us Polaks.
It's raining.
But I hurry before it's raining too much.
It's gonna get wet.
Put it under your shirt, next to your booba.
It's gonna die.
Good luck.
It's gonna die.
For what? The rain to end? It's a hurricane. It might be a while.
It's. Would you rather your camera get soiled?
Just put your shirt over it.
How am I gonna carry this tripod under my shirt?
The legs, they go in. It's an expensive tripod.
It's.
Alright.
Carry on.
Okay, I'm waiting for you. You can do this. I believe in you, okay?
I'll wait in the lobby.
You can do this. You'll be fine. I believe in you.
I'm gonna get struck by lightning.
We could only be so lucky.
Be a doll and grab the door.
Try again.
Please?
Yeah, sure.
I'll be in the lobby.
Just walk to your apartment.
It's
It'll be fine.
raining.
I believe in you. Good luck. You're very strong and powerful and brave and brown. And I'm learning and I'm listening, okay? Jesus. I should have looked up the actual. I don't know shit about SD cards. I don't know shit about SD cards. That's my. What are you wearing for the wedding? Listen, I got dress pants and I got a dress shirt, and if you can help me find a suit tomorrow, I'll buy a suit in Toronto. That's what we're doing. Okay. Did you buy gifts? No, they put on their registry. They're like, don't buy gifts. I don't think you saw my dono message. Well, Aquila, what was your dono message? You say V or vegan? V. She's my wonderful +1. How exciting. Vegan Gang said he would take you to a vegan restaurant in Toronto. Listen, next time, okay? Finish the Starfield video. Oh yeah, okay. Jesus, my brain. I don't even know where I'm at right now.
NPCs I was tasked with speaking with simply float into the sky and outside of the spaceship we were inside of. And this causes the NPC to clip outside into a different zone. So then the game thinks that they are both out in space, but also still in this room. And this entirely breaks the quest. You can't get to the person to engage in a conversation. And the game, for whatever reason, doesn't see the issue with this character being a kilometer away floating around in space as the space station floats around the planet. I ran into this with the Crimson Fleet faction questline, one of the biggest quest lines in the game, and frankly one that I think is way better than the main story. However, in my first save file, I just can't complete this quest. He
Loser.
glitched outside of the space station and I can't get him to come back inside. I went back, loaded to a previous save about 45 minutes earlier, tried to catch up, and when I reached the same point, he floated out of the space station again. And even after dozens of hours doing other stuff, finishing the main story and completing other activities, I tried to return and he was still floating out in space somewhere with me not able to talk to him. It's just totally broken. However, when I made another game and I went and I tried that same quest line, I was able to complete it because he never floated out of the ship. So your mileage on these types of glitches may vary. I have no idea what's causing it. I did send this information and the clips to BGS. We will see if they fix it. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just totally unacceptable that anybody might run into the situation where they will miss out on what is, in many ways, the best quest line, as far as I'm concerned, in the game, simply because of a bug like this. Now listen, I know I said at the top that this game is actually really polished, especially for a BGS game, but that's not saying a lot. I mean...
Okay. Do people really say BGS instead of Bethesda? Is that a thing, guys? Is this really happening? Smartwatches are BS for monitoring sleep. Is that true? I feel like I hear that, but I feel like I've seen a couple studies where they check the watches and they check the pulse monitor and the sleep, and I thought it was actually surprisingly pretty good. We'll watch this video next. Maybe there's something I haven't heard before. But
that's kind of the point. A really polished BGS game is still broken for a lot of other companies. Like a polished BGS game for Rockstar would be totally unacceptable. But I do want to give them some credit here. It is significantly improved over what we've seen with like Fallout 4. Even Skyrim had a lot more broken stuff at launch. So I think they do deserve some credit for improving the player experience. But it's important to note that this is far from a perfectly polished game, and there are still a lot of really weird things that happen. There are characters that don't...
Apparently BGS is the studio and not Bethesda the developer. Okay. I don't actually know what the difference is, but okay.
Engage in conversations properly. There are other guys clipping through walls during combat sequences. There's characters that are supposed to be holding objects that simply aren't. There are people that don't stand correctly within objects, ships that spin uncontrollably and have their physics just totally break, weird shadow glitches, which I think are related to volumetric lighting. I have no idea what's going on here though. Characters that are super shaky and glitch out during conversations, which actually made me motion sick at one point. There were times when I got caught between the seat of my spaceship and the wall, meaning I couldn't move and had to sit back down and stand back up to be able to get out from between these two. It was really weird and really stupid. There's other cases where security guards will completely lose interest in you if you're in a city like Neon, seemingly for no reason, just because you passed over some arbitrary line. It's frankly really strange. They can see you, they can look at you, but because you walked 2 feet forward, they now disengage and aren't interested in you. It's really, really bizarre and kind of tears you out of any immersion you were feeling. There are soft locks where objectives just frankly break, companions that freak out when you try to talk to them. Of course, there are the funny glitches like you would expect from Bethesda Game Studios, such as this guy that clipped into a ceiling and it kind of looks like he's pleasuring himself. This was just funny. Oh, and there was this one, which I won't go into too much detail. Bring himself. This was just funny. Oh, and
wait, how do you masturbate, dog? Do you tie your upper shoulders to the ceiling when you go to masturbate? Wait, what?
It kind of looks like he's pleasuring himself. This was...
Look at his hand. He's just moving it up and down.
Guy that clipped into a ceiling. It kind of looks like he's pleasuring himself. This was... Okay. This was just funny. Oh, and there was this one, which I won't go into too much detail as to the situation for sake of spoilers, but you can actually see null objects visible on screen. These are used to like anchor other objects in animation sets, and normally these things are cold and are not visible to the player, but are visible to the developers. For some reason though, I can see them, and I've never had this happen before in a BGS game, so I have no idea what's causing it, but I thought it was kind of fun. It was like seeing how the sausage is made. There's other cases where guards just randomly drop dead when you approach them.
Was he vaxxed?
I also have no idea what could be causing this. And one that I found particularly annoying was that the game would consistently think I was still in combat even when I wasn't. I could run 2 kilometers out of the way. There's nobody still in this area. I potentially wasn't even fighting anybody to begin with, because it happened sometimes when I just took my weapon out in the middle of nowhere. But the game would think that I was in combat, and as a result not allow me to fast travel, because you can't fast travel while engaged in combat, which would effectively lock me in place until I got back to my ship, climbed in, and then fast traveled from my ship out into the atmosphere. And with the game's over-reliance on fast travel, so much so that in the scanner, if you look at your ship, you are greeted with a prompt to fast travel to it, since they knew you would just run a kilometer or 2 away from your ship and then need to fast travel back, since there's nothing between you and the ship to find. It grew really frustrating to run into these glitches where I can't just fast travel back to my ship, and instead I have to run on foot for 10 minutes to get back there so that I can force the game to behave properly. But perhaps the most damning thing with all of Starfield is that the game—
The Apple Watch has a battery life of 18 hours? No way that's true.
game's procedural engine fails to provide a truly unique encounter or point of interest every time. In my first 20 hours with the game, I was using a spreadsheet because, shout out to Bethesda, they gave us review codes a full 2 weeks ahead of time, which allowed me to do a lot more careful testing than I normally would be able to do for a review. In those first 20 hours of the game, I saw multiple locations, such as the abandoned mining outpost, the abandoned research center, the abandoned shipyard, the research station, and many, many more, over 6 times a piece. Copy and pasted precisely, even down to enemy placement, and in some cases the loot. And in this spreadsheet, I actually wrote down the different locations, some of which I think would classify as spoilers, so I won't share them directly. But the first location I saw 7 times in my first 20 hours of gameplay. The next one I saw 3 times. The next one 8 times. Next one 7, the next one 5, and the next one 4 times. So many of these locations and points of interest are heavily recycled. I almost threw the damn thing. Heavily recycled over and over and over again. You will see many of them the same exact way, the same exact alignment, in the same environment, on totally different planets. And sometimes they're even recycled into the main story. I'm not joking. Early in the game, I traveled to an abandoned mine and cleared it out. It was a pretty cool encounter with lots of combat, and the mine was very large as well, which was extra cool. Down in the depths of the mine, I found an area where they had been digging and had unearthed some weird dinosaur alien-looking skull. It was just laying in the ground at the very end of one of their mining tunnels, and it had seemingly been the cause of their halted excavations. And I thought this was so cool, and I even made a note of it to praise it as this cool environmental storytelling piece that Bethesda Game Studios is so well known for. It's like these miners were digging in here, found this skull, and then had to halt all operations because they had discovered something really important. And that eventually led to the mine being abandoned, and therefore the pirates taking it over. What I didn't realize was that I would see this exact same mine with the exact same alien dinosaur skull in the exact same place 4 different times before I hit that 20-hour mark. Everything from the placement of the skull to the enemy placement and even the loot within containers seemed to be directly copy and pasted. And that's just one example. There was also this science lab that I found sitting next to a swampy pool of poisonous gas, and I thought it was pretty cool looking, so I made a note of it to praise how cool it was that they dynamically placed this science lab studying toxic elements next to this toxic pool on this planet that just so happened to have a lot of toxic elements. However, just 2 hours and 15 minutes in-game later, I encountered the exact same thing on a different planet as part of a main story mission. The exact same poison bog and the exact same building with precisely the same enemy placement, but this time it was part of a main story mission instead of a dynamically placed encounter. I thought I was taking crazy pills. I had seen these things exactly the same, and it was like this weird deja vu where you're like, I swear I've done this already. I swear. But sure enough, you have. It's just you did it in a different place and it was copy and pasted over here. And again, these are just 2 individual specific examples. I have literally dozens of these examples. Maybe if you get really high while playing Starfield, you won't notice these or remember that you've already seen these encounters before. But for me, it created the feeling, like I said, that I was going absolutely insane. All while I'm exploring these locations, I'm constantly overwhelmed with a sense of deja vu that is painfully uncomfortable, feeling as though I've already been here and done this because frankly I have. And I don't love saying I told you so, but I told you so. I was trying to encourage everybody to be very skeptical of the promise that there would be over 1,000 planets with dynamically placed points of interest. And everybody that was thinking critically was going, how do you do that and not just have a bunch of repeated stuff? Isn't that going to get boring? Isn't that going to get tedious where you just see the same thing over and over and over again? And sure enough, those concerns were warranted. After 65 hours in the game, I have dozens upon dozens of examples of these copy and pasted encounters and points of interest. If somebody is a completionist and hopes to complete all 1,000 planets, they're going to be shocked at just how many times they will see the same thing over and over again. And speaking of those 1,000 planets, it's also important to note that many of those are gas giants like Jupiter or Uranus, meaning that you can't actually land on them. Often they'll have small moons that are completely barren, and it also seems that Bethesda is counting those moons as planets in their 1,000 planet number. Just something to keep in mind because this certainly inflates the number. But with all this, I just want to bring us back before we tie this up because I have notes literally long enough for me to do a 3-hour critique of this game, and that's what we're going to do. But that's not what this video is supposed to be. This is a review, so we're trying to give you enough information to know what the game is like so that you know what you're getting into if you decide to buy it or download it. I spent this video going through a lot of the things I like about Starfield and a lot of the things I really don't like. And I've tried very hard to show you actual footage to back up these points so that it's clear that these are actual problems we encountered during the review process. I have no idea what other people are going to score this game at or how they're going to review it. But my position and stance is that I should give you all of the information you need to make an informed decision and you can come to the conclusion yourself. In my opinion, Starfield is a really fun game and there's a lot here to grind out and have a good time with. I have no doubt people are going to be playing this game for years and years and years and still be discovering new things in different planets and biomes. One of my favorite things that I haven't touched on yet that has consistently entertained me is that every once in a while when you fast travel to a planet, before fast traveling down onto the planet's surface, you get these dynamic encounters with different people, some of which you might have seen earlier in the story. For example, at one point I screwed over this guy as part of a faction quest line and he was super pissed at me. So he disappeared and said, I'll get you back. And 10 hours in-game later, I ran into that guy trying to jump me with a bunch of his friends as I was outside of a planet ready to go land on its surface. They tried to shoot me out of the sky. I thought that was super cool. And that's where I think Starfield really excels, is in those dynamic encounters that are original. Unfortunately, though, there's just a lot of stuff that isn't original that's copy and pasted all over the place. But other systems like the base building, the ship flying and combat, the side quests, the faction quests, the gunplay, the weapon customization, and all of the other systems I haven't even touched on are ripe for the plucking. There is lots to do here and a lot of fun to be had. But listen, BGS is not magical, okay? It's still a Bethesda Game Studios title. It still has weird bugs and glitches. The people all look like sisters and brothers. It's a Bethesda game, and that's okay. It's just not going to be the second coming of God Howard. It's a solid game. It's not what I would consider a masterpiece, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had with it. And as far as I'm concerned, as a Game Pass title, day 1, or I guess day 5, depending on how you look at it, I think it is a no-brainer. I know a lot of time in these reviews, it's really easy to just fixate on the negative, because I can say I love the combat, I think the gunplay is way improved over what we've seen before, I think it works really well, and I can say all of that, but what people are going to remember is me tearing the game a new one for all of the bugs and the copy and pasted content, which I think is probably fair as well. So in conclusion, I think Starfield is a solid game that was shooting for the stars, but it never really leaves orbit. It's still an amazing accomplishment and something that they should be very, very proud of, but it's not the accomplishment that they were hoping to achieve. But nonetheless, there's a ton of fun to be had here, and I have no doubt that this game is worth enjoying and playing, especially if you can get it on Game Pass for a deal, or for no added cost if you're already a subscriber to it. Again, shout out to Bethesda for providing me a review code a full 2 weeks early. Also, shout out to Todd for chilling with me through the whole review. That was awesome. Very patient, isn't he? Like, I'm kind of tearing his game.
Do you really think a watch such as a Garmin, just because you spent $1,200, can accurately track how many calories you actually burn during an activity? Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm going to be answering the question, should you buy a fitness tracking watch? So to answer this question, what I did was I bought a Felix 7 Garmin watch, $1,200 Canadian dollars, or about $40 US. I'm joking, it's probably closer to $1,000, but that is a lot of money to invest on a fitness
Holy shit, $1,000 fitness watch?
tracking app. But if it works, if it motivates you to do cardio, to live a healthier life, then of course it's 100% worth it. But if it doesn't work, if it's useless, well, I'm going to tell you. And so in this video, I'm going to be going over, are these things accurate? Do they actually tell you what you're doing? Do they have any problems? I'm going to give you my overall on experience of the Garmin watch, and hopefully this will allow you to come to your own decision of whether you'll buy this watch, any watch whatsoever. First thing first, I'm not sponsored by Garmin. This is my honest reaction to what I experienced. And so the first thing you need to know is I'm horrible with technology, and if I didn't have somebody who knew how to use this to explain everything to me, there's no way I could have figured it out on my own. Way above my head. I know I'm a manly, I'm only 5'6" hobbit, but this was very difficult to understand. But if you are in fact great at technology and you love numbers, you might have a great experience with this watch. And so there's so many things this watch can tell you. From your heart rate, stress level, the steps you take in, the floors you walk, calories burned, how you're sleeping, your respiration, and many, many more. But let's first look at sleep. What can it tell me about my sleep? And so I was very excited as I do in fact suffer from narcolepsy, and so sleep, that's something I really wanted to learn more about. Am I getting a quality night of sleep? Would this watch help me to sleep better? And so what I noticed was I was getting a very good sleep score. It literally tracks exactly how many minutes you're sleeping. And so for example, on one evening, it said I slept 8 hours, 27 minutes, that I had 51 minutes of deep sleep, 6 hours, 25 minutes of light sleep, an hour and 11 of REM sleep, and I was awake for 7 minutes. I got a great sleep score, close to 90. Basically, a good job, nice job sleeping. The problem is, the first 2.5 hours I was watching YouTube videos, sitting there, unable to sleep. And you know what it said? You were in a deep sleep. Now I know some of those videos were boring, but I surely wasn't sleeping. And so how can it say I slept 8 hours and 27 minutes when 2.5 hours of those I was watching YouTube videos? And I'm not.
That's so crazy. This is a $200 watch. I feel like this thing does a really good job, because I kind of wondered initially. I feel like I have the exact opposite experience. I can take like a 45-minute nap and I'll wake up and I'm like, oh, crazy. And this watch will know that I took a 45-minute nap. I've also never been laying down and it just randomly thought I napped before. That's really weird to me. I'm surprised that maybe the more expensive one has issues, or maybe this guy was wearing it wrong or something. I'm not sure. What brand is it? This is just a Whoop. I think it costs $60, then you pay like $60 a month. Oh, actually, wait, fuck. I was gonna link it before, and then my stream fucking died. It's also really good at telling when you've been like drinking and stuff too. Like if I go out drinking and I go to sleep and I wake up, like it'll tell me that my recovery is fucked. Like it can tell like anytime I've been doing drugs or whatever, which I thought was interesting as well. Without me like manually inputting anything. Okay, more code, copy. Listen, I'm not sponsored by these guys or anything, but if you want to buy a Whoop, okay. I don't actually know what the monthly thing is, but there you go. Get a free Whoop 4.0. What do you even do with that information? Do you meaningfully change anything about your life with that information? What do I do with that information? I mean, it just helps me. It's good to keep track of like how I'm sleeping and like if it's like getting fucked, then I'll try to do something to rectify that. Yeah, like I want to like sleep pretty well. But if my sleep is getting fucked, then I'll make adjustments to whatever's going on in my life to fuck with my sleep. Yeah. Oh, wait, did somebody say it was a broken link? Oh, well, I don't know why it doesn't work. Get fucked.
Not making this shit up. Allie was literally laying next to me. Why is that light on? You're bothering. You're keeping me awake. Like, babe, I'm sorry. I can't sleep. Insomnia. All this stuff. I wake up in the morning and to my surprise, I had a great night's sleep. 8.5 hours. Wow, fantastic. Good job, Garmin. You didn't know I was asleep. And so what is this device actually doing? It's basing it on your movement. And so while I was watching videos, I'm laying down like this. I'm not moving. And so the watch thinks, wow, great job. That's such a deep sleep. And so good thing it didn't track one of those nights when I'm sleeping, dreaming about sexy time, because there wasn't a lot of movement. You know what I'm talking about? And so does it actually track how well you're sleeping? What do you think this watch tracks your brain waves? It's tracking your pulse, your movement. That's the best it can do. And so no, I don't believe that this watch can actually tell me whether I'm having a great night of sleep, an average night of sleep, or poor quality sleep. So another night it said I got up 5 times. Yeah, I can count. I went to the bathroom. How does it know that? Well, when you get up and go for a walk, it tracks your steps. Not only that, when you're walking, moving around, your pulse increases. Obviously. And so do I really need a watch to tell me how much I'm sleeping and what quality of sleep I'm getting? Of course not. All I need to do is try to go to sleep on time. Try to avoid blue light. I literally wore the glasses to block out the blue light as Andrew Huberman suggested. And so in my opinion, wearing a watch to track your sleep, for me at least,
You
that was a
moved
waste
on
of time.
from it,
Next
but I
up,
really appreciated the discussions around single fathers and the child custody situations.
Yeah, no problem. This guy sounds a little retarded. I don't understand. Do I really need a watch to tell me if I'm sleeping well? All I need to do is make sure I'm sleeping healthy, and I'll be sleeping healthy. Well, yeah, I mean, if you don't have any sleep problems, and if you're doing a good job at going to sleep at the same time every night, avoiding caffeine, water, whatever before you go to sleep, you don't wake up a lot, you're not disturbed, you sleep for about 8 hours, and yeah, of course, why would you buy a watch? Like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no duh. What?
to block out the blue light as Andrew Huberman suggested. And
I don't even know if the blue light shit actually works. I feel like I've seen mixed things on things. But I could be wrong on the blue light thing. I remember, I feel like I've seen back and forth different things on like the night light, blue light shit, that there's not like strong evidence that blocking blue light before sleep is beneficial or anything. But I could be wrong on that.
Well, in my opinion, wearing a watch to track your sleep, for me at least, that was a waste of time. Next up, heart rate. I was very excited to know what my resting heart rate was. What is it during the night? How is my heart rate during the day when I'm at the gym lifting weights, when I'm biking, and so on? And so while wearing this watch, it's tracking what your heart rate is at every given moment on every given day. I'm talking about every given moment. And so during the night, on my best night, it says my resting heart rate was 47. Another night, 51. And so depending if you're sick, well, stressed out, getting a quality night of sleep, detrained, overtrained, it can...
Oh, that's true too. If I'm sick, this watch can tell when I'm sick too, because multiple health metrics will be out of whack. My surface temperature of my skin will be higher, and my is it RVR, your resting variable rate or something, or your HVR, I think it's heart variable rate or whatever, that will also be significantly lower as well.
Can give you quality information about your night of sleep. But here lies the problem. This
HRV, heart rate variability, that might be what I'm thinking of, sorry.
is not accurate, at least for me, in terms of what is my heart rate at any given moment. If it was, I wouldn't have had so much heart rate variability. And so on one evening, I decided to have sexy time, or at least I was allowed to, and it said that my heart rate increased to 146. You know what I was doing, and I can tell you firsthand, it was not that much effort. I was not in zone 3. I was not pushing myself. And so I believe that was a dramatic overestimation of what my actual heart rate really was. And so at the end of the day, it says, wow, heart rate variability, 90. Your heart rate was all over the place during your night of sleep. But you have to predetermine what time you're going to bed. I said, I'm going to bed at 11:30. And so what happens if you go to bed at 12, or at 1 or 2 a.m.? And so I simply don't think it's realistic for me to think that I'm going to go to sleep at exactly the same time every single...
Is an HRV of 90? That sounds really high. Am I crazy? Also, a pulse of 140 while fucking, that's not that high. Isn't that's, I feel like you could have zone 3 sex pretty easily. I feel like you could fucking zone 4 or 5, depending on how crazy you're going, no? Your glutes, those are big muscles. Depending on the angle that you're fucking somebody, I feel like you could very easily get... Am I wild? Fuck, I feel like I could get to zone 3 if I'm on a vigorous masturbation session. Probably not zone 3. Are you fucking on a treadmill? if you're moving, if you're fucking, you're using your glutes to thrust, which are you're already using. That's your biggest muscles, number one. If you've got hands wrapped around it, you're pulling as well. That's two. The movement is, what would it be? I don't know if you have fast twitch or slow twitch movements, but it's like the ones that are like, you're not just like slowly doing a race, you're pumping hard. I feel like in 30
I reach
seconds.
a heart rate of 190 when I'm on bottom.
I feel like in 30 seconds, I feel like you could very easily get to at least like zone 3. Destiny, I think you must be very out of shape then. Zone 3 is barely able to talk? Am I fucking retarded?
Also at 140 for a guy Greg's age and fitness seems pretty
I feel
normal.
like zone 4 is like talking is kind of a struggle. I think at zone 5, I don't think I could talk. Is zone 3 barely able to talk? 140 BPM? No shot. Are you barely able to talk at 140 BPM? I'm gonna have to start paying attention to this on the treadmill. I'm gonna have to pay attention more on the treadmill. There's no way you were barely able to talk at 140 BPM. You might be dying, motherfucker. What the fuck? Or maybe if you're like 90 years old. Zone 3 isn't 140, to be honest. I don't remember what all those zones are. My cardio is all like zone 4 or zone 5 though. Okay, we just go hard. And my cardio is probably bad now because I've been sick for 2 fucking weeks. I'm so curious what this guy's fuck is like. I'm sorry. Wait, what are we doing? Hello? Stop looking for this. Oh, you can have HRV that are this way higher. Okay.
Day. And no, I'm not going to fidget through my watch, press so many different buttons, and every time I do a different activity, I'm gonna press start. Oh, ready? Time to sleep, ready? Go! Asleep. It doesn't work like that. And so I found it excessively annoying. Oh, I'm waking up, let's press the button. I'm going to bed, press the button. About to go for a bike ride. I'm warming up at the gym, press. Now it's weightlifting, press. Now I'm dancing, press.
If I go lift, like my watch automatically, it'll say powerlifting detected from this time to this time. Like it's pretty good at detecting it too. But damn, maybe this watch just sucks, but $1,200?
Much pressing. And so after a tremendous amount of work, I'm finally pairing Garmin Connect with my watch to my bike, all kinds of stuff, all connected. The world's connected, yay! And so I do a bike race. I went harder than last time. My average heart rate was over 160 beats a minute, and oftentimes it was in the 170s and 180s. I'm like, can't wait to see how many calories I burned on my Garmin watch. I look at my race, it said my heart rate was in the 80s and 90s the entire time. I'm like, what are you talking about, 80s and 90s? That would be a very slow warm-up, 80s and 90s. So the watch did not track my true actual heart rate. I know this because I was wearing a heart rate monitor, and it was on my Garmin on my bike, so I was very disappointed that it was unable to track my intensity, how many calories I burned, and so on. I thought, no, I'll give it another chance, and so I went for another ride, outside this time. I said, I'm just gonna do zone 2, kept my heart rate around 130, and I got back, heart rate watch says 80s and 90s yet again. And so to me, this watch for tracking my heart rate, 100% useless. Now remember, I can assure you, I was going harder than last time on the bike, but not in the bedroom. And so how is my heart rate 146 in the bedroom and 90s on the bike? Makes no sense. I know I was excited in the bedroom, but really, 146 versus 90? I don't think so. And next, do you really think a watch such as a Garmin, just because you spent $1,200, can accurately track how many calories you actually burn during an activity? And you're thinking, well, my watch does because mine accurately tracks my heart rate. So let me give you an example. Say you're about 150 pounds, you walk a mile in 20 minutes, your heart rate's about 130 the whole time. You probably burn off about 100 calories during that walk. But what if you train and get in shape, or for example, your friend borrows your watch and also weighs 150 pounds, and you walk 1.5 miles in 20 minutes with the same heart rate, 130? Do you really think that you burnt the same number of calories because you had the same heart rate? Of course not. One person walks 1 mile, the other a mile and a half. And so if you burn 100 calories walking 1 mile, you're burning 150 calories walking a mile and a half. It's 50% further in the same period of time. You're burning more calories. And so the calories burned is not actually based on your heart rate. It's on the work that your body produced. And so if I have an identical twin...
Hold on, I'm trying to think if that's true or not. I would instantly assume that he would know 100%, given his background and everything. But like, here's a question. Isn't it true, somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong, isn't it true that if you put a device under somebody's nose and you measured the gases that went in and out of their nose, all the carbon dioxide, that you could tell like at 100% accuracy how many calories the person has burned? Is that true or is that not true? I thought that's true because for any time your body undergoes a metabolic activity, and then carbon dioxide is like necessarily a byproduct of that metabolic activity, and there will always be a predictable amount of like, if you're burning calories, carbon dioxide necessarily is emitted. So I'm trying to think if you measure just heart rate, if your heart is always going to be beating to do more. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's true or not.
And we both go for a run, and I run 10 miles in an hour, and he runs 5 miles in an hour, but because I'm fit, we both do it in the same heart rate, then I'm still burning double the calories. I'm going twice as far. Not to mention, heart rate is influenced by the temperature of the environment you're in. If it's really...
Oh, that actually, never mind. That could be true, because your heart does become more efficient. Yeah, no, that's true. That analogy makes sense. So just measuring your heart rate shouldn't be able to tell you the calories burned, because somebody's heart could... I wonder what it means. I know that, I've repeated that. Oh, as you do cardio, your heart becomes more efficient. But I wonder what efficiency means. I don't actually know.
hot, your heart rate's going to be higher. If you take caffeine or other stimulants, heart rate also going to be higher. The longer you perform an exercise, there's something known as cardiac drift. Your heart rate on average is going to go about 10 beats higher for the same activity, the same effort. Another huge factor is dehydration. And so imagine this scenario. You're Larry Wheels several years ago trying to make weight for powerlifting, and you've lost 14 pounds, if that's possible, in a sauna. You're severely dehydrated. Your pulse is 150, and you're just laying there, not moving. Do you really think you're burning as many calories laying there, not moving with a pulse of 150, as if you're running 10 miles an hour with the same pulse at 150? Of course not. You're burning way more calories going for a run than you are laying down, despite the fact that you have the exact same heart rate. And so how can this tell me how many calories I'm actually burning in the real world? Next, how can you determine
I've never heard that you use these watches to like ultra accurately monitor calories. I would never use. I like mine for sleep. That's the only reason I like mine, basically.
calories burned based on steps? I'm a 5'6" hobbit manlet, and I take very small steps. What if you're 6'10", you take very large steps? Or what if my steps are tiny? I'm doing baby steps. I'm taking very tiny steps on purpose. I bet with my friend I can do more steps than you. And so my steps are super tiny. I'm cheating. We both weigh and walk the same distance. I take 5,000 steps and he takes 2,500. Do you really think I burn twice as many calories because I took twice as many steps? And so research shows more steps up to 12,000 shows increase in life expectancy and so on. But no two steps are alike. Imagine the difference between a step walking and a step running. Which do you think is harder? You're walking, your legs are going back and forth. Running, you're going up and down. You're putting in way more effort. Your heart rate much higher. And so
well, this is true. I think that's why haven't people kind of backed away from the 10,000 steps thing? Isn't this why people now say that like you should just try to spend some number of minutes in like doing zone 3 cardio per day rather than trying to focus on 10,000 steps? But the reality is that 10,000 steps is better than nothing. And if you're trying to like min-max your steps, whatever, but like if you're really trying to like get some cardio limit, I think people say that you should target certain zones of cardio for certain minutes per day instead of fixating on the step.
Imagine this. Your friend does 12,000 baby steps, but you, instead of that, you do 8,000 giant running steps. Who do you think is healthier? Who do you think is going to live longer? Of course, you're betting on the person who's doing the running. Clearly in better shape. And there's more to exercise than how long you spend at a certain heart rate. You're thinking, oh, it's your average heart rate. Consider this. Two people get back from a workout. They both have a heart rate of 150. One person jogs at a heart rate of 1.
Okay, scientist guy. We'll see what this guy says. Also, what's this? This game looks awesome. What is this?
Fuck! God, I'm so fucking mad.
Oh my
I just
God.
might have to quit.
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm just so fucking mad. Fuck! God, I'm so fucking mad. I just might have to quit. Oh, I'm just so fucking mad. I'm just so fucking mad.
Oh no, big LSF clip. He's gonna have to make a third Twitch channel.
Fat is metabolized in the liver. It can be detected by acetone output from the lungs. You exhale fat.
Okay.
Until recently, the Apple Watch was one of the few smartwatches that did not natively track your sleep stages. But with the beta release of watchOS 9, that has finally changed. However, are the sleep results you get from the Apple Watch actually any good? Well, that's what we're going to test in this video. We will analyze 18 nights of sleep data from the Apple Watch and see how this compares to the sleep stages measured by an EEG device that can actually measure your brainwaves and was specifically designed for sleep stage tracking. We will also check how the performance of the Apple Watch compares to 37 other smartwatches I've tested.
Jesus, 37. Bro, how much are you sleeping? It's like every day.
Everyone, for those of you that are new to the channel, my name is Rob, and I'm a postdoctoral scientist specializing in biological data analysis. Now, when Apple first announced their new sleep stage tracking functionality, they did not provide much detail as to how it actually works. But let's briefly summarize what they did tell us and what this means. Now, the best way of measuring your sleep stages, what scientists also refer to as the gold standard, is called polysomnography. This basically means measuring the electrical signals coming from the brain while you're sleeping, and in addition, also measuring the movements of your eyes and some muscles. This way, scientists can get an accurate picture of what sleep stages you went through. I've done this close to 100 times myself, but I have to say it's not the most comfortable way of sleeping. So, to make sleep tracking more comfortable and readily available, Apple trained a computer algorithm that takes in the heart rate and movement data from the Apple Watch and uses uses that to predict your sleep stages. To create this algorithm, they collected both polysomnography data and heart rate and movement data with the Apple Watch on what they at least say is the largest and most diverse study population for a wearable. That algorithm then uses the sleep stages as measured with polysomnography and tries to predict the same sleep stages with just the heart rate and movement data from the Apple Watch. Now, if Apple has enough data and good machine learning tools, they could have potentially created a very good sleep stage tracking algorithm, making sleep tracking available to the general public. So let's see if the Apple Watch is any good at sleep stage tracking. So how did I actually test this? Well, I evaluated the sleep stage tracking of the Apple Watch for 18 nights by comparing it to the Dream 2 EEG headband, a device that can actually measure my brainwaves and was specifically designed for sleep stage tracking. Now, as I mentioned before, the best reference device would be a polysomnography device, but this would be too cumbersome for me to use for 18 nights. Luckily, in a scientific paper, the Dream 2 EEG headband was shown to be pretty reliable at sleep stage tracking, as I discussed in this video linked up here. The EEG device should therefore give us an impression if the Apple Watch is good enough for sleep stage tracking or if it's really bad. In this case, for the testing, I used the Apple Watch 7, but I think both older and newer Apple Watches will give more or less the same results, since the heart rate and movement measurements are roughly equally reliable between generations, as we saw in previous videos. Measuring heart rate and movement is especially easy during the night, when you're generally relatively still with a low heart rate. Now, I should mention that I'm using the beta version of WatchOS 9, but I suspect nothing will change with regards to the sleep stage tracking in the official release, since the algorithm was already trained. So let's see how the sleep tracking of the Apple Watch compares to an EEG device. Here I show an overview of the sleep test results. On top are the sleep stages as recorded by the EEG device, and on the left are the sleep stages as recorded by the Apple Watch. I wear both the EEG device and the Apple Watch to bed at the same time for 18 nights, and we will see how close the predictions.
Am I retarded? Wait, I don't understand what this is at all. So deep light, REM, and awake. This is on the left. Is this just saying how much they agree? Oh, this is the accuracy of maybe.
Of the Apple Watch are to those of the EEG device. Now, each column here sums to 100%, meaning that we can see what percentage of each of the sleep stages according to the
My
Dream 2
fondest
was predicted.
childhood memory was building sandcastles with my grandfather. That is until my mom took the urn away from me.
As the sleep state by the Apple Watch. Now, if they perfectly agree, all values on the diagonal should be 100%. First of all, we see that about 89% of what was deep sleep according to the EEG device was also deep sleep according to the Apple Watch. Now, this is actually very good, as most watches show much poor agreement with the EEG device. If deep sleep according to the EEG device was predicted differently by the Apple Watch, it was predicted as light sleep at about 11%. And we can see that even better based on the individual nights. On top here, we have the sleep stages according to the Dream 2 EEG headband, with the clock time along the horizontal axis and the sleep stages on the vertical axis. On the bottom, we have a similar plot, but now for the Apple Watch. I've highlighted all the EEG recorded deep sleep in purple here. For this night, we can indeed see that basically all of the deep sleep recorded by the EEG device was also recorded as deep sleep by the Apple Watch. So this is looking really good. The Apple Watch has predicted a tiny bit of extra deep sleep right here. And this second night shows much more of the same results. The Apple Watch predicted much of the same deep sleep segments as the EEG headband, but just detected a little bit extra deep sleep as well. Still, this is looking really good. I also wanted to look at a night where I had poor sleep quality to see how the Apple Watch deals with that when I don't have a normal sleep pattern, and that is displayed right here. As you can see, I was awake for about 2 hours in the middle of the night. Interestingly though, the Apple Watch correctly detected this and was basically also spot on when it comes to the deep sleep it detected. So it's good to see that it also seems to deal well, or at least good enough, with disturbed sleep. The only thing that it does generally tend to do is detect a bit more deep sleep than the EEG device, as you can also see right here. The same deep sleep was detected more or less, but some extra deep sleep was also detected, though not a lot of it. Still though, the Apple Watch shows some of the best deep sleep tracking agreement I've seen for any device so far. And the same is true for light sleep detection. About 84% of what the EEG device detected as light sleep was also detected as light sleep by the Apple Watch. This is again quite good. If it was predicted differently, it was most often predicted as being deep sleep, but sometimes also as REM sleep or awake time. REM sleep agreement is also quite good at about 67%. This means that about 2/3 of what the EEG device predicted as being REM sleep was also predicted as REM sleep by the Apple Watch. Now, before showing you the rest of the results, I want to briefly explain something. A 67% REM sleep agreement might not sound like much, but it's actually pretty good. REM sleep has historically in my testing been one of the most difficult sleep stages for a smartwatch to track. The easiest way of measuring REM sleep is by measuring the movement of the eyes. REM stands for rapid eye movement, meaning the eyes move quite quickly during the sleep stage, mostly side to side. This important characteristic of REM sleep is quite easy to measure for an EEG device or polysomnography device, but impossible to directly measure with a smartwatch. Therefore, most smartwatches actually struggle to accurately detect REM sleep using just movement and heart rate. But the algorithm of the Apple Watch seems to do this quite well. Now, getting back to the results, if the Apple Watch did predict something different than the EEG device when it comes to REM sleep, it was mostly predicted as light sleep. And we can see that clearly based on the individual nights as well. Now, this is a similar plot to before, but now with the REM sleep as measured by the EEG device marked in red. As you can see, there's a good agreement between the Apple Watch and the EEG device. The Apple Watch basically detected the same REM sleep segments as the EEG device. And we can actually see that for many nights, like this one here, for instance. Again, the same REM sleep segments were detected by both the Apple Watch and the EEG headband. The main inconsistency I could find is that the Apple Watch quite often misses my first short REM segment in the beginning of my night, as you can see in this night right here, for example, where the EEG device did detect some REM sleep, but the Apple Watch did not. And we can see the same thing in this example night right here. Again, in the beginning of the night, we see that the Apple Watch misses one REM sleep segment, but it does show a good agreement otherwise throughout the night. So this type of inconsistency happened a few times, but generally the Apple Watch was more or less spot on, or at least good enough to detect all REM sleep segments. This also means that for most nights we can see the sleep cycles based on just the data from the Apple Watch. Now you go through roughly 4 to 6 sleep cycles each night, each one starting with light and deep sleep, marked in blue, and each one ending in REM sleep, marked in red. As you can see, I likely had 1, 2, 3, 4 complete cycles this night, and a 5th partial one. The Apple Watch detects the same sleep cycles as the EEG device, so we would be able to see all 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and even the 5th partial one. And we can see the same thing for most of the nights. Generally, it will detect my sleep cycles quite well, as you can also see in this night right here. here, where I likely had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 complete sleep cycles. Detecting the moments I was awake was also done quite accurately by the Apple Watch. Roughly 70% of what the EEG device detected as awake time was also detected as awake time by the Apple Watch. If it was predicted differently, it was mostly predicted as being light sleep. Now this actually makes a lot of sense, as light sleep is the closest sleep stage to being awake. Looking at the individual nights, we can actually see that quite well. This is again a similar plot to before. As you can see, detect a tiny bit of my awake moment here and also other watches. So let's see how these numbers compare to
How did Greg fuck his shit up so hard if he had a $1,200 watch?
37 other watches I tested over the last years. However, first a quick side note. If you're interested in the latest updates on the wearables I'm testing, I'm planning to start back up with my newsletter and posting more off-the-cuff things on my Instagram and my YouTube Shorts channel. So if you're interested in any of those are linked below. Of course, you would make me really happy and it would help my efforts if you subscribe to this YouTube channel. But of course, that's totally up to you. Now, enough self-promotion. Let's look at the performance of the Apple Watch compared to many other watches. This graph shows an overview of the agreement of different watches with the EEG device. Along the horizontal axis, we have the average agreement over the 4 individual sleep stages. And on the vertical axis, we have the agreement of the worst sleep stage for each watch. The better the agreement, the more to the top right the device is. And as you can see, the best agreeing devices I tested before include different Fitbits, Whoop straps, and the Withing sleep analyzer. If I now want to plot the Apple Watch in this
There's our Whoop. Hell yeah, boys. Look, I'm not recommending you dog shit products.
same plot, I actually have to make the axis a bit bigger. So let's do that. So that plot is displayed right here. Again, right
holy
here
shit, Apple Watch. What the fuck?
the best performing watches from before, so the Fitbits, Whoop straps, and the Withing sleep analyzer. However, the Apple Watch, which is marked in red, actually shows a better agreement with the EEG device than any of these other watches I tested. The overall average agreement is just a little bit better, so that's the horizontal axis here, where we see that the Apple Watch is just a little bit further along than, for instance, the Fitbit Inspire 2. But the main thing that the Apple Watch did really well is that it performs quite well and really consistent over all 4 sleep stages, which means it's higher up on the vertical axis. So this is actually looking really good for the Apple Watch. Now, Apple mentioned one more thing when they revealed their new sleep tracking algorithm. They mentioned that the Apple Watch can also detect when you might have woken up, and this is also directly related to when the Apple Watch thinks you fell asleep for the night and when you woke up in the morning. So can the Apple Watch actually detect this? And in this graph, I show how many minutes the Apple Watch differed from the EEG device in detecting when I fell asleep and when I woke up. On the vertical axis, we have the 18 nights over which I tested the Apple Watch, and the blue dots right here indicate the difference in minutes when it comes to falling asleep, and the yellow ones when it comes to waking up. So the closer to 0 these numbers are, the better the agreement with the EEG device. Now, the biggest disagreement was minus 50 minutes when it comes to falling asleep, meaning that the Apple Watch detected me as falling asleep 50 minutes before I actually did. I think I was actually just laying very still for a bit, so it recorded me as being asleep. And the biggest difference in waking up was minus 48 minutes, meaning it detected me as waking up 48 minutes before I actually did. However, overall, the differences are not that big, mostly being within 10 minutes or so of the EEG device, so this is not that bad. So overall, I would say that this is looking super promising for the Apple Watch. However, before I get to my final conclusions, I want to mention a few important limitations of the testing that I showed in this video. First of all, I just tested the watch on me, a Caucasian male that is still relatively young, or at least I like to think so. Though Apple says that they train their algorithm on a diverse population, a lot of tech is still being developed by and for white men, so there might be an overrepresentation of data based on this subpopulation, meaning that the algorithm might actually work better on me than on some other people. Second, I used a reference EEG device with fewer electrodes than you would typically use with polysomnography. So though I do think that this is a good...
Okay. Alright. This graph looks like a rhythm maybe hit at 9:30. You only just throw up 9:40 out of nowhere. Yeah, I got you guys. Okay. Isn't Jimmy Carter still alive? I think Jimmy Carter's still alive because I threw up like a 960. I threw up an ungodly score to keep that motherfucker going. Huh.
You deserve something for that 940.
Thanks. I got you my recent video with 100 watchers. Oh, Jesus.
With 3 kilos of pure Colombian in his backpack, and from the looks of it, maybe a couple grams in his system, if you know what I'm saying, we told him to stay low. He took that very literally. Not sure this is necessary, but we do guarantee that same-day delivery. Didn't tell him to throw in those flips, but that's what happens when you end up snoring with 3...
As a YouTube reviewer and scientist, I own about 100 smartwatches and other health trackers, so I have almost unlimited choice in devices, but which are the ones I actually use on a day-to-day basis? Well, in this video, I'll share my ultimate setup for health and sports tracking.
Give me the best.
So I'll quickly list a few scenarios and which devices I would choose in each of them. First of all, if you're on a budget and you want good heart rate tracking from a smartwatch, I would probably choose the Huawei Watch Fit 2, which is relatively cheap and has good heart rate tracking from the wrist. However, it doesn't have good sleep stage tracking, and there's also some limitations with Huawei in terms of access to the Google Play Store. Now, if you're an iPhone user and you're interested in heart rate or sleep stage tracking, or maybe both, Apple Watches are definitely the way to go, given that they're very accurate and super well integrated into the Apple ecosystem. In that case, I would probably not recommend the Apple Watch Ultra for most people, but either the Apple Watch SE or maybe an older generation Apple Watch, like the Apple Watch Series 7, since all of these are cheaper at the moment than, for instance, the Apple Watch 8, but still have the same quality in terms of heart rate and sleep stage tracking. Third, if you're mostly interested in health tracking, the Oura Ring is still my top pick, but if in addition you want decent heart rate tracking during workouts, I would probably choose a Whoop strap instead. Fourth, if you're very active and you like to do a lot of outdoor sports, I would probably choose a Garmin watch paired with an ECG chest strap. Personally, I'd like to go for something like the Fortnite 255 or 265, since these are not as expensive, but still have most of the Garmin capabilities, so you get great battery life combined with some of the best GPS tracking out there. Finally, if you struggle to fall asleep because you're either too hot or too cold, I really like the HT Pod 3, which additionally gives you great sleep stage tracking. However, this is by far the most expensive device on this list, so think really well if you want to spend that kind of money.
Wait, what the fuck is this thing? What, does this scan your whole fucking room and keep track of you? What's...
sleep stage tracking. However, this is by far the most expensive device on this list, so think really well if you want to spend that kind of money, since a warm shower might also just do the trick. Now, if you do decide to get a Whoop strap, an Apple Watch, or even an HT Pod 3, and at the same time you want to support the channel, there are different affiliate links in the description might also do, which additionally gives you great sleep stage tracking. However, this is by far the most thing like Whoop strap, the Apple Desk Track, good heart, now give a great bit much, but this the core is close to the X2 Pro exercise. These are all here.
What the fuck is that thing?
Totally up to you. Now, enough self are super funkiness, and you can jump here. So that similarly, watch it. People are reading here, and he won't go into the end of my effort. You've already used it. Testing. Also, take out have to see if it will devices made most of the Google standard 10 algorithm and the algorithm used by, and they check all is it in this showing you the properties and the results as you can track the result valid. Expect some of you were now in this sign is part like or
I'm not gonna see that. It's the 8 sleep pod. No, it's not.
I do the tracking my sleep stages. I still have to test it before.
It is. What the fuck?
The 8 Sleep Pod 3. It's the latest generation of the most high-tech way to sleep. Now, this looks like a normal mattress, but I promise you there's nothing normal about it. See, the entire thing is controlled via this pod right here. Inside this pod is water that is surging through the top portion of this mattress cover. Just below the surface, there is a wonderful river of flowing water.
This sounds so unnecessary and awesome. Oh my god. What is this?
Water keeping you either warmer or cooler. Now everything is controlled inside the 8 Sleep app. We're talking about deep sleep, REM sleep, and the wake up portion of your sleep cycle. Not only that, but if you want to wake up gently, this thing will actually vibrate instead of making a bunch of noise. This is the warm side of the bed, a lovely 30 degrees Celsius. Now what about on the cool side of the bed? Almost 10 degrees of difference. The 8 Sleep Pod 3. It's the latest generation of the most high-tech way.
Hold on, wait. Guess the price. Oh, fuck. Was it on here? Ah, oh, fuck. $2,220. Oh, hold on. We got a marquee review.
Some way. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh, this is what they call white people food takes. Okay, when I give food takes, I'm at least trolling like 88% of the time. Is he being serious? Mexican food is absolutely atrocious though. The chilies are there to hide the taste of poor quality ingredients, not enhance the flavor. This legitimately looks unpleasant to me. Prawns, chilies, avocado, and lime. This isn't a meal, it's an assault on the senses. He's got to be trolling. Hold on, this is like he's got to be trolling. He's trolling and he got me. He's trolling and he got me. Like UK food is some kind of world-renowned delicacy. Glass houses, friend. I feel that this picture reinforces rather than refutes my point. Wait, bro. Look at these sad peas and sad potatoes. By the way, if you are European, or you're brown, okay? If you're European and you're brown, and you wonder why there's a lot of Americans that hate our vegetables, it's because for a lot of us white Americans, this is how we grew up getting vegetables. This is why so many of us grew up hating vegetables, okay? Now, for other cultures, even for like Southern Europe, is it for most European food? I'm trying to think. Where does this shit come from? I'm trying to think of any country I've been to where vegetables are served like this. Maybe Germany? Did they do it in Germany and Poland, maybe? In America, sometimes a normal meal is a meat. You'll get a protein. And then you'll get one vegetable and another vegetable. And it's just gross. There's no seasoning. Sometimes, if you're lucky and you want to destroy whatever health might be there, you'll douse it in fucking butter, salt, and pepper. But like, there's no, like, vegetables are an afterthought on white people plates, okay? Oftentimes they're like boiled. So you'll get this heaping, disgusting mess of like boiled fucking non-seasoned, not anything, broccoli and peas and carrots that slop out. And it's like, why? Anyway, yeah. But this is how a lot of us get vegetables in America, or white people grew up with vegetables in America. And this is why a lot of white people grow up and like, oh, I hate vegetables. Because they're not used to seeing vegetables that are actually prepared with care as part of a dish, you know? Oh. Do you like peas? In my opinion, the highest appreciable skill ceiling type of food, I'm being very broad here, there's two types. One is steak, okay? The difference between a $5 steak and a $200 steak, every single dollar is getting you more value. There is a world of difference. You can destroy people's realities with a really good steak, okay? However, I believe that a similar thing can be said with green vegetables, especially. It's probably true of all vegetables, but especially green vegetables. Ordinary, boiled in water, bullshit green slop thrown on your plate, nothing will make you hate green vegetables more than that. But if you've ever had like really well prepared grilled like asparagus, or if you've ever had like a cast iron with like lightly salted like Brussels sprouts, oh, you will snack on these like a delicacy. If you've had really good like garlic seasoned edamame, like the best prepared green vegetables are so fucking good. Usually they need to be fried on a grill, okay? Get me out of this boil, steam, whatever bullshit, okay? But yeah, zucchini can be good, yeah. But yeah, I think there's a huge skill gap in preparing, especially green vegetables. But honestly, it's probably true of even like I don't even know the names of all it. Like what's like the yellow? Is it cucumber? Like all of these can be prepared really well or really fucking horribly. Easy trick with veggies is char them a tiny bit. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's just like eating straight cancer. But yeah, anything with grill marks on it. That's true of hot dogs as well. Like, give me, like, I don't even need a high quality beef. Just like give me those fucking grill marks, like char the fucking outside of it, and I will eat whatever fucking hot dog you give me. Oh yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's the consumption of literal cancer. That's probably true when I think of like really good Brussels sprouts as well. It's probably also you're just consuming cancer. Oh, like, this doesn't look that bad. I don't know why, but there's something when these things come out in like these little cast iron pans when you're at like restaurants. Oh my god, this is like the best fucking vegetable ever. These are so fucking good. If they're seasoned well and everything too. Okay, they look weird here. Maybe I'm used to seeing them in darker restaurants where the lights are turned down, okay? But, ooh. Oh. Oh, like this? I don't even know what the fuck this is and it looks good. Oh, God. Oh. Mexican food is atrocious, eats this shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. His palate is so debased that he can't appreciate the obviously excellent quality of this bread and the richness of the sauce. That's gotta be a troll. He's trolling. He's gotta be trolling. He's gotta be trolling.
Brussels sprouts with balsamic vinaigrette will make you gone.
Okay. A well-prepared grilled cheese sandwich is really good. Okay. I will defend that to the death. I don't even know what you're actually eating. I don't know what it is. But a well-done grilled cheese sandwich is really good.
I'm Frank Proto, professional chef and culinary instructor. As an opinion, bread, the American.
Oh, hold on. Let me balance out. Sorry, hold on. Let's slow down. I just gave a lot of good food takes in a row. Okay, so let's balance it out a little bit. Let's balance it out with a controversial food take. I'm gonna give you one. Ready? And I've had grilled cheese in nice restaurants to do this. Okay.
If you say you like vegetables, I literally don't believe you. Anyone who claims to like vegetables is virtue signaling. We took over the whole world with bangers and mash.
Yeah. Okay. Listen up. I do not agree or approve of breads that are too fucking hard to bite into. I've seen it happen with other types of sandwiches as well, but when I get a bread where the end is like fucking granite, I don't know what the fucking appeal. Who is this supposed to appeal to? I hate that cuck bullshit. Like, I'll fuck up a good like sourdough bread, but there are like some extra granite hard bread. I don't know if they stale these out or just give them to me to fuck with me. Oh my god, I don't know why people do this.
Cheese, nice and melty. The Gruyere cheese, really flavorful. Put these two together and we have a really nice combination of cheeses. We're gonna start out by shredding our Gruyere cheese. We're gonna cut the rind off. Really big cheese style. This way, I will never from sticking. Not good. Thing to do is control. If I have some what are you better thing to use here for a grilled cheese? It's got a little more zip, a little more.
Okay, since you guys thought that was a cool take, I'll give you a hotter take. I hate mayonnaise, and I hate mayonnaise on everything. I don't like mayonnaise. I don't like mayonnaise. Just use butter, okay? I don't like mayonnaise. I don't ever want mayonnaise. Fuck mayonnaise. Fuck mayonnaise. I don't need it on anything. Oh, it's
Brussels sprouts have
dry.
changed people G.
And
back
then
in the
use
day,
more
they
butter.
used to be
Fuck
more
you.
bitter, but they Gmo'd it to make it less so people G.
Fuck mayonnaise on anything.
Flavor. It doesn't burn like butter. You brush it on the bread so that you get a nice even browning on your bread. Right? So the first cheese overflows.
Oh my god, and he's using mayonnaise instead of butter. Gross.
On the sides. Part of the reason it kind of like goes over the side, I think it just Gruyere quicker. Which with salt and pepper this pan, you don't have to transport it. Make sure that you mat. It makes it takes a little with the sure this isn't burning. I just check once in a while to see where. Oh my lord, look at that. Edge melted when you try and pull this, holding everything together.
Okay, that's what I would
One
eat
caution
that.
here.
I would definitely
give it a little
eat that,
more
okay?
time than you think because the center usually takes a nice crispy edge. I'm getting some cheese leaking out the side. This is what I'm talking about. This is what makes me happy when I see a grilled cheese. Brown, nice and crisp. I'm gonna cut it in half. Quick downward motion. Put it on the plate.
I bet the mayo actually grilled into this. I bet it actually does.
You need
taste
tri-steak with cowboy butter.
really good. Fuck.
The only thing I can think to make this sandwich better is a handful of crunchy potato chips. And that is my perfect grilled cheese sandwich. Let's look at this baby.
Have you seen this Gordo grilled cheese vid? I don't know, have we? I feel like we've watched grilled cheese vids a long time ago.
Incredible.
I feel like we watched like a critique of this video a long time ago, didn't we?
Cheesies. A Romano with pepperberry and Asiago. beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. To do the
I don't know if Gordon
ultimate
Ramsay,
grilled
DMCA
cheese
is.
with this is a dream come true. So I'm going to just cut nice big long slices so I can take off the rind easily. Okay, and those pepper berries is going to make the cheese a little bit spicy. Look at that there. I mean, so beautiful. And then with the Asiago again down and literally cut off the rind. And then from there, get the slice and just go in half again. So you've got these nice, long, luscious, almost like sort of mini bricks of cheese. And look at that. And that pepperberry is incredible. Now the bread, this beautiful. Okay, why?
I'm trying to remember why people hate this so much.
Start putting some weight on there. And just pushing that down. Turn that over.
Oh no.
Push that down.
He's having a Destiny grilled chicken moment.
That way it gets nice and crispy. Beautiful. 2 minutes each side. And then once you've coloured both sides, back out and just place your spatula on top and push down. And that helps to get the cheese nicely melted. That is incredible. The kimchi with that incredible cheese, especially with that pepperberry, is just gonna be a wonderful combination. And also, it just helps elevate the flavor of that beautiful grilled cheese. Take that out, turn that over. Look, it's cracking away. Beautiful. The cheese is melted. And this, yeah, how crispy that is. Beautiful. Look at that.
Based. Based.
Oh my goodness me. Slice that in half again. Oh my God. Historia. Oh my God. That is incredible. That pepperberry, spicy.
I felt like there was like a nice cook we watched that went over this and like critiqued him, and we watched that video like a long. Am I making this up, or did I watch this off stream?
Hey Gordon Ramsay, what did grilled cheese ever do to you? Was adding olive oil as well.
I don't remember. That Roger guy? Was his name Roger? Guys, this bed. Oh wait, this guy. Wait. Ramsay made up for it. Destiny self-defense? I'm not clicking that link.
Now, last time I made a grilled cheese was in Tasmania, and you guys absolutely pummeled me. I took it on the chin. I got thick skin, so I'd like to redeem myself and give you a grilled cheese like no other. But this time I have an oven that is slightly more powerful. It comes in the shape of something unique. I think it's the sexiest oven you've ever seen in your entire life. It's a V12. It is a 1200 horsepower engine, 6.2 litre. And I'm going to show you how to grill cheese like no freaking other. Right, jump in. You ready?
Jesus Christ.
Here we go. I told you, an oven like no other. And come on, just take a look how clean that is. Ready? Here we go. Now this is how you do a grilled cheese. Buckle up.
Wait, do you think he actually made it this way, or do you think they just let the engine idle for like 2 minutes? I feel like if you were to actually run this thing even one lap around a track with a grilled cheese, I feel like it would be charred and destroyed. Am I crazy? You put it on the intake manifold? Oh, okay. I don't even know the parts of this. I don't know anything about I don't know anything about this car at all.
Come on.
Okay, wait, but that doesn't look that good either. Okay, good one, Gordo. British people still eat as if there's German planes overhead. Okay, sorry. Let's back to the important thing. The Sleep Pod 3.
Next one, hard pivot to a piece of tech that I've been using actually for a while. It's a piece of home tech, that's why I'm home for this one, and sleeping tech. Actually, when I was first told about the existence of this piece of tech, I was kind of surprised about it, but then I had a lot of questions, and so when 8 Sleep reached out and wanted to sponsor this video, and they had all the answers, well, I was very interested. So you might have heard of 8 Sleep. They're kind of blowing up recently, but basically the main thing they make is a temperature-controlled bed. Actually, it's a topper, so what it does is it wraps around your current mattress. It's called a pod cover, and the main feature, the idea, is a
topper? Why does that sound like a slang I would hear on Grindr? What?
Controls the temperature of the surface of your bed. So it can be nice and crisp and cool when you first climb into bed, and then nice and warm in the morning and make it easier to get out of bed, which is pretty awesome. I feel like there's 2 types of people. People that fall asleep instantly in like 5 minutes, and then people who think it's like a superpower to be able to fall asleep instantly. And that's me. I'm in the second group for sure. I've historically took at least half an hour to fall asleep anytime. But science shows pretty definitively, you've probably heard this before, that cool temperatures are pretty ideal for falling asleep quickly and then staying asleep and being well rested. Basically, that temperature is one of the absolute top factors for quality of sleep. So the 8 Sleep, basically what it is, it's this box next to the bed, which has much stuff in it, a compressor, a reservoir, and a whole computer. It barely makes a whisper of noise, and that connects to the bed via tubes, and then the whole top of this bed, this cover, is lined with these capillaries through the whole thing, these veins for either the warm or cooled water to flow through. And importantly, there's 2 halves. So if you sleep at a different temperature from your partner, which let's be honest, I feel like everyone says they do, then you can have each side of the bed be a different temperature. And then the piece that brings it all together is this app on the phone. It lets you basically turn a dial to bring it between -10 and 10. Those are the levels of temperature. And that signifies basically 55 degrees Fahrenheit all the way at the...
Can I say something? I don't like the trend of... I wish we could... Something annoying happened, okay? Let me give you a history of mobile web development that's probably not even remotely accurate, okay? This thing happened when, way back in the day, our screens were like 300 by 200 pixels. If you wanted to view a website, it was fucked, okay? Phones were early. It was bullshit. There were no mobile-friendly web pages. It was horrible, okay? Then what happened was... phones started to get more powerful, and then what people did was they started making programs, is what they're called. Now we call them apps for phones. And it was like, okay, you can't really view the web page because the phone resolution sucks. You get an app for your phone, you work in the app, that's fine. Then what happened was 2 things. Phones started to get higher resolution screens, and then mobile development on web pages started to become more serious. If you wanted to make a web page, now you had to test it across multiple mobile devices as well, which for web developers is a fucking nightmare because now there were 50 different fucking mobile devices that had to be compatible for. But it was cool that you had a phone and you could go to a web page and need an app for it. For some reason, we transitioned out of that back to having... 1, every website also needs to be mobile compatible, but then 2, everybody wants you to use a fucking app, which is annoying. I don't like apps. I don't like programs for random things in my fucking house. I have Marshall Bluetooth speakers. I have Bluetooth on my phone. Why the fuck do I need to download an app on my phone to connect to my speaker? It's fucking Bluetooth. That's what the standard is for. Like, I hate that. Put a couple of analog buttons on the product. Make them digital. Fuck, if that makes you happy. Put some buttons on the product. Why do I need an app for every fucking appliance or thing I have in my household. I hate that. I fucking hate that trend. It's so annoying. Fuck this bullshit. But also because, no offense, but that's not how Bluetooth works, my guy. What do you mean that's not how Bluetooth works? You should be able to connect to Bluetooth devices without having to install a specific application for it. That's literally how standards work. The whole point of a standard is that you can create hardware that interfaces with something without needing special software to do it. That's like the whole point of a standard. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Also, apps for these small products always fucking suck. The apps always suck ass.
Bottom, just pretty chill, all the way up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit at +10, which is straight up hot. So I don't need nearly that much range, but it's nice to have. I go to sleep at -4, and I warm up to +2. That's as warm as I really ever need it. But yeah, I guess now I can say this bed is literally water cooled. So that's pretty sick.
Destiny, you can, but you have to have something to control it. You have to know what the API is. Okay, bro, there's like Android and iOS. That's like 98% of phones in the fucking world. And these things all have like standard fucking APIs to control things natively in the OS for basic things like forward, backwards, play, stop. Just interface with the native API in the fucking, on whatever OS or firmware, whatever the fuck they call it on phones, for your phone. You don't need your own fucking, wow, I downloaded an app so that I could press next. If only Android or iOS had built-in features for interfacing with fucking stereos. What are you talking about? Fuck you. And your mom at the same time with the same dick.
So the thing is, once you've used it for, I think, about a week, basically it settles into a routine where it cools down before you get into bed and slowly adjusts temperature over the course of the night. They call it autopilot, I think, but there are different stages of sleep where it'll slowly warm up overnight until it's at the temperature that you want to wake up at. But then on top of that, there's a host of other features that are in the 8 Sleep membership, which is a monthly subscription, which I don't love, but it actually has a bunch of really useful features. So the first is autopilot, which I talked about, but then the second, there are a bunch of these sleep tracking features. I typically worn the Apple Watch to sleep for the past couple months.
How do you imagine any sophisticated control of a speaker would work without any app? I guess that app allows for more volume controls. What's sophisticated control? Bro, it's a fucking Bluetooth speaker. Do you think I need to be able to design the perfect fucking response curve? That I need to be able to control every single fucking kilobit of, that I need to be able to custom mold my frequency response graph? Like, come on, bro, it's a fucking Bluetooth speaker. Listen, if you want to make an app so that some wannabe fucking audiophile can sit here with a 15-inch flared bass plug up his ass, perfectly designing his, $50 Bluetooth speaker, whatever, then fine. But at least just create a default Bluetooth connectivity shit where you can just connect to a default and then use your native iOS or your native Android to push forward, backwards, play and pause, okay? Eat a dick.
And it's on your wrist, and it can read a bunch of things about you from your wrist, but clearly the best thing to measure your sleep would be the thing you sleep on, so the mattress itself. So it can tell when you get into bed, of course, when you get up, and it graphs out when you're in these different stages of sleep through the night. It even somehow measures your heart rate and breathing rate if you want it to, and then it does a good job in the UI of highlighting with like little green or red markers when things are going well and when things are a little bit off. So you can see here on this terrible night of sleep I had that there are...
True, just annoying as fuck that I still hear about Biden's, but nobody comments on Mitch's deterioration. Keep waiting to hear Destiny's take, but haven't heard yet. The problem is I can't give a take on it, because if you give a take on it, people are going to compare him to Biden when it's just not true. Mitch's last few things, now maybe it's just like a couple off things or whatever, but like Mitch's last 2 freezes have been like very fucking eerie. Biden's like stutters are like kind of old man forgetfulness. Like, generally, that's what I've seen. Or, like, sometimes he's supposed to walk off stage to the left and he goes to the right for whatever. And it's like, okay, he's an old dude getting confused, maybe. But, like, yeah. I guess if you want me to be, if you don't want me to be partisan about it, Feinstein is also, in really rough shape as well. I don't even know if she's still alive, dude. But... yeah, Jesus.
Certain things clearly that I didn't do well. Like I went to sleep late despite waking up at a normal time, and I fell asleep quickly, but I took a while to get up, so.
Bro, we could this would never happen. This is a Black Mirror episode. We could literally fund the entire U.S. homeless program. We could solve homelessness in the United States of America. We could solve homelessness in the United States of America if the Democrats chose one policy and the Republicans chose one policy. The Democrats choose universal health care. The Republicans choose unlimited Second Amendment rights for every single citizen for 100 years, no infringement by Congress. They take these two policies, and then everybody buys a $100 ticket to watch a 10-round boxing match between Feinstein and McConnell. We would raise enough money to end. That would be a $100 trillion fucking fight. People from all over the world would buy tickets. It would be the most these two Congress people, or no, senators, I'm sorry. Feinstein is a senator too, right? It would be the most these two could ever serve their country. It would be, well, it'd be like world peace, okay? Ukraine and Russia would stop fighting for a day to tune in and watch that match. Feinstein could fucking fight from her chair. That's how fucking epic it would be. Oh my God. Could you imagine how epic it would be? McConnell lands like a good right hook. Her chair goes back. Her head's laying back and she's on the ropes. And she's like not even protecting herself. McConnell comes forward for the final punch. The ref goes to stop him and then McConnell locks up. And he has one of those lock-up moments. And everybody's wondering if Feinstein's going to get back into it in time to land like the killer jab while McConnell's there like fucking frozen, not sure what's going on. Oh my God. It would literally be the most epic fucking fight of all time. Holy shit. It would be a good Black Mirror episode.
The next night's sleep you can see was much better. Whole bunch of green here. Basically flawless. It also has a vibration alarm. It will literally...
Imagine you allow them like 2 months to prepare and they get to use performance enhancing drugs as well. So we get to see McConnell like juice the fuck up.
Literally lightly vibrate just your side of the bed to wake you up silently, which is pretty sick. And it also gets continuous software updates over time. Honestly, this thing's been pretty awesome for me personally over the past couple of weeks that I've had it. Like I said, I've had it for a while. The one thing that I feel like is pretty definitive proof for me anyway, that it's working or helping me sleep better, the Apple Watch likes to tell me when I have a low heart rate. When I go below 40 beats per minute for a long time, it gives me a low heart rate notification, but that's actually potentially a good thing if you're recovering well. And the first week or two after I started sleeping well with the cool mattress, I would wake up with like 10 to 15 low heart rate notifications, which meant that my heart rate was getting lower and I was recovering better and sleeping better, which is pretty cool. So in an age where humans are basically sleeping worse than ever before with all the tech around us, all the screens that are around us every night, it's pretty cool to have a piece of tech that actually helps us sleep better. At least it helps me anyway. You can try it too if you want to. You can get $200 off by using the code.
Bro, I want to try this thing. Dan probably already bought it. Ask him. What's going on here?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And you're gonna have to deal with that soon. Because I guarantee you, there's going to be some people that are making some CGI.
Oh, there are.
AI.
There already
out there?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
What is that? I'm sure there are.
Yeah, I haven't kept up with a lot just because...
I don't even know this song. Richmond, north of Richmond. Okay, what is this stupid fucking song that everybody is obsessed with?
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours, bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men politicians look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know.
Are the acoustics echoed outside? My guess is this is probably recorded in a studio and then they just shot this music video. That'd be my guess.
But I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Wow, epic.
You know, I'm doing so. Anything social media related right now, or any internet presence I have right now is coming from me off the phone, just like before everything blew up. So I haven't invested the time to like.
Wait, does this guy have a country accent for the song, but he talks normal?
Look at everything circulating, but people like friends and family have sent me stuff, and some of it's pretty funny, but you know, they've got all these different AI remixes of the song with different voices and overlaid different faces and all, and it's funny to see where it's gonna go, you know.
That is funny. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with that. My daughter sent me some advertisement. She goes, "Did you do this advertisement?" I'm like, "Nope."
Yeah.
Nope, that's not really my voice.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
it is my
the
voice.
day
but
after the day after things blew up, one of the towing companies had an ad on Facebook that had it wasn't really me, but it was a red beard and like the side profile of sunglasses looking out the window. I'm like, okay,
how dare you?
I guess I've made it anyway. That's when I realized like people are already ripping things off. And what's crazy is like every shirt that I've worn anywhere in public, there's there's a organization that I'm not like officially related to or in any way have done anything with, but it's a friend of a friend in the neighborhood. It's called Nets with Vets, and they take out veterans with PTSD and let them go deep sea fishing. And so he asked me last minute just to wear his shirt at one of the concerts. And do you know now there's like 1,500 listings online for counterfeit Nets with Vets shirts? And so the organization reached out like, hey, are you like making shirts, ripping us off? It's like, it's not me. So it's like, it's a weird thing. But yeah, I've already experienced a lot of that stuff. Not so much on the AI side, but just, I don't know, the internet's just such a rowdy place, you know?
Okay, August wanted me to watch this. I don't know what I'm supposed to react to. Did I run out of things to say, like on stream? Or what am I supposed to say to this? I don't know. What take can I have on this? What am I supposed to say?
Oh, it's so rowdy. The world's a rowdy place.
It is a rowdy place. True.
It is, and maybe people bring their best and their worst on the internet. Like, I've always tried to stay off social media as much as possible, but I've learned very quickly that like Twitter and Facebook and stuff like you see comments and feedback from people, both overwhelmingly positive that maybe you.
Right, Fantano's take.
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, Internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. Let's talk about the right wing's new favorite country song. Comes from an artist named Oliver Anthony, somebody who a year ago most music publications would probably just say is an unknown singer-songwriter. He hails from Virginia, a town called Farmville for that.
Oh no, here we go. Okay, before we get into this, Can you analyze the song? It's a fine song, I guess. It sounds like a song that's just complaining about how shit sucks. I don't know. It seems like an okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with the song. It's a fine song, I guess. Yeah. I don't know why people are so. Well, I know why conservatives are ultra soy over it, and then I guess liberals have to get soy to counter soy it, I guess. But it's a fine song. There's nothing wrong with it.
That matter. Guy recently released a track named Rich Men North of Richmond, and this song has been going mega viral, not just among the sort of psychotic, bigoted, weirdo conservative influencers that, you know, typically will platform dudes like Tom McDonald whenever they see him in a music video jumping on a tank to be like, yeah, America is awesome, yeah. Even though he's like a Canadian grifter, but I digress. No,
Predict what Fantano's going to say? I don't want to say predict it, but I feel like Fantano is going to go really, really, really hard on this song because he is a partisan fucking hack. That's what I feel like. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he'll just be like, oh, it's a fine song and people are making too big a deal out of it. I think that's like a reasonable take, but we'll see what he's about to say. Wow, Thompson, thank you for the 75-year host.
This track has been going super viral just about everywhere. This isn't just some kind of weird Trump rap that has no impact or influence on anything, and idiots who don't understand how the music industry works are freaking out because, oh my God, it's #1 on iTunes. Nobody buys music on iTunes anymore. It's like bragging about being the most popular product sold in a store that nobody goes to. But no, this Oliver Anthony song has been getting exposure well beyond that, doing slightly bigger numbers than some mainstream artists get on new singles and music videos, and also spreading pretty far and wide on streaming platforms too. I was going to do a reaction to the track, but honestly, the performance is pretty straightforward, pretty dry. It's just some acoustic guitar, some vocals. The singing isn't the greatest I've ever heard, but it is good. And the playing isn't really what I'm trying to critique or pull apart here anyway. I figured this video might go down better or might make more sense if I just kind of go over the lyrics of the song and try to dissect what it's getting at exactly, because that sort of seems to be the heart of why it's resonating with so many people. All right, let's start in on these lyrics and see what exactly Oliver Anthony is getting at. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit here and waste my life, drag back home, and drown my troubles away. Which is not a bad sentiment to express on any song, really. Just kind of sounds like struggles personally with depression, working class woes, not being paid enough. Moving into the pre-chorus, it's a damn shame what the world...
I don't know where you got depression from, but I agree with the other two things. Okay, yeah.
It's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. The way he's kind of inviting the audience into the song to relate with what he's going through, it almost has, you know, like a Woody Guthrie type quality to it. It's very, you know, I'm breaking the fourth wall and communicating directly with you. That's one of the powerful and significant hallmarks of folk music generally.
Drown my troubles away? How is that? Oh, fuck. One of us is really retarded. Sorry, I don't know. One of us. Drown my troubles away. When I read this, I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours of bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. Maybe it's a Midwestern thing. This sounds to me like you work all day and then you go home and you just get wasted because you've got nothing else going on. I mean, I guess when I think of depression, I think of like a different experience. This just sounds like blue collar hopelessness. That's what it sounds like to me. But I mean, maybe you can call that depression if you want, but that just sounds like, yeah, maybe you can call it alcoholism. But this just sounds like blue class or blue collar, like working class, like hopelessness. But sure, okay.
World's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. The way he's kind of inviting the audience into the song.
True. I guess some people just call depression not being happy. Okay, true. That's fair, I guess. Do you not think us wages are mostly depressed? I don't think most wages have depression. No. Depressed, sure. But, okay. Yeah, if you use words interchangeably, then whatever.
To relate with what he's going through. It almost has, you know, like a Woody Guthrie type quality to it. It's very, you know, I'm breaking the fourth wall and communicating directly with you. That's one.
But that's also true, too. He didn't say, like, clinical depression. He could just say, like, oh, it sounds like depression. Which, Yeah, I guess. Maybe I'm the one that's reading too far when he said depression and I'm thinking clinical depression. Yeah, that's fine, maybe.
One of the powerful and significant hallmarks of folk music generally. As far as the writing and the messaging goes so far, Oliver Anthony is making really good use of these tropes, these themes, these mechanisms by which, old world singer-songwriters would try to give perspective to average everyday listeners and also validate their experiences too. Moving into the chorus here, living in the new world with an old soul, these rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end because these rich men north of Richmond. Okay, now this is interesting right here. This is interesting framing and lyricism because he's putting some very old and ignorant tropes down in a way that is super subtle, artfully subtle, to the point where I think most people wouldn't pick up on it or would be able to write off accusations of whatever the mindset, perspective, or political leanings of this track are. Again, at this point, given the words he's chosen to write this song with, I think a lot of people would just say, well, yeah, he's just singing about working class struggle for country music fans. He's just getting down on their level. That's all he's doing. But pay attention to the line that the title is named after. He's drawing lines there, not just class lines, as he's framing himself and everybody else listening to and relating to the song as poor and your average person, working class. Mind you, this guy lives on 90 acres from
Wait, what is he getting at right now?
I understand, but that's neither here nor there. This guy lives on 90 acres from what I understand, but that's neither here nor there. Or maybe it is, whatever. But more specifically, he's drawing a geographical line here as well between north and south, using Richmond, Virginia as that dividing line.
Wait, am I fucking retarded? I'm sorry, I lived in Virginia 2 years. When I think of rich men north of Richmond, I just think of going to DC. Isn't that what I thought that was what everybody up in Northern Virginia did anyway. Don't they all work in DC? Isn't that what north of Richmond is? Wait, what? Wait, what? Where did I live in? I lived in Woodbridge for, I think, a year or two. I'm trying to see where Richmond is on the map. Maybe I'm just... I don't understand what does he think it's like? Hold on, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. Let's see where we're going with this. If he says Mason-Dixon line anywhere in this video, I'm gonna eat my own dick on stream. There's no shot, okay? There's no shot.
90 acres from what I understand, but that's neither here nor there. Or maybe it is, whatever. But more specifically, he's drawing a geographical line here as well, between north and south, using Richmond, Virginia as that dividing line. With that, you can't ignore the elephant in the room. He's bringing up old, bitter, north-south ideological disconnections that go back to the Civil War era. Drawing this north-south line and claiming that, it's those people from the north that want to control us and tell us what to do. There's a lot of really bad and toxic and often bigoted political baggage that comes with, that north v south binary. And also on top of it, it literally has nothing to do with the economic struggles that he's singing about in the first portion of the song. Rich men north of Richmond are not the sole reason that you're struggling economically.
It's actually big business owners and capitalists and people like Jeff Bezos and Amazon.
It's the exploitative and solely profit-driven market system we currently live under, which is hurting everyone all over the country, regardless of what side of the Mason-Dixon line you...
Ah! Bro, this is unhinged. Did I miss... Are there other lyrics in the song to point to him having... Am I missing something?
Land on. Okay, let's move on to the second verse here because I hear that's where things start to get a little spicy. I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. While in the abstract, this is not a bad thing to bring up, often when the rubber hits the road, the people who are the loudest on this topic seem to turn a blind eye when some of their favorite figures kind of get caught with their hands.
So, like, I'm gonna lean, believe it or not, I lean a tad more charitable to strangers if I don't know anything about their political background, if I don't have any other reasons. But like when I think of like rich men north of Richmond, that's just like it works well. Rich men north of Richmond. That works well, and DC's directly north of Richmond, and everybody in country music hates government, taxes, and all that shit. That's like a super standard country music trope. When I like looking out for minors instead of minors, the way that I interpret that lyric, and I guess I could see it going two ways. You could either say like, oh, like the politicians all want to go fuck kids instead of helping minors, or it could just be that people were more obsessed and concerned with like Epstein Island instead of like actually helping blue collar workers. But again, like I feel like I would need more context to assume like, is this guy talking about hardcore conspiracy? Because I feel like if he really wanted to talk about like politicians fucking minors, wouldn't there be more of that in the song? Wouldn't we see more symbolism? Because past this line, I don't know if we see anything else relating to conspiracy shit for the rest of the song. But I mean, like, let's check, I guess. I don't know.
Hand in the cookie jar. So that's an interesting line that's kind of at war with itself in a way. Also the next one, because Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Him whining about obese people, milking welfare. One of the oldest right-wing cries.
This is like country music 101. I feel like I wish I could remember like Keith Urban and all these old guys, because the shit we used to play this back in the back when we were cooking, you'd always have a radio in the kitchen. I feel like this is just what all country music talks about, is loving God, loving your country, loving your Ford F-150, loving your Chevy Silverado, loving your wife, God, your country, your daughter, and hating the government and taxes. Like I feel like that's all, yeah, Kenny Chesney. I feel like that's like all country music. Grab your guitar and play, let's go. Like, that's all like super standard stuff. It's like classic country music, Southern stuff.
Is of Wolf that there ever was, which is just a feigned concern over money being wasted. Oh, that's just wasteful. You're just throwing money down the toilet, feeding these people who are fat. Feeding these lazy, good for nothing. When, like, if you want to talk about excess spending and waste in this country.
Let's talk about the large corporations and the military. Okay, what is he gonna bring up? Military industrial complex or large corporation tax cuts. Those are one of my two guesses. Or wage theft. No, probably not that one. Military industrial complex. It'll be military industrial complex or the other thing I said. Large corporations wasting money somehow.
Monetarily speaking, fat people on welfare is like toward the bottom rung. A much larger portion of our overall budget as a country.
Come on, military industrial complex, come on.
Goes toward defense spending.
God, I'm so good. I wrote the script for him. I'm gonna be honest. I did write the script for him for this video. That's why I know everything's gonna say, okay.
Goes toward wars, goes toward places like the Pentagon, throwing cash left and right with no accountability whatsoever. Yeah. And also our health care system, which, mind you, we pay more for that per capita.
I was gonna say health insurance, but I didn't know how to worm. I didn't really think he'd bring that up. But okay. That we waste money on healthcare is kind of a weird thing. So whatever.
Than any country that actually has a socialized healthcare system. That is all waste. That is all your tax dollars going down the drain. That is literally the government burning your money in your face. Going
where? Where's the government burning your money on healthcare? I'm curious what, but okay.
Deeper here. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bag of fudge rounds. Honestly, there's more than enough money in the U.S. budget to buy everyone enough fudge rounds to the point where we'll just all die and go into a diabetic coma, which comparatively would be money better spent than on another unnecessary invasion, a bunch of military bases that do essentially nothing, or, I don't know, just putting that money into the pockets of price gouging big pharma CEO assholes. So to put it clearly, if your worry right now for your average person in this country is how far their dollar goes, how much money they're making, and you're thinking about like, where does that come from? Where does that problem originate? What is the solution? And your head first goes to fat people on welfare, bro, your priorities are fucked. Because the issues and the problems you're talking about would still persist even if there wasn't a single...
Does he do like domestic policy analysis for every song? I want to see him do this for a rapper. The CIA is so cracked to the like, well, actually, if we actually go and we check back historically, was the CIA directly... seriously, would he do this level of breakdown of like policy analysis for like a rapper making a song complaining about the system or some shit? Like, I'm so curious.
Single person who was fat and on welfare. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground because all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Which, again, I don't think this is a bad sentiment to convey, but I think Oliver Anthony has the wrong target in his sights when it comes to like what is creating that inequity and what is creating that lack of opportunity. It's not fat people eating sweet treats that may have been paid for with EBT. Finishing things up with the chorus, and yeah, he's singing about how, you know, these rich men north of Richmond, they want all that total control. The irony is not lost on me that the origins of, you know, these bad north-south relations draw back to the want for control and ownership of literal human beings. But yeah.
Why are you so uncharitable, Fantano? Am I missing lore? Sure, he's a partisan fuck, but it's not like he's lost the plot. Ever since I watched him do that review of that J. Cole song that brings up No Name, I have zero intellectual respect for Fantano. He is. The problem is that Fantano is embarrassed that a long time ago he platformed and was friends with Sam Hyde, and he will spend the rest of his life trying to live that down in the circle of progressive cuckoldry that he's found himself in. That is where Fantano will find himself for the remainder of his career, and it is the saddest, most stupid fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He hates No Name now. Oh, does he? Did he flip on her or something? I wonder why, but...
Reading through this, I'm not really...
Can you summarize the J. Cole thing? No Name... No Name is some incredibly... Imagine like the whitest black woman rapper you can ever imagine, and that's No Name, okay? Basically, No Name likes to rap, but she only wants black people to come to her shows because she hates white people, but she wants to sell music to white people because she wants to make money. And she writes about systemic inequities and all this cringe shit or whatever, and calls out other rappers for not doing enough to like right the wrongs of slavery and reparations, all this bullshit. And I think No Name got into a little spat with J. Cole on Twitter, where she's like, oh, like you celebs don't do shit, you know, fuck black rappers, blah, blah, some shit like that. And I think J. Cole wrote a very touching response song, basically an entire song dedicated to her sentiment, where he basically says like, yeah, you know, I try my best. I'm not perfect, you know, but I could do more. I could definitely do better, and I'm listening and blah, blah, blah. But like, I feel like you're coming from a really privileged background. And Fantano lost his mind tearing into that song. It was one of the least charitable interpretations of a response song I've ever heard in my entire life. I thought, now I'm not like a J. Cole stan. I do like him, and I don't like No Name. But I thought J. Cole's response was very mature, very touching. I thought it was very well done. But his teardown of that was absolutely fucking unbelievable. And I was like, really? Can we watch it? Oh, maybe if you want to. I don't know.
Surprised.
Yeah, Snow on the Bluff is the song I'm talking about.
See this track popping off with the groups of people that it is. Because, again, it's really kind of drawing back to the same old story, the same old bullshit of North versus South, but it's just putting it in a slightly subtler package. And some of you may be watching this video reacting, thinking, you know, Anthony, why are you covering this? It's just like a right-wing country song. There's a million of them. But I think it's worth exploring and talking about the fact that the right-wingification of country music has long been a political project that dates back to the Nixon administration. It's...
Wait, I'm sorry. He knows more music than me, so I would always just assume that he's right and I'm wrong if you're trying to decide who to believe. But my understanding is that country music is almost always going to be right wing. It's country music. This is music from the South. This is music from people that live in trailer parks and in rural areas that are predominantly white, predominantly conservative, predominantly south of the Mason-Dixon, predominantly like the right wingification. I'm sorry, was there a period in time where country music wasn't associated with like conservative folk? Am I wrong on that? I am so lost on that comment.
Music has long.
A lot of old school country guys were super pro-union. Yeah, but like you could still be pro-union. Listen, my friend, okay? Pro-union in a U.S. context does not mean not conservative, okay? Part of the reason why the federal government's reached so far into different individual states to try to get people to act right after the Civil Rights Act was because unions were one of your best and most effective ways to keep black people fucked from ever participating in higher economic activity. A lot of union guys were hella fucking racist and did everything they could in their power to keep the black employees that were part of the unions from ever advancing in careers. The idea that like just because unions are unions, that they're good, like that's bullshit. So yeah, but I'm not saying unions are bad or good. I'm just saying unions exist to protect workers. If the workers are racist, the unions will be racist. Like, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like country music has always been like pretty conservative, but
been a political project that dates back to the Nixon administration. It's not just a post 9/11 thing, as some Zoomers and younger millennials seem to think. And because the genre has been completely and utterly co-opted and corrupted,
I need to go look up like old songs or some shit. I don't know, man. A lot of country guys are not right wing, just the people that listen to it. I feel like country music has always been like conservative, rural type music. Like people, it's just, I thought that's where basically it was.
Stuff like what Oliver Anthony is singing here is very well received, as we are seeing from the views and the virality of this track. And sadly, for a moment, while there was a part of me that was really excited to...
Some early country singers were left-leaning, like Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, and Woody Guthrie. Oh, maybe way older than anything I've heard contemporarily. So maybe.
You know, see some of these more underground and alternative country artists coming up and gaining a bigger voice in the internet age. What I think we're kind of, witnessing now is that the internet is also platforming some of the also fringe, but not quite as fringe as, Adeem the artist, some of the fringe right-wing factions and elements of the genre. And that's how you're getting tracks like this and Zmij Aldin's, small town track popping off. Because as terrible and as stereotypical and as garbage as stuff like Florida Georgia Line is, for example, they know at the very least to stay away from rhetoric like this. They're not coming on to talk about north-south relations or anything like that.
I don't think this song had anything to do with north-south relations. I think that's insane.
The thing I'll say is, look, at the end of the day, I don't think Oliver Anthony and a lot of the people identifying with this track are inherently bad people. And it's not like the struggles that they're singing about or giving a voice to are completely invalid or not real. Much of the time they are real, and the fact that we're not addressing them as a country is part of what causes so much social rot in the U.S. The issue is these problems are being highlighted, and then the blame gets laid onto different alternative and completely unrelated targets. You're having a hard time getting a job. The price of milk is going up. Your dollar doesn't pay for shit right now. And you know what? That's because of immigrants. That's because of people who are lazy and on welfare. It's because all those elites up in the north, they don't like you. When in reality, if you wanted to wake up tomorrow with better pay, better opportunities, better everything, the answer is to protest and get down the street. The answer is to unionize and organize against your boss, for example, until you're getting better pay. People who are in the same economic class as you, but look differently or dress differently or a different orientation, whatever, those people are not the reason that life sucks for you. So again, the track does lend a legit voice to some real struggles, but any kind of solution-based focus from there is just misdirected into other just non-sequitur crap, which is pretty much a hallmark of right-wing anything. Get mad and get afraid over stuff that doesn't really impact your life in any way. All right, that's all I'm gonna say about this track. You're the best. Thanks for watching. Over here next to my head is another video you can check out. They said we could never make it. Ooh. Hi, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. Let's talk about everyone's new favorite singer and songwriter in the country scene. That would be Mr. Oliver Anthony, a guy who we talked about on this channel not too long ago, much to the dismay of many a commenter saying that I was misunderstanding Oliver Anthony singing about Richmond, north of Richmond, and he wasn't drawing a north-south line. He was just singing about politicians from D.C. because that's north of Richmond, guys. But number one, Richmond, home of the Confederacy. So there's that, number one. And number two...
Yeah, but Richmond also sounds like rich men. Okay, did you ever think of that? Did you ever think of the words were pretty similar? Did you ever think that Richmond and Richmond kind of go together really well?
There are politicians all over the country contributing to the societal and economic ills that Oliver Anthony supposedly cares about. It's not just the ones north of Richmond. But regardless, I talked about this in...
The ones north of Richmond, they're all there because it's Washington, D.C. That's where our capital is.
like number one, Richmond, home of the Confederacy. So there's that, number one. And number two, there are politicians all over the country contributing to the societal and economic ills that Oliver Anthony is.
I don't like politicians from DC. Oh, well, you'll love mine because my politicians are from California. like what are you, bro? What are you talking about? What?
Supposedly cares about. It's not just the ones north of Richmond, but regardless.
Does he think the guy's only complaining about politicians from the states that are north of Richmond? Like, Fantano's point is it's not just federal politics. No, shut the fuck up. That's not what his fucking point is.
Regardless, I talked about this in part in a clip that didn't make it into the original video. I don't think he just generally means politicians. There's politicians all over the United States of America, and most likely there's a lot of Southern politicians he probably agrees with. I don't think this guy would have an issue with government generally if it were, espousing and supporting whatever ideas he believed in. So yeah, Oliver's song.
Yeah, no shit, he wouldn't have a problem if the government was espousing ideas he agrees in. That's the whole point of complaining about the government.
It's recorded, it's released, put up on YouTube, it's blasted through a bunch of right-wing media channels and talking heads, promoted by this Howerton guy. Turns out this guy is like a well-funded and connected, politically right-wing social media operative. We showed this in the video, but I need to be explicit about this and say that even dudes like Dan Bongino, that mailbox head man, came in and confirmed that, yeah, this guy basically came in, helped blow Oliver's song up. This basically makes Oliver an overnight sensation to the point where he gets a #1 song on the charts. That's right, numero uno, baby. He's getting media interviews and opportunities, although, he's not exactly towing the line that people are expecting him to tow, given the crowds of people that his song is hitting with. There's this interview where I guess he's coming on and talking about how, America's diversity is its strength. There are some right-wing weirdo guys who do not want to hear that. That is for sure. Oliver's song and music video were also played and referenced at the recent GOP presidential primary debate because, again, like I said, the song is doing really well, culturally speaking, in right-wing circles. It's dog whistles and it's attacks on the welfare state. It's saying the sorts of things that these people want to hear. But Oliver isn't really happy with the type of attention the song has been getting up until this point. He's actually gone on social media a couple of times, most boldly when it got played at the GOP debate, just to say, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm not right. I'm not left. I wrote this song about those people. It's not just about Joe Biden. He's kind of painting himself at this point as being a very above the fray, not politically affiliated kind of guy, which he may very well be, even if there are some right-wing-esque talking points espoused in his song. Now, at first when I saw him doing this, part of me was like, oh, I wonder if he's kind of disgusted with the stuff that he's seeing, or the types of people embracing his song and is trying to actively distance him.
Hey, the idea of people wasting welfare and wasting money and then other people that deserve it not getting it, I don't think that's a right-wing talking point anymore. I think you're going to find that pretty ubiquitously spread across most places. I'm not wrong. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need to stop assuming I have less lived experience, life experience, and connections than these people. I'm pretty sure that if you talk to most people spread across San Francisco, LA, Seattle, Portland, they're gonna say, yeah, we spend a lot of money on homeless people and shit. Nothing gets done. All of our costs are increasing. Our taxes are fucking insane. Even left-leaning people are going to be making these complaints in these areas. You have to stop pretending that these are just complaints by fringe right-wingers, right? These are complaints that the entire Republican Party has, and these are complaints that a lot of liberals and Democrats are having that live in a lot of these cities as well. It's not just this fringe shit. You have to treat it like a real problem, because if you live in any of these places, there are a fuck ton of homeless people. They are taxed at exorbitantly high rates. The taxes in fucking LA are fucking insane. The taxes in New York City are fucking insane. I don't know what taxes in Washington or Oregon are but I bet they're high too. Okay, but these places are getting overrun and fucked with homeless people and crime and shit, and you have to address that. You can't just keep pretending that it's a non-issue and that only fringe conservatives are complaining about it.
Himself from all of this. Honestly, I think Oliver is actually, like most Americans, and politically speaking, is pretty much an ignoramus and doesn't really know what ideas, thoughts, or narratives are coming from what direction. He's just intuitively soaking up whatever it is he's reading or seeing like a sponge, and just by whatever intuition he has, just deciding what makes.
That's basically everybody, Anthony. Yes, that's how most people arrive at their politics. They look at shit, they absorb shit, and they say it's not necessarily the most sophisticated method of arriving at epistemic political truth. That's what most people do, though.
Sense and what doesn't. Which there may be some people watching this video thinking, that's how it should be. That's how I am. What's wrong with that? Well, sir, that's how you end up in a place where you're writing a song where you think you're defending and fighting for the working class, but you just end up attacking other poor people who are on food assistance. He has taken to Instagram to sort of try to explain away his attack on the obese milking welfare in his song. Look, dude, it's a crappy line. Just own up to the fact that the line is crap and has no place and makes no sense in a song that is allegedly a pro-working class song. And make no mistake, it was an attack on the welfare state, and this is something that some of the conservative talking heads that help blast this song out and make it popular celebrated about the song most.
This is true, but bro, in the red pill space, you know who attacked welfare queens more than any other person? It was fucking black people. I've had so many black people tell me, you don't understand how many poor welfare queens are driving Cadillacs and shit. It's like, bro, first of all, I don't think that's true. I'm sure there are some that do, but the idea that the average person on welfare, but I'm pretty sure you guys have seen me argue on shows about this. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen me argue with black people on shows. They're like, no, the average welfare recipient is driving a Cadillac with 7 kids, no baby daddy, and they live in a really nice 4-bedroom apartment. The average, people say this to me, on shows. And Zena said it. Other black men have said it. Yeah. So it's not just white conservatives that are thinking this shit. People, Destiny, how are you making me defend this Soy King? The song obviously hints towards the North versus South. Why use the Richmond, the capital of the South? Because Richmond works really well with rich men.
Again, the sentiments of the song rang loud and clear. It hit with the people it was going to hit with, given what Oliver Anthony expressed. And while I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was basically too dumb to agree to understand what it was he was communicating, that's not to say that Oliver Anthony should be like, you know, just like given a pass for things that he says. He still communicated. It caught the ears of the people who sort of like understood the politics and understood the perspective. What I am saying is that I hope that Oliver Anthony has mind enough to look at the situation he's just been through, learn from it, and get some perspective on the power of his words and who he could potentially be hurting, depending on who he decides to shout some negative words at or attack in a forthcoming.
What are we talking about? Who is he hurting here? Like, this is such a cringe. Like, bro, what is happening right now? How long ago did this song blow up? This video was posted 4 weeks ago, and this comment 4 weeks ago was, just to be clear, Richmond north of Richmond refers to Washington, D.C. politicians. This is no way a knock against people from up north.
Hey everyone, Anthony fan.
This video was 2 weeks ago. So this guy clarified this line a full 2 weeks before Anthony's Fuck Tano's first video.
They said we... like a sponge, and just by whatever intuition he has, just deciding what makes sense and what doesn't. Which, there may be some people watching this video thinking, that's how it should be, that's how I am, what's wrong with that? Well, sir, that's how you end up in a place where you're writing a song where you think you're like defending and fighting for the working class, but you just end up attacking other poor people who are on food assistance. He's taken to Instagram to sort of try to explain away his attack on the obese milking welfare in his song. Look, dude, it's a crappy line. Just own up to the fact that the line...
One of the things I love about DoorDash is every single time I order a drink, I'm always like rolling the dice on whether I actually fucking get it or not. I feel like I've nourished so many DoorDash drivers with my free drinks for them. I'm happy. I'm so glad for them.
line is crap and has no place and makes no sense in a song that is allegedly a pro-working class song. And make no mistake, it was an attack on the welfare state, and this is something that some of the conservative talking heads that help blast this song out and make it popular celebrated about the song most. Again, the sentiments of the song rang loud and clear. It hit with the people it was going to hit with, given what Oliver Anthony expressed. And while I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was basically too dumb to a degree to understand what it was he was communicating, that's not to say that Oliver Anthony should be like, you know, just like given a pass for things that he says. He still communicated. It caught the ears of the people who sort of like understood the politics and understood the perspective. What I am saying is that I hope that Oliver Anthony has mind enough to look at the situation he's just been through, learn from it, and get some perspective on the power of his words and who he could potentially be hurting, depending on who he decides to shout some negative words at or attack in a forthcoming song. I hope that politically he continues to go his own way, because I don't like the two major political parties in this country either. I know which one is pushing more toward fascism. Here's a hint. It's not the one that thinks trans people should be allowed to exist. So given everything we're seeing of Oliver Anthony up until this point, I don't think he's acting nefariously. I don't think he's a crazy right-wing figure either. What's most likely the case is the guy didn't really understand the political and ideological world his song was going to be getting fed into when he decided to work with this rich guy south of Richmond. And everybody who was going insane about like, oh, the song's not right-wing, it was more about who the song was being consumed and pushed and celebrated by. Again, with the song being played literally at a GOP debate, the track became even more of a far-right siren call than it was when I originally talked about it.
You know what else they used to play at GOP debates? Is fucking, is it Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA? I mean, like, is that a right-wing anthem too?
First video. Then number two, Oliver Anthony with all of his recent statements about how, the song's written about the politicians on that stage. It's not right or left affiliated. I'm kind of taking this as a W. This whole situation would be way worse socially and politically speaking if Oliver Anthony instantly after the song blew up and knowing where his bread was being buttered, decided to roll over and become a little piggy, far-right media darling like Kyle Rittenhouse has. And even if he isn't the most politically educated guy on the planet, I can at least commend at this point that he's kind of reacted to this in such a way where he's like, well, screw this. I'm like going in my direction. Because for the Matt Walshes and the Ben Shapiros of the world, for them to not still have this dude to continue to push and exploit and basically squeeze social relevancy out of, it's pretty much a loss for them. And it does maybe create an opportunity for him to possibly de-radicalize some of the right-wingers who are following his work, who think like, well, if Oliver Anthony, this guy whose music really inspired me, doesn't consider himself to be right-wing, then I don't either. That's kind of a hopeful outlook on the whole thing. Either way, that's my update on Oliver Anthony. I hope that he is continuing to grow and learn and maybe writing a new interesting song that we'll hear at some point. Fingers crossed that it's good and actually mindful of people who he considers to be of the same class as him.
De-radical, bro, he's just like a little country music duder. Holy shit, chill.
Thank you guys very much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments. And yeah, that is going to be it for the moment. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out. Hit that up with a link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, Oliver Anthony, live forever.
Okay, hold on. We have a dunk view coming up.
In the game Dark Souls, there is an enemy called Armored Boar. Well, actually, he's called Fang Boar. So is Armored Core 6 an armored boar? Or is it more like doing chores? Well, I'll say this. It's no Pikmin 4. Before they were making games like Elden Ring, From Software was pumping out goofy crap like Eternal Ring. You see, back in those olden times, there was a genre of games called mech games, and there was a million of them. Zone of the Enders, Mech Assault, Frame Grind, Murakumo, Custom Robo, Virtual On, Bangay-O, Mobile Suit Gundam, so many Gundam games, Chrome Hounds, Lost Planet, Steel Battalion that you play with this controller. 3 of those games were by From Software. Back then, From Software was putting out 5 to 6 games a year. They were spammers, and while they did like to experiment, most of that output was Armored Core. They made a lot of these until Dark Souls. Today, From Software is one of the best game studios out there. Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro was my game of the year in 2019, and Elden Ring was my game of the year last year. Armored Core 6 is nowhere near that level of quality. This is more like a guilty pleasure game. In this game, you are a badass giant robot shooting the ever-living shit out of everything that you see at 300 miles per hour. To win, slam every button on the controller while screaming at the top of your lungs like a caveman. There is no thinking, no strategy, just blow shit up and go hee-haw. In a game like Elden Ring, nearly every enemy commands a certain level of respect. Even the lowliest foe can kill you if you're not careful. In Armored Core, you will blast through 700 stupid fucking robots like nothing because they are made out of McDonald's toys. And then they send out some rinky-dink, dumbass mini-boss and I annihilate him within 4 seconds because I do not give a shit about this man. If that sounds stupid, it's because this game is stupid. This is mindless monkey mush that is like one cognitive step beyond Dynasty Warriors and Diablo. If I'm making this game sound easy, yeah, it's really easy, except for this one boss who's impossible. All of that being said, I kinda like it. The movement in this game is so far beyond anything I've seen in a FromSoft game. Your mech is just gracefully gliding around the screen like a figure skater with enough weapons to engage enemies at any range. Within 10 seconds of gameplay, you'll dodge 3 rockets, slide into a dude's face, blast him with a shotgun, then lock onto a group of helicopters in the distance with your missiles. And then there's the customization angle. The player has so much freedom in choosing how they approach the game. You can turn your mech into a massive tank with rocket launchers and cannons on its back, or you can be a nimble little guy with a machine gun and a laser sword. It's a lot of fun to cook up some wacky build and see how it actually fares in a mission. And if it sucks, it's not a big deal. It's a very simple system that wants you to experiment. I will say that the weapon balance in this game is about as good as the weapon balance in Elden Ring. So not good. Once you do crack the code and formulate your dream machine, it's hard to walk away from that power. About halfway into my playthrough, I came up with this wheelchair robot with dual Gatling guns. This thing is unstoppable, and it completely trivialized the game. But listen, it was really funny. It was like a giganto version of that wheelchair you get in Dead Rising 2. Remember that impossible boss I was talking about? Where does health bar go? What's crazy is that you can probably build an even more powerful mech than this one. I really am curious to see what other people are going to come up with. For me, the fatal flaw of Armored Core is that once you settle into the groove of how to win, you just start playing on autopilot. Going back to Elden Ring, that game is massive, and yet there is so much variety across its duration because every enemy has to be given some respect. You have to observe their moves and dodge their attacks, so it's like every enemy is slightly altering the rules of the game. Armored Core allows players to get fancier than they ever could in Elden Ring, but because you can apply the same strategies to nearly every boss and enemy in the game, it feels kinda one note. For players that really want to challenge themselves and sink their teeth into this game, you can go for the S rank on every mission, although I have been spoiled by Pikmin's ranking system that actually tells you what to do. This game's ranking system is like trying to pass the swimming test at the water park and the lifeguard isn't paying attention. Armored Core 6 is a throwback to the spammy bullshit PS2 era from Software, and while I did enjoy it, it is not a game that holds up under any sort of scrutiny or analysis. I am happy to see FromSoft branching out though, and who knows, maybe someday we will get
I feel like it's more or less what I said. I think everybody's gonna forget this game in like 2 weeks if they haven't already. It's pretty forgettable, but it's kind of okay, I guess.
A Sekiro level mech game or a sequel to the adventures of Cookie and Cream.
wouldn't get in a personal conversation, but also like overwhelmingly negative too, you know?
Yeah.
People just use that as a vent. They just take whatever seething hatred they have inside of them. They're like, oh, I'm getting that guy with it, you know?
If you
guys hear about this crazy Redbeard guy? This guy. You've seen this guy? You've seen this.
Apparently his thumbnail for this was right-wing plant.
Guy. So, who in chat knows what astroturfing is? Anyone know that term? This is pretty common. As we all know, the right has a lot more money than the left does, on average.
Is that true?
And because the right are, to a fault, talentless, insincere, inhuman monsters, they have a really difficult time producing cultural value that pulls people over. This is why basically all art is made, at the very least, by liberals and often by progressives. Because they have souls and conservatives don't. But, you know, that doesn't mean... I'm generalizing a bit. You know, obviously there are some conservatives with artistic talent, but it is a very, very strong bias towards the left. So that means that if conservatives want to assert any kind of cultural influence, they usually have to do it through astroturfing. That's basically when you substitute authentic grassroots support for any piece of art or anything really with money from the top, and you pretend that it's just this big wave. So this guy out of nowhere just popped into existence and has been promoted.
Wheel.
By basically every far-right account on Twitter and conservatives broadly. This is because there were prior deals established. There was money traded behind the scenes. This was not just a random singer. This is an industry plant. It's not exactly new, and conservatives aren't the only...
Really? Is he going to present any evidence of that, or...?
Only ones who do it. But I wanted to take a look at this song because it's led to some discourse. Okay, so what do we know about this guy apart from the fact that he's got a big red beard?
I've been selling my soul, working all day.
Well, immediately, what do we know? What can we find out? Well, he's got a set of pipes. Sounds good. Not gonna lie. Not gonna take that away. His voice sounds pretty great. Not gonna pretend that he doesn't have talent in the singing side of things. Obviously, I can't play the actual song because it's definitely copyrighted. The song is called Rich Men, North of Richmond. Very catchy. And if you Google that, you can see, like, the effect of astroturfing is really evident because there's, like, all, like, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, like...
I mean, the song is literally #1 on Billboard. It's genuinely impossible for some unknown singer to do that without having done literally anything else. Is it genuinely impossible? Haven't there sometimes been freak blow-ups of huge songs from relatively unknown people? I could be wrong. Maybe I just don't know the background. How popular was that Big Shaq guy? Like, has this guy had anything even remotely approaching how popular this song was? He was a comedian? Yeah, sure, but like... What the Fox? What does the Fox say? I think those guys were already a band that had done meme songs before, but that also blew up really weird or really huge as well. But I think like if other people, Lil Nas X, yeah, I feel like if other people are, I mean, shit can get blown up. I'm just saying they don't have to be industry plants. It could be AstroTurf. Like conservatives are artificially blowing him up because they like his shit and they want him to be big. But to say that he's necessarily like a plant. Despacito, maybe. Gangnam Style, Destiny's a term for those one-hit wonders. I'd be careful with Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style seems like a one-hit wonder thing, but the reality is I'm pretty sure Psy is like he was an incredibly popular South Korean singer. We just don't know of him outside of South Korea. But this was not just like, this is not like a random guy that had a huge song. Psy was very, very popular before and after the song came out in South Korea. I don't know Despacito. I don't know if that guy had stuff before or after, but do you guys remember when the StarCraft community thought they were the ones that discovered Psy and they were the ones that made that song big?
The whole wave of interest, just like a uniform wall pushed forward. This guy's Twitter account was made like a couple months ago, probably when these deals were initially struck. So,
I hate this way of thinking. It's actually so toxic and cancerous. I don't know, the fact that he just like so confidently will assert that.
I want to take a look at the lyrics, because I've been seeing a lot of people spewing complete horseshit about it.
The closest thing that I would say, here's what I consider an industry plant. Maybe, would I say this? Is, you'll get people like this who will like seem like they're just like random girls like recording in their room or some shit. But I'm pretty sure, isn't her dad like one of like the managers or heads of like a recording company or some shit? Like this is kind of what I would say is kind of like almost like an industry plan. It's not just like a random girl that's like blah blah blah, you know. But this isn't like a conspiracy. Like you can just look up like I'm pretty sure we can see like. She was born in 98? Holy shit. She's the daughter of marketing executive George Cottrell or whatever. And Ali Cottrell? I don't know what it's a photographer and designer. Man, you know what? I don't even know if I would consider her an industry plant, actually. I assumed that I thought when I heard her dad was a marketing exec, I thought he was a marketing exec working at a major record label. Maybe I wouldn't even consider her a plant, actually. I don't think I would. But, yeah, I don't know.
About them. Look at that. We found the lyrics. Crazy. Sorry that I have to be the one to say them. Can't be his pearly voice, you know, again, copyright. That's how it is. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home, drown my troubles away. All right, classic stuff, not exactly new or innovative as country music or, in fact, music goes. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could wake up and it not be true, but it is, oh it is. Living in the new world with an old soul. All right, cringe, right? You know. But anyway, these rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end because of the rich men north of Richmond. Richmond was the Confederate capital.
I can't believe so many people. Damn, you can't make a song with anything having to do with that city. That's just like tainted forever, I guess.
This is Confederate apology or Confederate I don't know, eulogizing. It's the Confederacy. This is those damn Yanks north of the Mason-Dixon want to control us, which is funny because the Civil War was fought over the men south of Richmond literally wanting to control people, own people. Yeah, it's exactly. It's a yearning for the good old days, but I find it particularly insincere that it literally, like one line after the other, it's those damn Northerners, those damn Unionists want to control people. Like it's a joke, you know? This is one of the reasons why you have to be a little more, I guess, like skeptical of anti-rich talking points. Because here's the truth, folks. Basically, everyone hates the rich. Like, the only people who aren't rich, who don't hate the rich, are like weirdo neoliberal fiscal policy wonks and libertarians who think they'll be rich one day. It's basically human nature to hate the people above you because they're living it up and you're not. I'm pretty sure this guy owns a large farm. Oh, of course. Well, if he wasn't rich before, he is now because of all the money that he made being AstroTurf, for sure. Everyone hates the rich. You have to know why people hate the rich. You have to understand what it is they're saying. Because apparently now Rich Vosh, he's referring to DC. DC is north of Richmond. Yeah.
I feel if I had extra time, I feel like I would hate watch Vosh. I think I would actually do it because it's just funny. I like these. These are funny streams.
But Richmond was the Confederate capital. DC was where the Union government was stationed.
It's also currently the capital of the United States, but you know.
And Richmond was where the Confederate capital was stationed. It's a Southern country song where he's talking about how he's like pining for the olden days and how the men north of the Confederate capital, the Confederacy being known as the South, so north is the come on, guys, this is not subtle. This is barely even a dog whistle, Richmond.
Where it's like, first of all, we've so hard to analyze this. Is like, okay, north, south, Mason-Dixon, slavery, Confederacy. It's like so obvious to him. It's like, is this even a dog whistle? He's basically saying like, I hate, like he's basically just saying that, right? Like that's what I heard, right? Let's rewind. Like,
Richmond is still the capital of Virginia. Yes.
I think my favorite Vosh clip of all time was when Vosh debates black people. He gets possessed by his Gusano slave-owning ancestors.
Actually politically represent my interests.
I'm not. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. It's that only two people were going to be president, and there are
Right,
only
but-
two real paths to FBI.
No. But those are two different. But
You got that plantation riz. Hell yeah. Boy's born in where is he? Beverly Hills. How many generations back was he possessed?
For me to actually politically represent my interests.
I'm not. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote.
Dear. Oh, fuck me. Hold on, I just read real quick, and then we gotta hop into this panel.
God, who invited this guy?
One more, right? And we're just waiting on the last.
Good one,
piece of
Xena.
the last Thanos stone, if you will. Oh, give me a second.
Destiny, you want to hear something gruesome?
Yeah, what? Did you finish your autobiography?
So no, somebody sent me a video of my ex squatting on a dildo
Yeah.
and like trying to hump the dildo.
What the fuck did I walk into? What's going on?
Xena, I'm a progressive.
I don't
Getting a guy fucked by a dildo is not even close to shocking to me, okay? That's normal in my world. If you don't fuck dildos as a guy, you're basically a fucking loser, okay? So.
I just wanted that reaction.
Yay.
No problem.
I don't condone that, support that message.
Oh, it's Turkey Tom, one of the fascists from the commentary community. What's up?
How's it going, buddy? One of the fascists from the racist community. How's it going?
True, I am the racist representative. Hello.
And I am the racist.
Don't worry, we
We
know.
all have so much in common. So much in common. Yeah, once you get your camera on, Turkey Tom, we'll start this shindig. First of all, thanks everyone for agreeing to come on and talk about this. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, right?
Yeah, I don't know if my camera might not work as OBS is using it. I don't really, just like not turning on for some reason.
Yeah. Do you ever think that maybe you should learn how to operate a computer?
That actually didn't cross my mind, to be honest with you.
That's all good. That's why you're the YouTuber and I'm the streamer, because you guys are just tech retarded. So don't worry.
True. You raise an excellent point.
Exactly. That's why we deserve to react to all of your videos in their entirety and re-upload them on YouTube for our own profit.
And you have done it to me, and I have not DMCA'd you, so I guess in that way I was perfectly fine with it until this moment, at which maybe out of spite I will take you to court
August,
and
take them
possibly
down.
win.
August, delete them fast.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think
This is
my
gonna go
camera's a
great,
little
I can
fucked.
tell already. Give me
I
one
know.
second. I'm adjusting audios.
Turkey Tom, are you just streaming? Where are you streaming to right now? Or are you just like locally recording?
YouTube.
Are you just streaming like your face?
No, I have other stuff there.
Oh, because I was gonna say what you can do is you can click Start Virtual Cam on OBS, and then you can just stream the virtual cam, and that's just gonna show us whatever is on your canvas, I guess you'd call it.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Take your time. It's not like we're live or anything. Everyone's waiting on you.
Okay, buddy. Good one.
Okay. Well, while he does that, while he gets ready, let me introduce tonight's topic. So, first of all, welcome one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we will be discussing the role mania plays in content creation and the ways we incentivize, encourage, or fail to manage these public displays of mental breakdowns. Fuzi's skyrocketing success and the huge spotlight we put on him during what seems to be an ongoing, unmedicated episode has caused quite a few people to ask themselves, what responsibilities do we have as creators? Do you have as audience members? And do platforms have to consider someone's mental well-being when platforming them? Is there any responsibility at all? What I want us to try to tackle here today is what drives this phenomenon, what tools do we have to intervene if we want to intervene, and how intervention might go wrong, like how we might infantilize others or when we try to help them and things like that. So thanks again for being here today. I want to give each of you a brief, concise opening thoughts on this. Tell people who you are, and we're going to start here with Brianna Wu. Go ahead.
Boy, my name is Brianna Wu. I'm executive director of Rebellion Pack. I think there are a lot of these topics I have a more nuanced view on. Maybe it's just because I'm pissed off today and tired, but I have very little empathy for this situation. This particular guy has all the resources in the world to make better choices. And the thing is, I'm also old enough to understand this is not a new phenomenon. mentally unhealthy people going on TV and it being a spectacle. We had it with Jerry Springer, we've had it with Big Brother, we had it with Real World. My parents had their own generation's version of it. Even Richard Simmons, who is well before my time, was somebody, he disappeared a few years ago and they found him. And the basic thing with him is he was so mentally unwell the entire time he's putting this super extroverted personality on TV that there was just nothing there and it just mentally ravaged him. So this is literally nothing new. The guy obviously needs to get off of streaming. He needs to do anything else with his life, but he's not going to because, like so many of us, he fucking loves the attention. So he'll live with his choices.
Fair enough.
James.
Destiny, what you got?
There's something between personal responsibility and audience responsibility that I'm getting at here. And I think it's going to be coworker or colleague or friend responsibility. I don't think that the responsibility is necessarily on the audience to police it, because if anything, I'd say realistically, because this is never going to happen. I fully admit that I will watch these breakdowns and I will laugh the entire time. Whether I'm watching Fuzi or Ice Poseidon or Darius and Xena, I'm here for all of it, okay? I will watch it, I will laugh along, I might even fucking subscribe. The content creators themselves are probably never going to stop because, like Brianna said, there's just an unbelievable amount of reward for it. And if mental illness travels well with any partner, that partner would be attention-seeking behavior. So that's never going to change. I think that the only people that realistically could do something to stop this would be the friends and coworkers of these people. I think that more so than chastising people like Fuzi, the people we should really come down on are the mentally well people around them that are leeching off of the mental health episodes. I think those are the most disgusting people in these situations. And that's how I feel about it.
Guess we'll get into it as we go. Not so erudite. What you got for us?
Yeah, it's probably not overly novel. I think exploiting mentally ill people is bad, obviously, and I think so. The main people who I think have an issue with is going to be anybody around them that's enabling them. So in the Kanye West situation, I think Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos were trying to milk his manic episode as much as possible. That was really fucking messed up. And then I think content creators who are bringing them on to platform them personally directly with the goal of specifically exploiting them and triggering them and getting them to say crazy stuff while they're manic. I think those people are pretty shit too. I don't really have an issue with viewers. I don't really have an issue with people covering it secondhand. I think it's mostly on people who are actively and intentionally trying to exploit the individual.
Okay, the people who cover this content think they have no responsibility. We'll see how it goes for them. Speaking of covering mentally ill people, Turkey Tom, welcome. How's it going?
How's it going? Yeah, I guess I'm in somewhat of a unique position to talk about this because I have made hundreds of thousands of dollars talking about, crazy people online. My basic position is that, if you actively engage with the person in question, let's say I was, calling FouseyTube on stream and trying to convince him that his paranoid delusions were valid and telling him that I sent in his girlfriend, which one guy actually did, I think that would be pretty fucked up. But I think if you're just talking about him, you don't have a real responsibility to positively or negatively influence him. You probably shouldn't go tell people to harass him and fuck with him in real life or anything like that. But beyond that, I don't think that I have any real responsibility to help FouseyTube's mental health. I don't know him. I'll never meet him. I just want to talk about him online. And he is a public figure. I think the responsibility for his mental health should fall upon the people in his life. His mom, his dad, his friends, rather than random content creators. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Now we'll get into it in the open, I'm sure. Last but certainly not least, our mentally ill representative, Xena. Hi.
Wait, are you calling me mentally ill?
It's a joke. Roll with it.
I know. What was the question?
What should we do about Fuzi? Do we have any responsibility towards Fuzi? Do people who are having a mentally ill breakdown, right? Is it okay to cover them? To invite them onto our streams, to talk to them? What level of responsibility do people have here?
I honestly think it's okay because we're bringing awareness to it, so I think it's kind of okay to cover it at least, but exploiting it in the sense of if you're bringing them on stream and they're not okay and they're self-harming, that's different. If you're look at this chick, oh she's cutting herself, that's different. But if someone's having episodes and you're bringing them on and talking to them and talking about it, bringing mental illness awareness to the platform, that's different. I don't care.
A lot of people don't air. Wow, this is a kind of
We needed a big. I just realized because you made that fucking comment, and now I see it. We're all kind of in the same boat, and that all of us make money covering mentally ill people. Why didn't we bring? We needed some.
I don't.
Yeah, today I have brought you together, right? To kind of demonstrate as kind of like an example of how little, like how much money incentivizes us not to give a shit about other people, right? Not to give a flying shit.
I don't think it's just money. Like, we don't know this guy. I don't know this guy. I'll never meet him. He's a 35-year-old fucking man. He's double my age.
It's
Should I have to
also-
be responsible for his mental health?
We're truly talking about the human condition here. Like, everybody is drawn to these types of like dramatic people breaking up and like breaking up like mentally and like all the crazy shit. Like Brianna said earlier, like some of those popular shows. I think it was Brianna that brought this up, like Jerry Springer and Maury and stuff. That's not an accident, right? It's not an accident that people watch Jersey Shore because they want to see the crazy fights and the people cheating on each other and everything else. So, yeah, I don't think we're unique here at all.
I have compassion for somebody. Like, there was a police video I saw recently of like a teenager that was high on some drugs and they were in a situation with the cops, right? They're having a breakdown. You know, this is a situation I had empathy for, right? As a child, they're getting their start in the world, they're not making a choice. That is a very different situation than a 35-year-old man who, if you watch his content, he's clearly addicted to the attention in a crazy way. He's got every single opportunity to go get better. He's got a therapist. He has made hits on H3H3 about his path to better mental health. And I know this sounds like a Republican talking point, but at some point, I do believe in personal responsibility for adults. I also think that in this space, one of the best things I've seen is mocking truly terrible people. I'm not going to bring up two people that I'm thinking of, but Destiny, they've been figures in your saga, and I think it has been really good for everybody to look at their behavior and just obliterate them, because it is so far out of the bounds of anything that is normal, healthy, moral, anything. So I do think mocking is a moral action in a lot of situations.
I think my pushback here, I'm going to take the very progressive cuck position, is I think one of the issues is that it is so hard. We see people like XQC even on Dr. K's talk. It is so hard to break any sort of feedback system that is rewarding you with attention. Even the money is secondary. The attention is unbelievable. I can't imagine. I always said this. Believe it or not, at one point in my life, I was quite narcissistic. If I would have started streaming when I was like 16, I can't imagine how horrible of a person I would be to have that much reinforcement, that much social validation, that much, because when you streaming is truly like the maker or breaker of your psyche. Because when you push that go live button and you make money, people are basically like, I love you, I support you, and I'm giving you money because I like you so much. Even if it's hate watching, even if it's people that say they don't like you. So I can't imagine having a mental illness that you drastically need to get fixed, but you found a way to capitalize off of and make money off of that mental illness, and you're getting so much positive validation and reinforcement for having it.
And what's even worse, perhaps, is the people who see these smaller creators, right? And then will publicly platform them and showcase them and spotlight them, do whole documentary series on them, right? And this just draws more and more attention. It's like supplying a heroin addict with heroin. Yes, it's, again, at some point they have to take responsibility, but what responsibility do the people supplying the drug to the addict have in this case? Zena, you wanted to say something? You had your hand up.
I was gonna say something about like the age factor. Like if you're going like the teenager getting caught with drugs, having the mental breakdown in the back of the car. That's the video you're talking about, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't mean she had any mental disorder. She was making the decision to run around gangbang. Like I've seen her Instagram. Like she was gangbanging. She had a breakdown because she got caught. I'm saying that as someone who got caught doing crime. Like she only had a breakdown because she got caught. It's not like she was struggling and doing drugs and caught up in this lifestyle, versus how you made comment about somebody being 30 years old. That means he's been struggling. He's been this live streamer, as Destiny said. He's been having this attention, monetizing off his mental health or his mental instability all this time. So it's programmed now in his mind that it's okay to take breaks from your medication and fucking go crazy because it's money, it's attention, versus a girl who's selling drugs with her boyfriend, gets caught and has a breakdown in the car because she's facing prison. I don't think that that's really comparable and the same, because we don't know her mental state. We don't know if she's, having any actual issues, so I don't think that that was really a fair assessment. And then I also wanted to say, I agree with Destiny on that about the streaming and monetizing off their mental problems. But a lot of times too, like, I have mental issues too. I mean, yeah, I can be crazy, but I think sometimes, like, what you see online, like when you're streaming or making content with it, you turn it up like 20% or more. Some people turn it up way more, and they make the issue that really would, like, if they wouldn't really behave like that on the regular if the cameras weren't off, but as soon as the camera's on, they're going to turn it up more because they know people like drama, people like entertainment, it's content. And then as soon as the camera's off, they're just chilling, like it's whatever. I don't think it's always as serious as we see on camera, is what I'm saying.
Do we think it's wise for Kick to give Fusi a $15 million contract?
I don't believe that.
I don't think he got that much money.
You think he's just lying? It's just kind of a...
If it's not reported in mainstream media, bro, there's like one Twitter account that just tweets like random dollar amounts and people take it at face value. Like,
yeah.
And the other person we're expected to trust is FusiTube, who's like a pathological liar.
Yeah.
So I just don't really trust him. Maybe he got $2 million. Maybe.
The way that these Kick contracts work, from my understanding, and possibly somebody that might have one, is most of these are done at hourly rates anyways. There might be other incentives, but like I'm pretty sure that most of them have been the same. I think other people...
So he doesn't just get wired like $15 million.
No, yeah. You're typically like you're getting paid like on depending on how much you stream and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as sorry, you can go.
Go ahead, Turkey.
Okay. Turkey, yo, we're Turkey. Okay.
So
Wick, honestly,
basis.
Honestly, Wick, I would say, you talked about the documentary series. I see that as just part of, like Destiny said, the human condition. Everybody likes watching a trash fire. There are entire YouTube channels. I have one with almost 1 million subscribers. There's Sunny V2. He's got millions of subs. These are all the, channels that all the streamers like to react to and steal their content. Shout out Destiny. And basically, the whole meme behind it, the whole fucking point, is to watch someone's life devolve. And some of the most popular videos of the last few years are watching someone's life devolve into a fucking trash fire. And so you can argue like, oh, well, maybe the people making the content, should be held responsible somewhat for fueling the fire. But it's like, if millions of people are out there ready to watch it, then if Sunny V2 goes away, if I go away, there's going to be someone else to meet that. Ultimately, you have to place the responsibility on the person interacting with the world rather than the world they live in. If someone like FusiTube has the cognitive, like, decision-making skills, which I think he does, if he really wanted to, he could just fuck off and not, get all this attention online. If someone has those skills and chooses not to use them and chooses to make the wrong decision, then I fail to see how that's my or anyone else's responsibility. I don't know him. I'm not his mom. I don't even have DMs with him. I couldn't message him if I wanted to. Now, that being said, the way that you interact with these people is important, and there are degrees to which you can do that. If you're lying about them, if you're exaggerating claims, if you're telling people, fuck with this guy, go fuck with him, I want more content, that's fucked up. But if you're just talking about him, if you, like I do, add several harassment disclaimers and tell people, don't fuck with this guy, we're just going to watch it go down, then I think that will be reflected in the comment section and the way the audience interacts. So, yeah.
Turkey, I think what you do from the videos I've seen is largely journalistic by nature, right? Like, I think you add entertainment values and commentary on top of it. And I'm not saying I agree with your bent on every single video I've seen, but directionally, you were doing journalism that is covering these issues and helping the public understand, because I can't watch every single video, right? So I think your conscience is beyond clean. I want to come back to something that Destiny was talking about a second ago, which is the age factor, because I see this a lot. I think you're really correct that it just breaks your brain, all these people that get into this with a childlike desire to be famous, and they don't have any life experience and they don't have any career experience that will help inform things on down the line. They just want to be famous. They want to have that attention. And in my experience in this space, these are consistently the lowest value, least helpful people in this space. These are the people that I feel like they find people that've actually accomplished things in their career and they go after them for clout, or they drama farm for clout, or they show up on these panels and they just do stupid things and they're barely sentient talking about things for clout. It's so obviously an unhealthy dynamic, and there's no solution for it. Like, I remember in my journalism program at Ole Miss, it was separated into print and television journalism. And the print people were people like me that were really serious about going and finding sources, making contacts, and going down to the jail, finding out who had been arrested. And the broadcast people were generally like these girls with a desire to be famous, right? That just didn't care about any of that. So this is something that's not going to change. It's human nature. I just think we should discourage it as much as we can, which is why I try not to watch those channons.
Also, as a quick shout out of IDC, I'm sorry, I don't know if my internet's gonna go out because it's storming here. So, but go ahead.
Oh well, hopefully you don't.
Fair.
We'll
Me too.
keep it for as long as
I
we
think-
can get Erudite, go
I think
ahead.
a lot of this that we're like getting into is that in many ways it's like similar to like kind of the mental health field in that like there's this question of like when is somebody like able to essentially consent and agree to like what's being more or less like done to them. So like even the Jerry Springer show and stuff like this. And I think a really big thing that has to be careful, like when I see people being hyper cautious of being like you should just never platform and never even cover like the Fousey situation, is that like it's inherently also like taking away like that person like as like an individual who can make choices. And I understand like in the manic situation, the capacity for making informed decisions is extremely reduced. But I think a lot of the responsibility does ultimately have to be led to exclusively the people that are like willing to exploit them and the individual themselves, right? So like if Fousey has been aware of his disorder for years, if he has medication and then he opted to stop taking them, I have a lot less sympathy for that individual than somebody who's having their first manic episode ever. They're undiagnosed and they have no idea what's going on, right? These are completely different individuals as far as like being platformed. And then as far as like the platformers go, I think Tom actually said this. There's this distinction we have to make, like, you know, Dr. K will bring people on who have like some level of like mental health issues that are going through an issue, and he'll platform them directly. But then we also have people who will be like Zerka, who are like encouraging them to stop their meds and only pray to God. And so it's like these are obviously different types of ways that you're even engaging with the individual. And I feel like this is so much more nuanced than like should you platform people who
I think another part of it is that people with mental illness don't exist in a vacuum. They will have real consequences on the world. One example about Fousey years ago was that he ran this giant event called FouseyCon where he claimed Drake was going to be going. And thankfully, a lot of people called him out and pointed out that, no, I don't think Drake's going there, and a lot of the other false advertising he was putting out. But he's in the middle of a manic episode, and if he had just been allowed to run rampant, who knows how many people would have, you know, paid money to go to that fucking event. And then gotten, you know, scammed because they thought Fousey2 was telling the truth. That being said, I'm not going to lie and say that I do YouTube, or a lot of commentary channels do YouTube for altruistic reasons, because at the end of the day, we're all here to make, you know, to get a bag, right? But definitely there is some good that can come from raising awareness to some of these situations, and I think that that should not be ignored. That being said, once again, there are people that I've seen who will just make a video about a crazy person and be like, this person's fucking crazy, haha, they're fucking insane, and, you know, that's probably kind of fucked up, but, you know, there are, once again, levels to this, so it's not so,
I think, I mean, it's even with what Erudite said is a little bit,
Erudite.
maybe I'm really bad at pronouncing things, Erudite, because as somebody, I don't know what disorder, I didn't really research Fousey like that. And you guys are saying manic, so I'm kind of just assuming.
Like he has bipolar.
Bipolar, okay,
I think it's
same.
type 1.
So with that being said, like I've been medicated with bipolar medications before, and I've opted and stopped taking it before. And it's just some medications, like bipolar and those medications, I'm not a scientist, but I know like it's still really tricky to get the right medication. It's really hard. So what do? They're medicating you on this, then they want to try you on this, that, and the third. My medication was getting switched around so much. And then I was on one, and when it came to the, I say season, because my manic episodes last for a season. It's not like a day, it's not a week. I don't know if it's type 1 or type 2, but mine's last for like a season. So the medication that was working when I was on my low, but when I'm hitting my high, the medication did a complete turn, and I was crazy, like running people over. Like I went insane. And then when I stopped taking the medication, I came back down, back on my low, and I was like normal again. So I think it really depends on how his body is reacting to that medication to be like, oh, I can't sympathize with someone who's choosing not to take it. Sometimes you stop taking it because you realize, okay, no, I can't take this shit. Now, did he stop taking it for the sake of he wanted to go crazy and do content? Or did he honestly think, okay, this medication has me feeling fucked up, I can't focus right, it's not doing well for me, I'm depressed more than ever? Like, was it fucking with his lows and highs too much that he wanted to stop? And then, of course, listening to Zerka about praying to God. Some people are okay more getting spiritual on it, but I don't think if you're if you're suffering a lot of manic episodes, yes, you should take some form of medication, whether it's the doctor shit or holistic approach, as long as you're doing something that can help you. I think shrooms helps with that better.
I think like I think
real quick,
once you
Xena, can you turn up your mic just a smidge? People are saying you're low, but go on.
Oh, sorry.
I think like one of the issues with like mental health specifically that I think is tricky to navigate is that responsibility piece, right? Like once you're given a diagnosis as intense as bipolar, you're right, there is this long window of trying to figure out your medications, and particularly for women with medications, things that are working for a couple of years might stop working, and then you need to re-update and re-look at it. The main thing is that like if you're aware that you have a diagnosis and you're aware that you're a social media figure, I would basically say there's a certain level of self-responsibility that you have to take in like combining these two things, where like if you have having a safety person being like, hey, you're moving into a manic state, we're like pulling the plug, you're not streaming right now. And I suspect Fuzi is probably not doing that, and I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to find out if he's actively resisted that. Like Kanye West is a tricky one, where, like, he's actively
even then,
resisted
like
help.
with artists and stuff like that have like, I know me when I'm in my, it's crazy, but unfortunately for some of us, like when I'm manic, like now, I mean, I'm not painting, I'm not doing anything, I'm not having any mania. As soon as I hit my manic stage, that's when I'm most creative. I make the most, like, I'm writing like crazy. I make crazy good music, and then I have crazy ass paintings. And then once that like season is over, I'm done with art for like a year until I get another 3 to 5 months of a manic episode where I'm going crazy, not talking to people, just getting in my car, going places and painting, and nobody can find me type shit. Like sometimes you realize like, damn, when I'm manic, that's when I'm most creative. So as an artist that's getting paid for it, maybe that's why he wants to do it more, because
that makes sense. But also, if you have a mental illness and you're diagnosed and you're like self-aware enough at least a certain points to know that, I think you have to be able to have some personal responsibility and grapple with the fact that if the consequences of your mental illness hurt other people, then whatever benefit that has to you is like kind of rendered irrelevant. Like, and at that point, like, you know,
but did he hurt anybody?
Well, he almost scammed
it hurt him.
Historically, is what it sounds
assaulted
like.
a few people, right?
Yeah. He hit people. He's hiring security guards and firing them the same day because they can't read his mind and know that he wants a Diet Coke, a Red Bull, and a joint every 3 hours. Like this guy needs to be like medicated on fucking Thorazine or something. He's fucked up. Okay, he needs to be dealt with. He cannot be a public figure in this way. But clearly,
having sex
nobody
with
can
drunk
stop him.
women is pretty. That's not defensible in my
At
view.
the airport, at the fucking airport.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're that horny? Like, yeah.
Whoa, it's all coming together. Whoa, because we had a kick or keep, and that was brought up. I didn't know that was that person.
Yeah. So, Xena, I hear what you're saying.
Hold on, let me grab my pizza rolls.
How are you on this panel?
2 seconds.
Xena, I hear what you're saying about, like, it's clear you've got some firsthand experience with this. I've got compassion for that. I know she's gone. But, you know, from my end, I am not a streamer, right? I am a project manager. I've been leading different teams since I was 19 years old. And, you know, mental illness for people on my team has come up routinely, right? Like sometimes you've got people, they're going through depressive episodes, or they're like, it's just, if you work in technology, this stuff comes up. And I take a lot of pride as someone who leads teams in working with people on that. Yeah, I've seen it both ways, right? I've seen it with people that are where they have situations and they come to you, they're like, I'm going through an episode right now. I need some time off. I need a reduced work schedule. Can you not cut my pay? I really can't afford to have less money right now. Can you please work with me? And then it's like, of course, they're being proactive. They're being responsible. That's what we do in a decent society, is you work with people like that. I've also seen the other end of it where it's used to justify asshole behavior, often at the expense of teammates, right? And one of the first jobs of a leader is to protect your team from assholes. So I do think there is, especially for people that are in their 30s, this is enough time to have some responsibility in how you're managing these things and being proactive.
We can talk about the responsibility, and I think we all acknowledge that there is some level of personal responsibility. But at the end of the day, right, at what point can someone be so mentally ill that you just cut their mic, right? Like, that the platform itself should just look at what's happening and say, no, end the stream. Kill the stream, right?
I don't think it's a platform.
Oh, that's such a lie.
Yeah,
imagine YouTube pulling the plug.
Nope.
Oh, imagine if they fuck up. Like, what it...
Getting arrested.
And you know how many crazy YouTubers I've met, okay?
But then
Most
what if
of them
somebody's
are
going so
so-
crazy? Say a platform does do that, and someone is going through so much that they take it to the point where they end their life because they're like, oh, they're not letting me talk.
Yeah, like at the peak of their mania, you rip away their one source of income and attention. Like
they could literally snap.
we have examples of YouTubers ending their lives, and it's not because YouTube cut the mic, right?
Yeah.
It's because they were allowed to continue on this, and they like the Etika situation in 2019, right? And we have other examples of people just either killing themselves or ruining their lives, like the Reckful situation. It's not because people cut their mic. In fact, it's the exact
But it's always a case by case basis. Like in the future,
Yeah.
you think if Fusi at the peak of his streaming, if he's driving and YouTube cuts his shit, you don't think he's gonna drive right into a pole on purpose? Who knows what he's gonna fucking do?
I feel like, and I could be wrong, I don't think they would. I think with nobody watching, I think that the incentive to do so would be, I think it's got a higher chance of driving into a pole if the stream stays on.
He's still manic, though.
I think
Who knows what he's gonna do?
the bigger issue for like cutting the mic at a platform level with mental health, like it's easy to cut the mic when crime's happening, right? If he's assaulting somebody, that's easy. But when it's mental health, there's such a delicate line between like mental health and just like extreme behavior and like personality quirks or bits that like leaving it up to the platform to decide like, yeah, you're too mentally ill to be here. It would be just a logistics nightmare for YouTube. I don't think they would ever do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I really agree. There's no responsibility for the platforms to cut this off. I mean, we've seen CBS. Do you remember? I was talking to Wick about this before the show. Do you remember that season of Big Brother where someone was on the house, in the house, and they were very clearly an alcoholic and they're getting blackout drunk, and like CBS kicked them out of the house? I mean, you know, it felt like in that situation, it was so performative, right? Because everybody was tuning in for the ratings, and then they're coming in afterwards with the cameras and covering every second of it breathlessly. I mean, let's just call it what it is. When these big institutions do it, it's to protect their own reputation. They're not doing it out of any, you know, heightened
I don't
moral.
care if it's just to protect their reputation, though. I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, this idea, and this is blowing my mind, that no one here thinks that the platforms have any responsibility to deal with someone who is having legitimate mental illness. Like, if you see someone getting drunk at a bar and you're a bartender, there's a point where you cut them off, and you should cut them off, right? Like, I guess, I don't know, there are points
Way different. The problem, though, is that you're the one supplying the alcohol, and there's pretty concrete ways to keep track of, like, being drunk. How can you tell that?
YouTube also is not, YouTube's not a bar. It's like a multi-billion-dollar business. It's a platform. It's basically just a public square where anyone can go say their bullshit. So I don't think that they should have any responsibility for what people do on their platform. If they see a crime being committed, they should absolutely, you know, ban them for that, because they're committing a crime on their platform. But beyond that, I think it's hard to push any responsibility on YouTube. And also, I think that would go down a very dangerous hole. Like, how much responsibility does YouTube hold? If somebody's mean on the internet, do they hold that responsibility? I don't think so. But a lot of people these days would probably push for YouTube to try to take accountability for people saying mean words on their platform. And I don't like that line of thinking. I think it's dangerous. Okay, 1984. Remember, bro? Okay.
Sure. I think the issue is that it's logistically like so. What do you write in your TOS policy? You can't be too severely mentally. Like, I don't even know how they would be.
Stop acting crazy.
To try to enact. Yeah, don't be crazy on our platform. So you can write in things like crime. You can write in things like drug use and profanity, and hopefully mentally ill people will be doing enough of those things on stream that you can cut them there. But you can't write into a policy, if you're manic, we reserve the right to pull your platform, because who is YouTube be determining whether you're experiencing a medical condition or not, right? Yeah. That's insane. The best that you could maybe do is like somewhat shadow ban you, but again, you're still running into like there's gonna be a whole bunch of people that are gonna feel that that's super ableist pretty quickly as well. So
I guess you could ask YouTube to like reach out to the YouTube therapist to help you out, but I also feel like that's probably a bad idea, because who knows how many people are crazy on YouTube at any given moment. So I think best case scenario is just people. Yeah, exactly. Great idea. I think people in personal situations, just like if you know someone who's crazy, crazy, mentally ill, if you know someone who's having a manic episode, just reach out to them. Clearly, some people in Fusi's life are trying. Like, I think his mom called him on stream. He just tells him to fuck off. At that point, I don't think it's the platform's responsibility. I think that someone in his personal life, what about all these streamers like Aiden Ross, who personally knows Fusi and is just allowing this shit to happen? He's just allowing it to happen.
He even invited him to I believe I read this. They invited him to a content house of some sort, right?
He invited him to a content house. They just went to Lil Pump's party. But yeah, that content house is going to be a disaster, because as soon as Fusi gets out, he's going to be live streaming, get attention again, and become manic. But I don't think that Twitch has to step in whatsoever. I don't think that's their responsibility. I think that's totally the people around him in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me that drives me crazy in this space is that, like, like there's one thing to like covering it and stuff, but I want at least like some people to acknowledge that like if you're the person, if you're like Aiden Ross, bringing him into this thing and like to some degree like potentially enabling and exploiting his like manicness, which I don't know what Aiden Ross's plan is, so I'm not saying that that's literally happening. I don't want any misgivings that like you're kind of a piece of shit exploiting somebody for content views. Like it feels like there's not that kind of like social response that we have to it, but
yeah, I think that's kind of thing I was pushing for the most. Like the audience isn't going to change. The content creators themselves are in an impossible to break feedback loop. Probably the people that should be held the most responsible are probably like the friends around them, the colleagues that directly stand to profit so much from basically knowingly taking advantage of these people.
Yeah.
The audience is a big thing. I was going to suggest like maybe you could try to pressure Aiden or someone like that through the audience to stop streaming with Fusi or get him in help or something, because that would be nice. But then he just gets more attention, and realistically, Aiden Ross's audience is not there to help people with mental health. They're just there to see the trash fire that is that guy's life. So it's tough. It's a tough situation, but I don't think there's any like clear solution, and I definitely don't think that we should pressure YouTube to do something about it. That seems like nightmare scenario.
I think it's really hard to draw the distinct lines on this. I mean, look at a situation like Katie, right? This is someone who clearly, I'm not going to try to diagnose her, but something's going on.
Wait, who?
Right?
Wait,
who's Katie?
Like that Katie? Like
yeah.
The girl who shaved her head?
Yeah, shaved her head on stream, right?
True and base.
So, I mean, let's be honest.
I do think
like,
the shave head was different, in fairness. I've heard that it was like
I'm saying overall, there's something going on.
Absolutely.
Katie, right?
There
I'm
absolutely
not able to diagnose it. I'm
am.
not going to, but something's happening. So when Chud goes and makes a video dunking on Katie, I think like her issues do not rise to a point, in my view, where we need to like protect her from herself, right? In fact, I think it's good because her behavior is so obnoxious. I think it's good for society to go, you know what, this is some really horrible behavior you're showing, and we're going to laugh at you for it. I think there's value in that.
Xena, you were trying to get in? And I have a question for you, Xena. Is there any point where it would have been helpful for you during your manic episodes for someone to cut your mic? You know, like what kind of behavior can you exhibit, or what state can you be in where you would want someone to come in and just take your phone away, basically?
Okay, that's a perfect question. I have not. I wasn't streaming or doing content during those times anyway, so like it's. No one has. People probably assume they've seen me manic. No one. I promise, no one has seen my manic episodes quite yet. But it is the season, and it probably will come about after my birthday. I will probably have a manic episode, and I give Destiny, Erudite, and everybody full permission to monetize off my manic episodes. Absolutely, it's quite the show. I'm not gonna lie.
This is the problem with the streamers. You see, you ask one of the
show.
manic streamers. The streamers also stand to profit because it's like if they're manic in isolation, then they just fucking go to the psych ward and then just like take some drugs or something.
Oh,
and
except
go
that
home.
I don't want to be baked.
And if you're Xena the Witch, then you get fucking famous from it and make a couple $1,000s. So,
well,
you know, maybe YouTube actually helps people with mental health. Maybe Fusi's doing the right thing. He's getting rich.
I mean, when you watch back, like if you see like stuff of like from the time and you watch it back, like it does kind of help a little bit. Like I have videos in my phone, like people have took of me, like just, or even messages and stuff like that, or audios. Like if you watch it back, like holy shit, goddamn, what the fuck was going on with me? It kind of it gives you that.
I think chat always has a lot of good advice too, so you can just listen to them and see what they say.
Tom, do you think that Kick and YouTube are helping Fusi right now? That they've improved his life by allowing him to do all this?
Undoubtedly, he's in a much better place. He's gonna buy a Ferrari at the end of this year, dude. His life is sick. He said he was broke before all this. Now he goes in. He went on H3 podcast. He was like, I spent all my $7 million. Now he's getting famous. He's getting rich again. Okay, he's gonna have a G-Wagon, dope house. He's fucking bitches. His life is good. So let's just let him do his thing, okay?
Yeah, I think if I'm not harming anybody, or if I'm not physically bringing like life-threatening harm to someone, if I'm punching someone, that's different, but like life-threatening harm, then yeah, I would want like somebody I'm close with to be like, okay, you need a break and handle that, like just hold me down. But Baker acting me, I come out with a worse rage than ever. Like I got Baker acted and I came out worse because now it's vengeance. Now it's, oh, you put me in a hospital, I'll show you crazy.
I just want to say real quick, it's hard to do like a counterfactual, like to figure out like what would have been. It's easy, especially if you've been Baker acted before, to come out of those feeling like you have no trust of the psychiatric institution, that you feel like you were betrayed by your friends, etc. That is absolutely true, and I know I can empathize with feeling like things would have been better if not, but you totally could have been way worse off had you not been institutionalized. That is possible.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I know that.
Sure. Okay. Just
Yeah.
in case other
I
people
know
like
that.
to have.
I would have been dead. Yeah. I mean, I technically would have been dead.
Okay.
But when you're manic, you're not thinking about the reality of the situation. You're thinking about you in that moment and whatever. And in my mind, it was, if I wanted to fucking die, then I can fucking die. It's my life. I can do what I want with it. So when I got out, it wasn't, oh, this person was helping me. They were actually saving me because they loved me, da-da-da. No, I was just angry. Like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Later, as like now I can look
That's
back and
kinda
be
to
like,
the
I get
point.
it.
As you say, when you're manic, you aren't thinking about the reality of the situation. You aren't
Yeah.
thinking about, like, you are in a state where you are, I don't know, I'd argue, are you really even capable of making, like, actual decisions in that state, right? Like, I don't know. I've never been manic.
Yeah.
So
Wick, what do you think should be done? What do you
I
think should
have.
be like perfect world solution?
Look, in a perfect world, people would just stop watching. Like, I think that the
Okay, good dream.
people just need to turn that shit off, right? They
But even
feed
you
into-
aren't
I
going to
think
turn
that-
it off. We're talking
Yeah,
about it right now.
That's part of what I wanted to discuss today. Even
Yeah.
talking about it, even discussing it is kind of even feeding into this monster that we've created, right? And that we celebrate in a weird way. And again, in a perfect ideal world, people would just be like, "No, this isn't right. We should just turn this off." And I understand that there's this kind of diffusion of responsibility when so many people are participating in this act that's doing harm, that you don't feel any kind of responsibility. Like, if you're one of 10 people who end up trampling a guy and getting him killed, you probably feel a lot of guilt. But if you're in a mob of like 100,000 that tramples a guy and gets someone killed, you probably don't feel anything at all. Like, the diffusion of responsibility is
But then,
created. Yeah.
but then, wouldn't you say, like, doing that, for example, like shutting people off and cutting, like, that becomes like alienating at that point, and then demonizing the whole idea of being manic. You're not nobody's manic 24/7. You're not going to be manic for your entire existence. That doesn't happen. So of course you'll have your manic episodes. People could be aware. People could see. And then obviously, if it's going too far, yes, you should have close family, friends, or even your team, whoever. If you're an artist or a streamer or whatever, your team should step in and like get like, hey, this needs to stop, whatever, make take
Why
a little
would
break.
they? Why would
But
they?
what-
They're
wait.
getting paid by you. You're making the more money.
Right,
you make,
but
the
let
more
me
money they
finish.
make.
But what I'm saying is, like, okay, a stream here and there or whatever content here and there, you're still going to monetize off it. But just prolonging it, yes, you can bring a stop to it. But just stopping it altogether, alienating people when they're manic, is just going to make them feel worse about even having that issue that they become manic, I think. Like, you're going to feel alienated. Like, that's an issue already.
I know how.
I don't know if I'm articulating myself
I
well.
know how conservative this sounds of me, so please apologize. But at some point of my life, it seems like I remember when it was not talked about that you had depression. I remember when that was something you just could not talk about, or, you know, being manic or bipolar. I'm old enough to remember when that was whispered about and you truly got like shamed about it. And I think it has been good breaking the stigma so people can talk about these things more openly. There is definitely a trend I see, especially in the progressive movement at times, of celebrating mental illness. And maybe this is just reading too much of my own personal experience into it, but I think back to my lowest point, which is when I went to rehab 20 years ago. And yeah, I had depression at the time. I was going through manic episodes because I'm on 10 different kinds of drugs that I'm taking. And the only reason I was able to get well was taking a hell of a lot of responsibility about my life, taking my mental health seriously, and making different choices. Like, to this day, 20 years later, I get up every single morning, I go for a run, a really intense workout, because that's what I have to do to be my best. And I think there is a sense in the way we sometimes talk about this that makes the person sound like they have no agency in this situation. And I don't think it's benefiting the person themselves, and I don't think it's benefiting society.
Yeah. I think there's like the worst thing that we've done to a lot of mentally ill people is like infantilize them to an extent where it's like any and all behavior that they do in the midst, and like because that they can blame on their mental illness, we just like kind of yes man that, we kind of like allow that to be okay, when like if you actually like work or have mental illness, you know that there's a number of elements that like even if you think about like anxiety, right? Like there's a number of things that are directly an effect of anxiety. You're probably going to be worrying about things more. You're more irritable and agitated and stuff like that. But the anxious person is still responsible for like apologizing if they're irritable and like take it out on somebody. They're still responsible for like figuring out their self-care so that they're less anxious around people if like their anxiety makes them like mean to people. And I think like when we're getting to more like severe mental health conditions, there's more like latitude and grace that I'm willing to give those individuals. But I still think at the end of the day, there's a number of things with all mental health conditions where there's a lot of understandable behaviors, but that doesn't make it excusable. And so like if you know that you have a serious mental health condition and you're not taking your self-care seriously and you're not making sure that you're like working with your doctors and stuff and like trying to find solutions to like balance out your mood and stuff, at the end of the day, there is a level of responsibility for you as an individual, which is why like even though I think the people exploiting Fousey are actually more awful, because I don't want a society where we're okay with people exploiting Fousey, I don't have high levels of like empathy for Kanye West or Fousey because there's an element of lack of self-responsibility that they have also been having with their mental health condition.
Okay.
I think Kanye West is okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with Kanye West, but
I think also part of
what I wanted to say, like about
Briefly,
like
then we'll go.
the difference with like when you're having a manic episode and why sometimes like close family and friends, sometimes that's not the option and strangers is like, obviously if you have close families and friends, they know about your problem, right? So when you're talking to them, most of the time they're like, oh, this is a response that I know is, oh, are you manic right now? Or even being questioned about it can be a triggering point that sends you even further off. Versus if you're online just talking to strangers that you're cool with, they don't know what you're going through. They just think you're just funny, this, that, and third. So you don't feel abnormal. You don't feel out of place. You don't feel questioned about your mental. And it's more comfortable sometimes. So, I don't know. Sometimes I think that's probably why that attention from strangers can be better in that moment than going to your friends who's going to be like, oh, you're having a manic problem, you need help, or pacifying you. And that, I know for me, that's a triggering point. I don't like to hear, oh, are you manic? Oh, are you on your low? Are you high? Are you on your high right now? Where are you at? Like, I don't want to hear that shit. Like, just hear me.
We've probably also all dealt with at least one person in our lives who, you know, no matter how much you try to help them, it's just kind of fucked. So I think sometimes it's, you know, even for the friends, I don't necessarily blame them. Like, for Fousey Tube's friends, who would want to be around that guy? He's like a fucking life suck. He's like a black hole person. So if I was his friend, I personally would stop answering that guy's DMs when he asked me to come over and stream, you know?
Yeah, but you can blame like Zerka, who's encouraging him to stop taking his meds.
Well,
or, like,
Zerka is
Aiden
just like
Ross
fucking...
is actively encouraging it. I
they're
get it.
they're literally interacting with him, and they're not only not cutting him off. They're like, oh, you're crazy? Come over. Let's do content.
Yeah, but
even when he starts punching people on stream in the street, they don't give a shit. So that is, yeah, obviously another thing.
I don't think Zerka was exploiting him and like, oh, stop doing your content to become more crazy. I genuinely think, well, Zerka genuinely isn't really like opting for like that type of medicated stuff anyway. Like I've had
Zerka has no fucking ideals. Zerka's just lying for fucking money.
No,
he doesn't believe shit.
Actually know him, and even when I talked about the medications I was on before, one of the we have private conversations, not on stream, so it's not comment or content or whatever. And he's like, "You take that shit."
You don't think he could have lied to you?
Up even more. No, this is somebody that I'm close with. So anyway,
You're close with John Zerka?
Wait. Just to be clear, Zerka is a fucking loser. He's fucking insane. And whatever he talks about not taking medication, it's because he's a lazy, selfish fucking loser, and he'd rather do
Doesn't
recreational
he not take
drugs.
medication, but he does do coke?
Yeah, he'd rather take recreational drugs than actually medicated as well. Just to be clear,
I don't trust this person's opinion.
I just don't think that what he's saying is stop taking drugs, become more crazy. That's all I'm saying here. I think he just genuinely in his mind.
I think he just says whatever's most convenient at the given moment to get famous.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Zerka is like literally just like kind of a bottom of the barrel type individual, where it's like as long as it's degenerated enough and gets some views, he's just going to be willing to do it, and like he's like pumping himself full of cocaine.
If he
even though
thought
I think he's
that
got
legally-
an addiction issue, so I don't know. Yeah.
If Zerka thought legally he could get away with executing FouseyTube in the street with a gun, he would do it for content.
Yeah,
I know he would. He would. He doesn't give a fuck.
People would watch. So what I'm hearing
I would watch. I'd retweet it.
Of course.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that
I'd
you all
watch
seem
it.
to
I just
think-
want to do it.
Yeah. You all seem to think it's okay to derive entertainment from the mentally ill as long as no one is getting hurt. So if you all think that's true, I'm going to need you to give me the top 3 entertaining mental illnesses. Destiny, go. What do you got? Top 3.
I think it
entertaining
depends
mental
on how it manifests in people. I think is Like different people might have like OCD,
Okay,
and
top
in
three
some ways,
people who are funny.
man,
to
I'm not
watch.
gonna fucking do this. You're not getting me on this one. Fuck you.
No?
Yeah, I was gonna say no. Shut up.
Jesus Christ. Can I say
Okay,
one
but-
quick?
but
Can
this-
I say
this kind-
one quick semi-serious thing before we meme hard? Somebody mentioned earlier about like dealing with friends with mental illness, that it's really difficult. If you're a normal, mentally well-adjusted person, you can't really help a friend with mental illness because most of the thought processes that you have that you would use to personally get better don't really work with people with mental illness. If you really want to help a mentally ill person, the number one thing that you could do is ask them if they're comfortable with it to either join a therapy session or get some like actual paperwork from their therapist and say like, hey, when I'm having XYZ problem, it would help if you did ABC things. If you really want to help somebody that has a mental illness, rather than just like saying like, get out of bed and don't be depressed and blah, 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 I think that's probably the route to go. And then that'll give you like a clear direction for ways that you can help people without feeling like you're lost and hopeless and not actually like making an impact or whatever. Right, okay.
Yeah, you are all very okay with like driving entertainment for mentally ill people, but as soon as I try to get at some entertainment for mentally ill people, you're all like, well, that feels weird to do.
I would say shout out Chris Chan.
We said list your top 3 disorders, which is like
it's a little
the
bit
most
different.
dehumanizing
That's
and like
crazy.
awful thing to say because disorders manifest so different. Like I'm not just gonna be like, oh, you know, I love NPD. That's a fun
Well,
like
it's not
what?
like-
I'm not gonna
I
answer
think
that.
is autism a mental
schizophrenic.
illness? I would say that's pretty high. Shout out Chris Chan. Shout out Daniel Larson.
Developmental disorder.
Shout
Elliot
out
Rogers.
shout out Elliot Roger. Yep, also autism. It's Roger, by the way. You fuck. Okay.
What did I
Listen,
say?
Get your incel lore right. You're trying to be
Get his
base in
name
here.
out of
You're
your
trying to be
mouth.
racist. You can't even get his fucking name right. You fucking fake fan. Okay. Shout out Elliot. Shout out who's the guy that thought he was Danny Phantom? Randy Stair. Shout out Randy Stair. W Riz. Some of my favorites of all time. Just want to put that out there. Yeah, definitely autism ranks pretty high for girls. I'd say usually like BPD, anorexia is pretty high on that list.
Yeah. Yeah, Wick, I disagree
Yeah.
with your premise. I actually don't believe in rewarding the mentally ill on stream, and that's why I click off Destiny's stream every time Quiznos is on. I just click
Wow.
I click to go somewhere else.
Unbelievable,
Throwing
guys.
shots.
Look,
Oh,
narcissism
man.
PD is one of the ones that it's okay to enjoy watching.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for permission, Erudite. I guess why like we've all mentioned that this is something that's happened throughout the years, right? It's the spectacle of the thing. Why do people like this so much, right? In your opinion, why do people like to watch the train wreck? To watch the dumpster fire? What about us makes us so drawn to other people's breakdowns?
It's the same reason that men love watching war documentaries and women listen to true crime, where like women are getting like raped and murdered. I don't know. There's something that orients humans to be extremely interested in the macabre. There's probably some element of like, whoa, that's crazy, but there's also this personalizing of like, oh my god, I hope this never happens to me. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think like it's innate in most people.
There's a lot of different reasons. I noticed from comment sections on video essays about it, some of it's like almost a catharsis. People are like, oh, this couldn't be me, or oh, no matter how bad my life is, I can never be this fucking guy. So some level of it is that. Some level of it is just really liking a trash fire. Some people just really enjoy it because if a story is just all happy, I mean, that's cool, but like it's a lot actually easier, I'd say, to tell a story that's often negative. And I've experienced that. It's the videos I have with the most views are like the most depraved fuckers on the planet.
Yeah, it's like how
yeah.
like the last 5 minutes of true crime shows are almost never watched because it's like the happy part where like, and then they found the guy or they like reunited a family member. It's like boring. I just want to hear about how he's like stabbing her to death and all the investigation.
Right.
I don't know.
And if you're a
there's a
YouTuber, I think it's also like if you're watching YouTube and you're seeing like the rise and fall of Destiny's career, for example, because he's falling off right now. If you're watching something like that, it's much more compelling to see someone who has built something so big and then watch it all crumble down than just hear a boring story about like, oh, he kept getting bigger and succeeded. Like, I guess that's kind of cool. But I think, people are just super drawn to like watching someone fumble the bag. And it's like, oh, if I was in that position, I would never fumble it that hard, you know.
Well, that
Comments like
doesn't
are
make
stuff I
any
see a lot.
sense considering if people are also attracted to the toxicity in general. Like, I mean, we have Blueface and Krishan Rock, and they're not falling off. Instead, they've gotten more and more successful, and people continue to watch the climb. There's not really a fall off as they're making a lot of money and continuing with success.
How does what I say not make
of,
sense though?
If I can finish, like you're talking about
Okay.
fall off, assuming that just because someone has a mental disorder or bipolar, which is generally what we're talking about, means that they'll fall off. Like that's what I'm saying doesn't make sense. A lot of the times, obviously, these streamers continuously get popular. But another thing I wanted to say is there's a difference between having bipolar type of crazy or BPD type of crazy and schizophrenia. Now, exploiting someone with schizophrenia, most people with schizophrenia, if you're having those episodes, like a lot of you're crazy. You don't even, if you think you're a fairy, you think you're a fairy. So it's not okay to exploit that because you can't actually make rational decisions and know who you are and what's going on. And I think that's kind of fucked up. Versus if I'm having a manic episode, I know that I'm alive. I know that I'm me. I know that I'm just a crazy bitch. But I know that I live here in this reality. My brain's not completely fried in the sense of like somebody that's going through an episode of schizophrenia.
I feel like I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I think that there's more crossover between like mania. Like I think mania can induce like psychosis. I'm pretty sure, right? Like I think one of the symptoms of mania is experiencing like you are actually, not to be mean to you, but like you're actually experiencing like delusions that don't map onto reality and are persistent regardless of external feedback. Like similar to a person with schizophrenia might experience certain delusions or paranoia.
Yeah, but I think somebody, if they're suffering like schizophrenia, I don't think like that's what I'm saying. I don't think they should be like necessarily on platforms like losing their mind, freaking out, thinking that aliens are coming down to destroy them and like.
So we have a line. Thank God. Schizophrenia is your line. Out.
Yeah.
I'm.
Yes.
Great. Does
But
anyone?
This is the issue, though, Wick. To come back to your original question,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
black and white
why,
like this.
which is why are we attracted to this? I have a really good friend of mine, Georgia Dow. She's a clinical therapist, and she helped me understand this. Humans are attracted to the minimum and the maximum of any situation. At the beginning of the show, we mentioned Jerry Springer. Back in the day, Jerry Springer sold a ton of VHS tapes back when it was shocking for a woman to come out topless on a television show and for that to be censored over, right? And then they would sell the uncensored version and horny dudes would buy it, right? That was shocking back in the day. Obviously, like in the internet age, that's not shocking at all, like a topless woman, right? So you've got to go more and more and more and more. And part of why, part of the dance I feel like content creators are trapped between is there's such an incentive in the algorithm to go to the maximalist, craziest position on anything, right? That's what's going to reward the algorithm. And then eventually the algorithm steps in and smacks him down, kicks him off, right? So it's a cycle where this is why it's so unfair to YouTubers, right? At a certain point, I think that it's just inevitable that people are going to go to the maximum of all this stuff.
I mean, the algorithm at the end of the day is not like it's not like YouTube themselves pick and choose what gets popular. The algorithm serves you what you're interested in. It's like personalized ads. And so in that way, if people are interested in, I don't know, schizophrenic people having mental breakdowns, then they're going to watch that. And they clearly are right now. So
yeah, it's
I don't
very
know,
funny
in that way,
that,
it's just like,
when we say the algorithm, what we're really trying to do is we're trying to blame like robots and everything, but the reality is that, and the irony is exactly the opposite. The algorithm is just society.
It's
right?
human nature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think my issue with like it being like, so where's the line is like, there isn't a clear line. Like there's some things that you can look at and go, well, that's obviously exploitative. And I think the people making that content are bad individuals, right? So like if you're secondary, you're like, I think Turkey Tom, you do a lot of like drama coverage. But say you're doing the drama coverage of somebody, you're intentionally trying to inflame that person with your coverage, you actively lie about them, and you're trying to build a weird narrative that isn't necessarily going on. Okay, well now I think you're doing something bad, right? Where you're trying to instigate this person, you're trying to milk more drama out of it by being an asshole to this individual. Okay, I think we would all agree that that's wrong. Where if I'm like the first, if I have Fuzi on my platform and say I've recently learned that he has a paranoia about how like technology is listening to him, and then while I'm talking to him, I keep like playing sounds on my soundboard that sound like whispering so that he thinks that like the government's listening into him. That would be fucking awful, right? Or the guy who called into Fuzi or whatever, his girlfriend, and like did that shit. That's really bad. But it's like, is it bad to have a bipolar person even if they're manic on stream?
No.
Not necessarily inherently. It really depends on what the content is. Because if you have a stream about somebody who's actively manic and you have somebody like beforehand giving consent to be on stream with them and you're walking through how to like actually talk to manic people in the midst of it, well, then we might be okay with that type of content. I don't know. It's just so
and
much
I think that
yeah.
drawing a line is difficult because like no two of these situations are going to be exactly the same. Like even comparing Etika to FouseyTube is like not the same thing. Comparing Recful to that is not the same thing. These are all case by case basis where there's individual responsibility from the people involved, and I just think that placing a broader responsibility on the internet is not only like kind of unrealistic, it's also just kind of dumb. But even if it wasn't dumb, like it'll never happen. You'll never get anything out of that. The conversation can just end at like, well, nobody's ever going to do anything, so people in his life need to help him.
No one's ever going to do anything. Well, we can't do anything about it, so we should do nothing at all. I reject that notion. I think that we can do things about it. I'm not sure what.
I kind of agree with Erudite.
What do you want to do, Wick? What are you proposing?
Good question. Good question. I don't know. One of the reasons I brought you all together here
Lemao.
is to talk about it and find out what we're going to do and if there's anything we can do, right? Maybe
Look, Wick, if you want, next time Fousey's live, I'll pay for you to fly out and you can put him in a chokehold, take him into deep water, and then you can take him to a safe place where you can stream with him and he'll be fine with you, okay?
I kind of like how Erudite broke that down because, for example, if you're having like a documentary or you're doing, like I said, awareness of mental health and you're just talking to somebody and they've given you consent, whatever, and it's just regular content. But then if you're playing around with someone, like she said, like, or they're schizophrenic or whatever, and you start being like, oh my God, you're right, there's aliens, they're coming to get us, and you start putting them in a freak out mode for the sake of you having content, now that's just fucking evil and disgusting as fuck. That's disgusting.
But that doesn't simply having this environment, right, where we have encouraged, like even subtly, people to go to more and more and more and more extreme lengths. Like people are watching Fousey, right?
But poking at his like nobody was really telling Fousey like things that were trigger points. They weren't actively trying to pick at things that he has that were triggers for him. Is what I'm saying here in this instance is people are watching this and saying, "Hey, if I imitate this behavior, if I do the same things, I too can have a shot at the big leagues, right? I too can get a kick contract for an unknown amount of money, right? But any contracts."
I mean, Wick, I'm going down through this. Like, let's think about this from a policy perspective, right? So I agree with you that this stuff is exploitive. And just to be really clear, there's a point where I tune out. I actually avoid unhealthy people in my personal life. I don't watch a lot of these streams, right? I personally make a choice that's different with you. It sounds like what you're advocating is there needs to be some grand scale here. I think we would all agree it's not the government's role. That's a free speech issue. I think we all agree. Kyla gave some great examples of why you cannot delineate this finely. We do not want YouTube in the position of like deciding who is and is not like having mental health issues. That doesn't work. We agree that it's human nature. The audience is never going to make a different decision. People are always going to be attracted to things that are sensationalistic and crazy. So I'm not trying to be snarky. I don't know what you're asking for.
So one of the problems I have with what Erudite said, right, is that it seems like this kind of the thing we do when we don't really want to tackle an issue, so we make it as complex as possible. Zeno's parable, where
it is extremely
before you cross
complex.
a room, you have to cross half the room, and but before we do that, we have to cross that half, right? But before we do that, we have to do this, and so you break it down and kind of create this situation where it sounds like this insurmountable obstacle. And absolutely, there are dangers to any kind of implementation of anything we put in, right? But we could all recognize that what's going on now. Well, I guess I'll ask you: do you think? We recognize this has happened before, but at least in my lifetime, and I'm 40 fucking years old here, so I'm not the oldest here, but I'm pretty old. I remember the Jerry Springer times, but now it's everywhere. It's accelerated. We have more of it than we had back in that day. It's just more common.
Is that
accepted.
true?
I don't think that's true. Back in the day,
same amount. We just have more content.
Yeah, keep in mind that like
Jerry Springer's just the only place to watch it.
Yeah, and
one
keep in
place.
mind, I think for daytime TV, Jerry Springer-esque content was essentially the most popular stuff. And when I say Jerry Springer-esque
Like
content,
Jerry
I'm
Springer,
going to take...
Dr. Phil.
Yeah, and even more so than that, I would say, arguably, all the court TV stuff was kind of the same as well. When you were watching like Judge Judy and stuff, you're not like, wow, I'm really curious like what legal input she's going to have to this incredibly sophisticated case when they child support. You want to see some people say some retarded, stupid shit that are fucking their lives up. Like that's and that was the case with all those like court TV, Judge Mathis, like all these people. You wanted to see that. So, I mean, like. Has it gotten more popular? I mean, there's more of it, but like this has like always been like the most popular types of TV.
Well, the difference is the ease of participation. So back in the day, I couldn't go on Jerry Springer. I couldn't go on any of these. I couldn't interact with these people.
If you wanted, I think you could just go to the set and get on, right? It's not that hard. Like they have an audience.
Yeah, I mean, you had to be like
pick up live audience.
You had to be in like the right city, sure. Like a random person from Kentucky probably wouldn't. Now it's a little.
But if you really wanted to go, you could go.
Probably,
you
yeah.
could.
Yeah.
And also WIC, I don't know what you used a term for it. I can't remember what it was. It sounded retarded to me. Ooh. It is like literally the most complex issue of our time is like social media censorship and how to interact with it.
And
it is
mental health and mental health.
Yeah, and how those interact like that is
well, we can't
perhaps
solve it,
the
so
most
might as well
complex.
just let them fuck each other, right? Like just let them
Well,
go,
the issue-
right? Let's
the
let
issue
them
is-
wander
That's
around,
not
do
the
their
response though.
thing.
That's such a cop out.
Yeah.
Like
The response isn't also let's make awful policy that is going to be extremely harmful, particularly to anyone with mental health
But
conditions,
your point is
and
that
like
any
disproportionately
policy would
punish
be
them.
awful policy, and I reject that notion. I think
policies that I'm
policy
thinking of
can be good, right?
Which
we all
policy?
recognize that
Dude, do you
there could be
seriously
bad
trust the
policies that could
fucking
be
fairies that run YouTube to do the right thing? I
fairies
personally
that
do
run
not.
YouTube.
Okay,
But on
I
top
do
of
not
that-
trust them.
Advise them to. We
But
can't.
on
Dude,
top
who
of
knows
that-
what they're gonna do? They're gonna
can't-
do crazy shit. Or do you really want the right wing to be in touch, where they just fucking ban everyone who they don't like because they're mentally ill? I don't
Say
want
mass
that.
report as being mentally ill. They'll just report
Or-
every trans content creator ever.
Well,
for all
no,
eternity.
that's one. Okay, I'm going to comment on two things. One, let's just go with the red pill thing. They wouldn't because they don't believe in mental illness. Depression is not real on red pill, so they wouldn't.
They would
ask
still
for any
use the
mental
mass
illness.
flagging.
But
Are
wait,
you mean there's
let me go back to what I was
they
saying.
hate you?
Yeah,
How
but they
can
do that
you-
anyway. That's
Wait,
no
so
different
how
than
can
today.
you?
None.
How could
There's
you
no difference.
censor? How could anybody censor whether or not someone's having a manic episode? Because honestly, like it's not scheduled. You don't
we can
know when
all
someone's having a
tell.
manic episode.
We can all tell.
That's what I'm saying. You can't tell because
all
there's been
tell
people who have thought I've
when
had
someone's
my manic
going through
episodes
it.
and
We
I
don't-
haven't yet.
We may not know what it is they are going through, but we can all I can recognize when someone's drunk on my street.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
I
but
can
sometimes
recognize
people are just
when someone's going through it. Not to a
Sometimes,
perfect
But just
degree.
going through it doesn't mean a manic. There's a difference between going through it and just acting schizo and actually being manic, though.
Look, are you a mental
can't
health
tell.
professional? Do you
like
know?
you can't.
I
Tell.
don't
No, but I
need
am
to
somebody
do
who has
that.
bipolar disorder, so I think I know when the fuck I'm manic
I
and when the
asked
fuck
Wick.
I'm acting.
Sorry.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm
my bad.
answering you. Like, just
Yeah, no
because I'm
worries.
mental
I'm
health
sorry.
doesn't mean I can't
It's okay.
recognize when
I think
someone's doing
Xena's manic
self-harm.
right now. We need to get her the fuck
Yeah,
out of here.
Through, get this bitch off the air. Holy shit.
Look, where I think I reach a different conclusion than you do. This is why I think this is less of an issue than you do. So take the Fousey thing, right? So there's a clip of him going around. Two of the most viral clips are one, him having sex with a drunk woman, which I
Welcome
consider
back.
to be rape, and then another one of him calling the cops and basically lying and saying a gun was to his head and calling in a threat, and the cops are pulled out. Both of these situations are things when law enforcement is going to get involved, and we actually have a society here. I think that when there's so much mental health issues, there's going to be a point where they run out of money or they run into situations with the authorities. And I think like what we need to be doing is advocating broader mental health policy as a country here to step in, because these people are going to end up interacting with law enforcement. That to me makes more sense than let's get YouTube to censor potentially
On that
mentally
note-
ill people.
On that note, a question to you: would you be okay with bringing back institutionalization for the mentally ill?
I need to study more about it. I don't have strong feelings.
It's complicated, but if it's done in a way that's like empirically sound and solid, sure.
It could never be. It
Institution
could
in
never
the way
be.
that we did it in the '60s, no.
Yeah.
Right? If we're like strapping them down
No
to beds and stuff.
institution is good enough. No,
Yeah.
no.
I
When
feel
I
like
went to
everything
rehab-
I've
I
seen
disagree with
relating to institutionalizing people is it would probably be a good thing. That eliminating the institutionalization of mentally unwell people has basically just meant that now they're just basically stuck out in the streets.
They're homeless and on the
lives
streets.
are like fucked.
Yeah.
Well, they go to prison, right?
Oh.
Which Woo's comment
They go to
reminded
prison,
me.
they go to rehab, and then they go to psych wards, and
That's
then
right.
they go to the homeless.
Well,
Prison's not so bad.
I've already
That's the
Weight
rotating
lifts.
doors.
Okay, prison. I already did. I did federal prison. I'm sorry. If that was the option, I'm gonna be mentally ill on the street.
Dude, in prison you get food. You can weight lift. They give you like books and stuff. Like
You
you just get
understand
based
that
in
the
prison.
food in prison is so poison? Like, I literally had warts all over and I grew up without acne. Like, I had warts. I still have the photos. I had so many warts and blisters.
Well,
And
you can just focus on your physique.
I had a
I
blood
don't think,
disease. It
just
was
to be clear, I
disgusting.
don't think anyone here is advocating that we put mentally ill people in jail.
Except
just to
me.
be clear.
I think
Except
they
for
all need to be
Destiny
put in
and
there.
Tom.
No, I'm kidding. I'm
But
kidding. I'm
well,
trolling.
either way, I think it. Well, I don't know. From what I've seen by being Baker acted, I got out because I'm really good at lying to these fucking psychiatrists. Thank God. But bro,
You gotta go
I was
back.
not.
Send her
I
back.
was not staying there, and I'm sorry. It was worse than prison. Is what I was about to get to saying. Like federal prison, I would rather do that than be back at that. Like it was, bro. They literally when they run out of room, they make you sleep on a chair with
I understand what
oh.
you're saying, and I know this sounds really mean, but it's the mental institutions aren't for you; they're for us.
Yeah, well.
That's kind of the point. Is that like
I have been told that I feel like it should only be in the most extreme cases you put people there, because everyone I've talked to that has been like, let's say, suicidal, that's gone to a mental institution, has said that they were worse after. Like it didn't.
Yeah.
The issue is if we want to get complex about this, there's lots of rehab centers that you can be forced to go into that are fantastic, right? The issue is like when we're talking about institutions, what we need to be talking about is like standards that are implemented in institutions to make sure that they're like livable and functional, and probably having separate institutions for individuals who like have like both antisocial and like a manic disorder. So they're like people who are assaulting both staff and like other regulars versus people who are just like schizophrenic or suicidal, and like separating these populations out a little bit better. Like there are ways to institutionalize people that isn't barbaric and horrific. Like I don't think anyone here is advocating for that necessarily.
Can I mirror off of that, Kyla? So for me, getting institutionalized was the best thing that ever happened to me. I remember when I got into rehab, I had a crippling anxiety disorder. I was a full-blown alcoholic. I was addicted to drugs. I was depressed. I'm having manic episodes. I was a hot goddamn mess. And my parents sat down and they forcibly institutionalized me, and I ended up going to live at the hospital, rehab for 3 months. It's the same place that Tiger Woods went to for his sex addiction, and it changed my life. It is the best thing that ever happened to me. It taught me responsibility for my choices. It made me see myself more honestly. It made me take my mental health far more seriously, and it gave me the tools literally for 20 years of sobriety. So I think the difference is I went to the like $20,000 a month like version of rehab, right? And it was an excellent experience for me. So the answer is to get more people that standard of that level of care.
You know, speaking of exploiting off of people who are mentally ill, wouldn't there be a line that we'd have to draw for like panel hosts who intentionally bring people together who they know will hate each other and disagree, and then intentionally say things to inflame the drama between those people to try to maximize as much view and content off of these individuals as possible? I don't know. I feel like if having a mentally ill person around at all is wrong, wouldn't there be something to say about like panel hosts?
Something that I was going to ask that's kind of in the same vein of that is, let's say that we do have a policy where we don't have mentally ill people on. What about just ordinarily like self-destructive people that aren't mentally ill?
Yeah.
Like, do we also, is like no form of self-destruction now?
And where do you draw the line in mental illness? Like if you have depression but you're medicated?
Yeah.
Sure.
True.
This
like
is a
Wick.
fair point.
Were you
Like
were you
Wick.
bring us on to? Were you expecting a debate? Okay. You expecting some
Well,
kind
I thought
of
one of you would be sane, but I apparently we have a panel where I thought we were.
We're
gonna
all
bring on
YouTubers,
those
bro.
who-
You can't
those
expect
who,
anything.
monetize the mentally
You got the
ill,
fucking
those
Shure
who exploit the
SM7B.
mentally
You have the
ill,
Joe
and
Rogan
the mentally
podcast
ill.
swag.
But I only got the mentally ill apparently. So we're gonna work with it. We'll go with it. Apparently it's okay to exploit you all, so I'm going to continue to do so. But that's a good point that Erudite made, right? What levels? There's a difference between someone simply being an asshole and making poor decisions, and then there's a difference between someone who's obviously inebriated, drunk, or otherwise.
Can I just hold on? I'm so sorry. Fuck. I keep hearing random things from me. It is not always obvious who's inebriated. Sometimes people can appear quite drunk and they aren't that drunk. They could be tired and have had one drink. Sometimes people can be very good at hiding how alcoholic they are, and there's other indicators that you need. Like it is, I didn't know this until I've had a little bit of first-hand experience with it, and I had a lot of pushback on chat for this one. It's like you can be blackout drunk and sometimes not give outward indicators of it. That apparently is a thing. So
I mean, Xena's fucked up right now. We haven't said anything
one.
about it, even though we all know it could be anyone.
So I'd be careful about that. Like, oh, like it's obvious when somebody's like really drunk. That's not always the case.
Not always the case, but
sure. Sometimes it is, but yeah.
Often it is. And I think that the point here is that there's a difference between someone who is just making poor decisions and they're totally sober. They have no mental illness going on. They're just making a really bad decision.
What about awful people? What about bringing on what about bringing on actors in a panel who lie about the people they're talking to? They're intentionally as bad faith as possible to try to get sick, epic dunks on people, and often leave people feeling super upset and distressed because they're going against an opponent who's willing to lie to them. But we're gonna keep bringing them on panel shows because they make really good content. But maybe we shouldn't.
Am I getting called out here?
How responsible is it
for
you to react? How responsible is it for you to react to pedophile Mr. Girls content with serious intellectual analysis?
Thoughts, Destiny?
I think that's great. I love
what do you think about
you had him
Mr.
on?
Girl
Oh, that's
your
even
platform?
better, okay?
They're best buddies for a while.
When he goes to jail and gets ripped, I know who's going to beat out when he comes out.
Oh, fuck.
I think it's going to be you. Okay?
The world's not ready.
He's going to go into federal prison, come out in 6 months. He's going to be jacked as fuck, and I'm going to personally pay him to beat the shit out of you for bringing me on this panel, okay?
But
That's
the
my
difference
plan.
here, the difference between
6
these two
months is
situations
crazy.
that Erudite says about people just being assholes is because there's very few examples that we can point to, none that I'm aware of people just being self-destructive and assholes that leads to people getting assaulted, sexually assaulted, etc. But there's plenty of examples I could cite right now of people who are mentally ill, who people do this thing with, who kill themselves, who look at Fusni. It's not Fusni. It's not just that he's mentally ill, it's that he's abused people on stream, he's assaulted people on stream, and you know what the streaming platform did about it? Fuck all, right? They keep paying him money. At what point do we say they have some responsibility? Say, look what's happening on your platform. Maybe you should stop this, right? Maybe you should stop this. I don't know.
But the people don't want them to stop. So technically their only responsibility and their only thing is they want what the people want. And if the people are in high demand of this, of course they're going to take it.
It's just impossible. What are you gonna do? Is YouTube gonna hire a board of psychiatrists to watch people's streams to make appropriate diagnoses and be like, yes, conclusively? Well, they couldn't do that because psychiatrists are sworn by the Golden Gate rule or whatever that they're not allowed to diagnose public figures unless they've personally sat down with them and interviewed them, assessed them. So they could never do that. So then what? Do they hire just random fucks to decide whether or not somebody's mentally ill enough? This is why it's this is just they'll never do it. It's logistics nightmare.
When someone goes and gets a drunk woman on stream, finds out that they've been a victim of sex trafficking, then goes to the airport bathroom and fucks them, right? They could be like, okay, maybe it's time to cut this guy off, right? I
understand what we're saying, but I think that our interpretations of everything can be wildly different. Even that, I watched that. I'm a big consent king. Okay, I haven't raped hardly anybody in my life, and I think that whole interaction. I think that whole interaction was totally fine. Actually, I don't think the lady was drunk at all. I think she was talking about her past. But would I say that what lady who's 30 years old can't consent to sexual activity? I don't know if I would. Right. I don't know if she was ever in a state where I felt she was so inebriated. I think she 2 or 3 drinks at the bar. She was catching a flight. But I mean, I could be wrong. Somebody else could be more right. But that's an example where for some of you guys in here, that's a very clear cut wrong that I disagree with. I disagree with. So how would we even begin to police this type of stuff?
Well, what about
a lot of the times
or assaulted people, right? What about then? Can we just?
But we can
police the illegal behavior. If somebody does something illegal or assaults somebody, that's bad. Easily, yeah. We all agree with that. Yeah.
Or does drugs or stuff like that, stuff that's in TOS you can ban, which is why I'm saying a lot of TS will capture some elements of mental illness, right? If somebody's super manic and they're screaming racial slurs all the time and then they start doing crack on stream, well, now you can ban them for doing the crack on stream, right? But you can't really ban them for being manic. That's just the only thing I could think of as making a policy around mental health is that if you're a streamer who's intentionally trying to trigger other people's mental health, so say you find out somebody's PTSD trigger and you keep playing it around them and stuff like that, maybe that should be bannable. I'd I'd be probably okay with that. But that's basically no one, so that wouldn't actually address any of the concerns.
Well,
yeah.
See, but that's what Destiny does to me on the regular. Is he knows my trigger points and he loves to bring them on so that.
Yeah,
he
but
can
you
trigger
like
me.
it too much. Look at you're smiling right now, so it
But
can't
maybe,
count.
but maybe I'm manic.
Well, you just said you aren't, and I like to believe. I like to believe people.
But with Destiny's high IQ assessment of manic people, I could be in a state of delusion to where I think I'm not manic, and of course, I can't make sane, rational decisions to tell you whether I'm manic or not.
True.
Okay,
that's
That's
true.
great.
We all know
I like
Destiny's
when-
defending this position because he loves exploiting mentally ill people.
Sure, I want to hear from Wu real quick. Go ahead.
So I want to come back to something Kyla was saying and really ask you directly, Wick. I see a difference of magnitude, but as far as the outcome for people, I don't see a substantive difference in bringing a bunch of people together on a panel when you know it's going to be a shit show. Look, I've been on those panels. I've talked to you after those panels. I know it's bad for your mental health. It's certainly bad for mine. And like, put a bunch of toxic people together for clicks. I have no ethical issue with that. I think it's just a difference of degree. So if you're so concerned about a Fusi situation, I mean, how do you reconcile that with what you... And you do a lot of smart conversations, but you do some drama content too. How do you reconcile that?
Because I think degree matters here, right? We obviously recognize that a glass of water, you won't drown from it. However, if you are in a river trying to drink the river, you're going to drown. Degree actually matters here. And I think that there does come a point, and I'm not sure where that point is. I don't have the exact answer, but there does come a point where, okay, let's cut the mics here. It's just causing too many issues, and it's causing too many, societal issues as well. So even if people want this thing, then I think that people in positions of responsibility have the responsibilities to say, even if you want this thing, even if the audience is begging for it, now this is too much, we don't let them do it. I don't know what that exact line is, to be clear.
Yeah,
but
I've seen you do that. To your credit, I've seen you do that regularly.
Yeah, there is a point where I'll say, okay, this is enough. It's too much. And
I think also the issue is when we talk about non-mentally ill people, we typically give them greater agency and ability to consent or not consent. So like if you're like of a reasonable mental status and we don't consider you mentally ill, if something is too much for you, then we say that you should probably be able to leave. I think that's when I was trying to draw lines of like who I would have on stream or who I wouldn't have on stream, usually the thing that I would try to figure out for certain people is like at some point there were some people who were like, it's fun to have you on stream and this is blah, blah, blah. But then if I feel like it's starting to get too much for them, I might reach out personally and I might say like, hey, if it's ever too much, like let me know. Or if you think you shouldn't be here, that's fine, to check with them afterwards. And then for some people, it's just like, listen, like you're too mentally ill, like you shouldn't be on stream at all. Like I don't think you can make the decision.
Without outing who these people are, but can you give us an example of a time you've drawn the line and said, okay, no, you're just too much, I'm just gonna cut you off?
I've had that conversation with almost everybody that I thought has had weird mental. I had that conversation with Xena when she was having her big like Sneeko thing. I messaged her because we were going to chat on stream, and I was like, "Listen, I don't think that you're in a place right now where it's like probably good for you to come on stream and do this. As much fun as it would be, like So like if I try to figure it out, but obviously like I mean like some people might say that like the Anna stuff was too much or the Mr. Girl Alive stuff was too much, or like I try to navigate it as best I can. Obviously it's good content for me too, but there are places where I'll cut the line. But I think that that's it's not really nuanced. It's very clear. But the clear part is just hard to see. So like the clear part should be that like if somebody's ability to actually be in a situation and keep track of their own mental health is compromised, they should probably be taken out. That's like I think the pretty crystal clear answer. It's just really hard to see where that exactly is. But I think that's the line we should be looking for. Yeah.
And even that, like him when he did, like he reached out for that, for example, like it kind of, that does bring a sense of clarity because it's like, I think mainly it was his approach to the way he approached it, because it wasn't necessarily just about his stream. He was saying like, just so you know, like he even gave me the rundown about how many of my ex's ops would want to put me on stream for that same reason too, and like use me in a sense, and he's like, I just want you to know you'll feel like shit after because they're just going to use you. And it just brings like a sense of clarity, like, okay, maybe I'm like a little too going a little too crazy right now, maybe I need to sit back, take a break. So, and it was honestly the reason I took like 2 weeks off of even being on social media or Twitter or anything was from Destiny reaching out to me. And then I would just text him privately.
In my opinion, it did, because well, I'll just ask you directly. How many people did you have reaching out to you at that time, trying to get you on to? You don't have to name names, or anything, but like how many? Just get an idea, right?
At least eight different people that actively
pretty big content creators?
major streamers that one that really hates that man, and it was a really big platform too, and like it was tempting, but at the same time I was like, damn, I just listened to Destiny and I was just thinking, thanks Destiny, you've given me a lot to think about.
I think another thing to take into consideration is the fact that, what is it, at this point, how many people are, like, what's the general percent of the population diagnosed with mental illnesses? Is it like 30% in women or 20%
If you're
or
including
something?
mood disorders, I think it goes up to like 70% have had at least some lifetime experience with
Okay.
mental health.
Well,
challenges.
I guess the reason I bring that up is because, like, to what degree do you chalk someone's bad decisions up to mental illness, or is it just them being, fucking stupid? Maybe it's a combination of both. I don't really know. But even just the other day, I was streaming, and me and all the commentary guys brought on this individual named Chillin, who's a shining trans queen activist who does YouTube videos. And Brianna, you know Chillin, I think, a little bit, yeah. Well, Jalen's someone who, like, I feel bad for because they seem to be someone who is clearly mentally ill. I don't know what they have. But even beyond that, they just like they were talking about how they donated or they invested 50 grand in Dogecoin and lost 30 of it. Now they have 20 grand, and then they're like losing it all, and they think they're gonna get evicted from their apartment because they have like debt to pay off from buying like toys or something. It's just a train wreck situation, and so it's like, do I have a responsibility to not engage with this person because I think there may be something wrong with them? They're a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers who gets hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views monthly even. And they're choosing to come on a live stream repeatedly because they seem to find it entertaining to watch themselves get blown the fuck up. This person is someone I've known about for years, who 2 years ago was like this, where on one hand they would be upset about, racism or transphobia or stuff like that, and then would hop on Discord and call a black kid a dirty N-word. And it's like, at what point is this person like, not able to be called out? Like, realistically, I'm sure there's some level of mental illness going on, but at the same time, like, if they wanted to fuck off, they've been offered advice from hundreds of people over the past few years, and they've taken zero of it.
So I feel like I have to defend Chillin just this much. Like, Chillin is an adult and she can make her own choices. Chillin is someone who is on the autism spectrum, and Chillin at her core is a good person. But it's also really clear to me that the public spotlight is not aiding to her making good choices. And like, I had a certain point with Chillin where I'm like, the most ethical thing I can do is kind of step away, right?
Yeah.
So like, I don't want to hurt her. I just, I truly wish her well. She's got some real stuff, and I think she's got talent that I hope she can address her issues.
Do you think that people...
Yeah.
Do you think it's immoral to, or I guess unethical, I don't know, whatever. Do you think it's bad, broadly speaking, to interact with Chillin as a public figure? I mean, obviously you decided to step away for your own reasons.
It's a choice. I know Chillin enough that I have empathy for her, and I would never hurt her, right? I don't agree with the choices she makes, but I don't, like, I'm an adult, right? I'm not going to go hurt someone who's clearly dealing with a lot. That's the ethical choice that I make. I also think at some point Chillin is responsible for Jalen's destiny, and there's nothing I can say or do that is going to alter that, right? So does that make sense?
That makes sense. Here's another example, since big picture vagueness seems to be, we're having trouble with that one, which Wick, you'll appreciate this. Are you guys all familiar with Too Mad at all? He's like a big YouTuber, and
vaguely. I don't know any of you actually, but yeah. Sure.
Okay. Too Mad, big YouTuber, like a few million subscribers, came up a few years ago on like gaming stuff and being a funny guy. More recently, he was kind of schizo tweeting all the time. He tweeted out this picture of whatever the British trans girl that died was. He tweeted out, he was like, "She's hot." And people were like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? She's dead. She's like 16, all this stuff." Keep in mind, he's like 22 or something. And then beyond that, he was accused of sexual assault and stalking by this girl he used to know. And now he's like having a mental breakdown every day because he's mentally ill. Am I supposed to like absolve him of his actions or not interact with him or not call that out or talk about it? Like, what's my kind of interaction supposed to be with that person? As someone who has a large platform myself, is it irresponsible to make a video about it, given the fact that he seems to be in a perpetual state of mental breakdown mania, every single day?
I think it's neutral to the decision to make the video. This is how I view this. It's neutral to make a decision to make the video, and then how you make the video will determine if it's moral or not moral. Yeah. Because I think if you cover it in like basically the maximally, like if you want to be I think the most virtuous you can do is be really honest and not hide any of the facts or anything to build any narrative. And this is how I view it, at least. And also, if you want to be extra point giving, doing like compassion for both sides. So basically like talking about the human elements at both pieces of the individual. So both the girl that's making the claims and also like Too Mad. But I don't know. I think like having these like, I actually think there's a benefit to having these like neutral TLDRs of drama, because I remember like, I don't know if you guys remember back in like old internet when like these dramas would pop off, but there wasn't ever like these TLDR videos that like covered all the details. So nobody knew what the fuck was happening ever at any time. And people would like, there's actually greater amounts of like incorrect information going on about the situation because there wasn't like one collective. But again, if you're building narratives and lying about the person, well, okay, well now you're
right. It's good to have an archive. I would agree with that. Wick, do you mind if I steer this conversation just a little bit, just because I'm curious what the panel would think? Okay. So one of the bigger controversies this year from a fellow video essayist that I am kind of a fan of is called Sunny V2, and he made a video called it was like why Chris Tyson could be Mr. Beast's nightmare, and it was a story. It was a video covering a trans individual who's on Mr. Beast's team. He's like one of the main stars, obviously one of the biggest YouTube channels in the world. Obviously trans used to be male and was publicly presenting as male. Now is publicly presenting as female, I believe, but I think goes by any pronouns, so don't worry about tripping up with that. And Sunny made a video speculating on how Chris being trans could negatively contribute to Mr. Beast's career. And through that, he was speculating on like, his marriage and stuff like that is falling apart. And, this is when it seems to end. And he's not seeing his daughter anymore, stuff like that. So I'm curious what you guys think about the ethics of making a video covering, let's say, potentially something like transness, which, however positive you guys want to be, there's certainly demographics in the world that aren't open to trans people being out. Is it immoral for Sunny to make a video speculating on how that could affect Mr. Beast's career?
I think it's important that we say what we're talking about here is like, this is basically an op-ed at this point. This is an opinion piece. This isn't just like a covering of what's
I mean, it's kind of,
right?
yeah, I guess it's kind of mixed. I mean, he was basically trying to express that like he thought that there was enough negative public sentiment around it that it could cause an issue for the channel, basically.
Yeah, but if I made a video about how I'm worried about Turkey Tong around young women, I don't know that there's going to be any problems with it, but a lot of people have DM'd me and expressed to me that there's maybe some issues around him and young women, and just speculating on that. I think that would be kind of shitty of me to do, right?
Right. Well, would you say that that's the same thing, though?
No, it's not analogous, right? This is why like these types of content things are so difficult, in that like speculating about like whether or not somebody has actively done crimes is different than speculating about the future trajectory success of a channel, right? In that they're disanalogous in that you're projecting about the future, which everyone knows is uncertain, and also in the other you're speculating about a potential crime, right? So like these are disanalogous for like at least these two reasons. Which is why I would say like the op-ed piece. I haven't watched Sunny the video, so I can't weigh in strongly. But if it's literally just like I think that this is going to be the outcome, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. You're allowed to have
personally did not like that video at all. I don't want to say irresponsible. That's too strong a statement. I also think that there is a point that the extremely online trans community needs to be more comfortable with people expressing their free speech, which is not always going to be in positive terms, right? I think Turkey Tom, my assessment of your work is it is more journalistic in nature than what that video is, which is why I watch your channel more. So I personally really did not like that video. It affected my impression of who that person was and my trust in their coverage of anything.
I guess my question would be like, what about the video?
I thought it was very lazy. But I don't think there's like an ethical problem with them making that. Does that make sense?
I guess my question would be, what about the video specifically rubbed you the wrong way? Was it just that speculation in general?
Just a bunch of crazy speculation. I think it's the same as Destiny, forgive me for saying this. There are a lot of really weird people out there that speculate about your personal life in a way that is tremendously uncomfortable to watch from the sidelines. Nice. And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, y'all, this is really gross and weird and inappropriate. It felt exactly the same to me.
So was it less about the trans thing and more about just the personal dissection of of Chris's life.
Exactly.
Okay, interesting. Okay, all right. That's a take I haven't heard yet. Okay, cool.
Noted.
One thing I was going to actually maybe bring up, it's a slightly, so if Tom, if you're not done on
Go ahead.
this rail, okay. I think when we're talking about consent for mentally ill people, a lot of times what we're actually talking about is like somebody's ability to decision make, because it's not just about whether they've given consent, it's about whether or not like we believe in their capacity to make good decisions.
We're talking about informed consent, right? Yeah.
Yeah, informed consent and decision making abilities, right?
Mhm.
And so I think like probably the most, and this is why I think like making policy about this shit is a really bad idea, because I think like knowing about like people's ability to consent to things is going to vary both over time, right? This is a very notorious issue with an addiction treatment, for example, where like most people would argue that when you're going into a treatment center and you have two options, which is jail or treatment, it's not really informed consent, especially if you're detoxing actively right now. You're not really agreeing to the program. You're not really like, even if the program's like you have to commit for 3 months and like you don't get your cell phone, and they'll be like, everyone knows, every person who's in addiction, who's avoiding going to jail, is going to sign off and agree to all of these things. But it's not really consent, which is why most treatment centers that are solid impose like quarterly consent releases where they continue to consent to treatment. But we also have to remember that like people can be unable to make a decision on some topics, but can make decisions on other topics, right? So like, I don't know if I would trust a person with PTSD to make a super good decision about whether or not they can like handle something that might be like trigger adjacent, because they might say that they can, but that I don't know if I would trust their assessment on that, but they might still be able to make completely informed decisions on like who they have sex with, for example. And so I think like even when we're talking about like streaming stuff, there's probably some stuff that a mentally ill person can consent to and informally consent to for streaming, and other things that maybe they can't as much. And I think this is a really another element as to just why you just can't make policy about this stuff.
Yeah, that's well said.
Fair enough. Gang, we are kind of looping at this point. We're circling the drain. We're gonna get the closing statements, and then if you're amenable to it, I have some callers who want to call in and ask some questions. So I'll bring a couple in on if that's okay. And if you're in the audience, gang, and you like this content, you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And if you want on, join the Discord and jump backstage. And yeah, get in line, gang. And we'll see what we have to see. But I want to give everyone here an outro first and an ability to kind of speak their truth, if you will. And we're going to start in the reverse order we went. So Xena, you're up.
I think that we need to spread more awareness to mental health, and yeah, I think that, I think it's important. As somebody who's mentally ill, I mean, I'm entertained by it too, as long as, like I said, it's not too far. They're not harming someone, physically harming someone, or physically harming themselves, but there should still be some form of awareness to it, and just maybe not promoting it, or like Erudite said earlier, purposely trying to trigger people into having episodes. I do think a lot of what Destiny said kind of covered a lot today, Erudite and Destiny. I also, what is your name? Brianna, right? Brianna, I like a lot of what she said as well. I mean, everybody had something interesting to say. Wick, you kind of are just saying you want to regulate it and just end supporting it, but at the same time you want to talk about it. So it's like, I still don't exactly know where your stance is on this or whatever. And then what else did I want to say? Destiny, they asked me to ask if you were on the spectrum.
Always. I'm on every spectrum, yes.
There you go. And then I have nothing else to say. Follow me at Xena the Witcher on almost everything, Instagram, Twitter. On Kick, it's Xena the Witch. And then on, Twitch, it's Xena_the Witch. You can find me. Xena the
Check her out, gang. Thanks for coming on, and I appreciate being here. Hopefully you'll be able to understand me next time. Tarky Tom, go ahead.
Tarky Tom, back at it. Yeah, my opening statement pretty much reflects how I feel. I don't feel personal responsibility for content creators that I may cover on my channel, so yeah, that's about it. Everybody's responsible for their own shit, so get your life together. What's that AA's thing? God give me the strength to change the things I can change, not change the things I can't change. I can't change pussy too. That's my closing statement. Thanks for watching. Nina sucked in this debate. Everyone else did excellent. Thank you all for being here.
Fair enough. Erudite, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I made my opinion pretty clear for the most part. I think watching this stuff is completely neutral and fine. I think if you're covering it and you're being exploitative intentionally or lying and manipulating, then you're a bad person because you're being exploitative, lying and manipulating. Other than that, I think it's too complicated to rely on YouTube to police this. So yeah, you can find me at Not So Erudite everywhere: YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, but not on Rumble.
Thank you. You've given me a lot to think about.
Good one.
Thanks for coming, Erudite. Really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Next up, Destiny.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Good one. My statement from the beginning hasn't changed. I'm disappointed that Wick seems so opinionated on this and didn't come with us with a strong policy. So, I'll say fuck Wick. And, yeah. I think that, to reiterate...
Are you doing coke right now?
Oh, also, speaking of the platform being the mentally ill, Mr. Girl got his YouTube channel back as of like 3 minutes ago.
Oh, fuck! Glad that we could broadcast that to my entire channel, Erudite. Thank you for letting everybody know so they can go boost in the algorithms. Thank you so much.
He'll be in jail soon enough. It'll be fine.
He'll get jacked. He's coming for you.
Okay.
Don't speak ill.
Fair enough. Brianna Wu, go ahead.
Yeah, something I wish we'd had a chance to talk about tonight is it's kind of the opposite problem that, especially with my job right now, kind of getting to know so many streamers in this space. A constant that I see is this job streaming taking a heavy mental toll on the people that do it. I think that there's a sense with the audience a lot of the time that when they're going after someone really hardcore that it's entertainment. And I can tell you, I've met enough people in this space that it can really do real damage for people. So I don't think that it's the platform's job necessarily to step in. I don't think, I think there's a certain responsibility you have to manage your own mental illness. But I do think, Wick, you're right that if you want to be the best version of yourself, you can be more conscious of the choices that you make. And, Kyla, something you said one time I really, really loved is you had a discussion about how can we be ethical when we're kind of being mean to each other. I think that's a really good question, right? So I think it's a good thing to ask yourself, like when you start going after someone publicly or amplifying something from someone that's having a mental health crisis, I think it's a good time to just pause and ask yourself if it's something you're really comfortable with. I make that assessment often as yes, right? I have no problem going after someone like Katie, but there are a lot of times that answer is no. And I think it makes you a good person to think about the standards that you hold yourself to.
Katie taking shots. Not even here to defend herself. That's unfortunate.
Well, she blocked you, so.
I still don't, I have no ill will towards her. But anyway, let me bring on a couple callers, and we'll see what they got to say. We'll see if everyone thinks that the people who make money off of this, absolving themselves of all responsibility, was the take that they wanted to take away from here today. Let's find out. Hello. You're live, gang.
Can you hear me? You might have to re-add me or something.
No, we can hear you. What you got?
Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I just, my thing is, I think like having a mental health crisis button on like as a part of a report or like going through something mentally ill, yeah, something like that. I think having that option for reports is fine. I mean, it can get abused. I understand that, but like, it still goes to like YouTube. They review it, and then like it'll be imperfect. But there's a bunch of policies on YouTube that are already imperfect, so it's like it'll improve over time, and like maybe they'll get better at it over time to like actually identify when somebody's like just like self-destructively manic and shit like that. So I think like that would be my policy. I would say having a mental health crisis button or something like that. I don't know.
Izzy, what you got?
Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to speak to a point that was brought up earlier about like when we were talking about Fusi specifically, that like he's in terms of like his position in life right now, like he's actually like he's making a lot of money, and obviously he has like a incentive to kind of play up with some of his like crazier shit, and it's like at the end of the day it's kind of hard to feel terrible for him because of like the fact that YouTube makes him a lot of money, and that usually when someone's like mentally ill, it's not just the mental illness that fucks them over, it's kind of the fact that it's crossed over with like poverty and like separation from any sort of like support system, like having like family, and that like, you know, I don't know, at the end of the day, he's in a position to do something about that, when usually, you know, when you are actually dealing with like manic episodes or whatnot, it's also, you're in the throes of like poverty, or homelessness or whatnot, and there's like a lot of crossover there.
Mental health crisis button. Having YouTube have another reason to report people. What do you think about that, gang? That's a policy position. Good, bad, ugly?
So you can report a channel because they're having a mental health crisis?
Yeah, pretty much. Or like they would review it.
I think it'll get weaponized immediately. I think I can just imagine all the gripers. Now they don't even need to look for like slurs or anything on a trans person's page. They'll just report them for mental illness like over and over and over again. I think it would just, for the most part, probably get utilized like pretty poorly. And again, it still is requiring YouTube chat mods to make a decision about whether somebody's mentally ill enough to be there.
Which, by the way, YouTube chat mods are going to be some fucking guy in Pakistan that they contract out in a giant room full of.
Oh, Pakistanis can't figure out if you're having a mental health crisis or not? Is that...
Pakistanis.
Yeah, Tom, it's kind of
Pakistanis being paid $20 an hour. I do not trust. No.
Well, yeah, okay, so like, yeah, that's fair, but it would get better over time. Like, I think it's like, cause like, I'm thinking about like Twitch's like sexual content policy, where it's like it's not perfect at all. It's like they fucking get up all the time. People do accidental stuff. It's like certain positions are bad, all that stuff. But it's like, I feel like, me personally, I feel like it's like that it's working towards something like concrete to like try to like make a stance to say like this is sexual content, this is not. I think that's better than nothing in my opinion. And just like, well, that person's doing whatever, and it's definitely bad, and we know it's bad, but we don't care, or we can't do anything about it. I think that's like not true.
I hear that, but also like we've been saying the same thing about like content ID systems and stuff like that for YouTube for a really long time now, and like how that's supposed to be getting better, and it's still getting abused. It's still to the point where you have situations where like maybe you're talking about like I'm not even sure if I can say it right now, about like COVID vaccines or whatever, and like you can end up getting like in a lot of trouble for that. Even if you're pushing back on really bad misinformation, you can end up getting fucked over for that. I don't really know if I trust something like YouTube, like as big as it is at this point.
When it comes to moderating a site as big as YouTube, it's like a literally impossible task, and I think that's what you're getting on. Is like it's just such a big website, it's impossible to moderate. And adding this is like okay, so is it if you're mentally ill at all? Like you need that button? Is it if you're manic? Is it you're mentally ill and you're harming someone? Because then because at that point, if you're harming someone, then that overlaps with the illegal thing. So it's just kind of redundant to not even have it there, right?
I'd say probably I'd say probably manic state, stuff like some type of altered state where you're, like the thinking is like off or whatever, and I don't know, the consequences definitely shouldn't be having the channel removed. Maybe like I don't know, demonetization. I'm trying to think of like consequences. Maybe demonetization. That's the only thing I can really think
I see. So if I'm on stream and I have a manic episode, YouTube should demonetize my channel because I'm going through a mental health crisis. Imagine the PR disaster that would be.
Situation worse.
Well, I think promoting it would be also kind of bad. I don't know.
I guess what I'm saying is like it's an impossible task from YouTube's end to even moderate their site right now. It's impossible to add another sort of factor. I mean, that would just sort of be pointless.
We can all acknowledge that there are problems with YouTube's moderation, severe problems with all of these platforms' moderation. But does that mean we take away the moderation altogether simply because they're?
No one is saying taking away the moderation. No, you're saying there's a system that exists with severe problems, and we should add like a whole new arm to that system. Basically, I think that's
Or at least go on.
I would say let's say okay, I don't know if this actually would happen, maybe, but like my feeling is like, let's say Pokimane was having a manic episode, they would cut her water off immediately. They would try to end stream, like they would try to do. I feel like they'd try to do something, or at the very least, my team would try to do something. Like I feel like if there was big enough talent or whatever, like they're gonna try to do whatever they can, like protect them or whatever. So like I feel like maybe it's
that's true, but that's also Twitch, where Twitch is like best friends with Pokimane or whatever, so they're gonna do that's why she likes that platform so much. She gets a little bit of special treatment, and I think some streamers prefer Twitch for that reason. And I think that YouTube operates differently, and I don't know. That's why I like YouTube, that they don't give people special treatment. I
have to say Pokimane is a unique talent. I really like her, and I think a lot of people underestimate what she brings. So I think some special treatment is deserved for what she does.
Don't watch Pokimane.
Okay. Well, teach their own.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on, Q2. We appreciate your contribution. We'll send you off, and we'll bring someone else on. Izzy, anything else before we send you guys to the
Take it
board?
easy.
Okay, easy.
No, thanks for letting me on.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's
Good
bring
callers.
on a couple more. Hello.
Yo.
Cameras, if we got them, gang. What do you got for us, Flow Trace?
Yeah. I understand that this is a very difficult problem to have solutions for. I don't think it's something that you can easily come up with ideas for. But I don't like the, insistence that, well, because we don't have any good ideas for solutions right now, there's just nothing we can do. It kind of reminds me of, certain arguments that conservatives will sometimes make in regards to climate change, where they'll say, green energy sucks, it's not good enough, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, sure, but like, if we agree this is a problem, then we should probably be trying to work towards those solutions. And it feels like there's probably a lot of, even if we, here today can't come up with like silver bullets, the idea that like there's no ground to be gained, I think it just seems like really sad. It just like shuts down the whole conversation.
Well, I
guess I don't really know that there's a problem.
Yeah, climate change, we know there's a problem. We know that we have to do something or else we're like on a path to disaster. I don't know if we know there's a problem. This is just, it would be nice to do something about this, but I don't know if it's like imperative.
Would you... certainly we can disagree about the extent. Would you really say you don't think there's any significant problem with like people being crazy on social media and like there being these massive like gatherings around it where like people are
I think that just
curling,
I think
like,
that just is. It just is like people are. Some people are mentally ill.
Well, I agree. Some people are mentally ill, but like, would you not? Just because it is doesn't mean it couldn't be a problem or it couldn't be negative that we'd want to like, seek to alleviate, right? Like,
I don't seek to alleviate it at all, honestly.
I think that we could recognize certain ways in which content centering on people that are very mentally unstable has negative externalities or negative aspects, and it would be nice if we could like get at some of those negative aspects. Like, it's probably not good that like when someone like is super mentally ill, like FouseyTube, there's like all this like revel that is like taken in regards to that person, and like we talked about, or sorry, not we, like you talked about in this panel, there is a huge feedback loop in that. Like, I understand, like, yes, it's not feasible to like try and get to a world where all viewers on Twitch and YouTube do the responsible thing and sit down and say, you know what, we're not going to watch this anymore. But like, it feels like there's probably some gains that could be made.
What's like even give us like a first step?
Yeah, I think that when you talk about really big streamers like Fousey, these are not just random users that there's a sea of. These are people that these companies have relationships with. Like Kick has a specific contract with FouseyTube. Companies have HR people, have HR departments for their own employees. If an employee at an office had a mental health crisis in the workplace, that's something an HR professional would probably reach out and try and do something about. I don't think it's that crazy to imagine a world where the same could be true of like social media companies, where if you have someone who has like a 50,000 concurrent viewer stream and they're like going crazy on it, you have someone reach up like, hey, we just like to touch base, like just as an absolute first step.
I don't think it's these companies' responsibility, I guess, to deal with their users. I think the users, there's a bare minimum they have to do in terms of legality, and beyond that, I wouldn't ascribe it any responsibility. Why?
Yeah.
I just don't trust these platforms to do the right thing or moderate content the right way. I think freedom of speech is important. I think freedom of expression is important. I think people should be able to express almost whatever they want on these platforms.
I super agree that freedom of speech is... Sorry, go for it.
If I could just offer a little bit of extra pushback, I think one of my biggest frustrations is that I think most people agree being like, yeah, this is like probably not the healthiest thing, right? I think everyone here is agreed to being like, oh, it's like not good. The issue is, I don't like the idea of a company doing something so that it just appears like they're doing something when it's completely, wholly empty, vacuous, and useless. I would literally rather us just wait to see if there's a better policy that we can come up with. Like the idea of like, sure, they could reach out, but the only reason YouTube would do that fundamentally would basically be to like clear their name a little bit of basically being like, well, we reached out, and it's like, well, of course the person who's manic isn't going to care about an email being like, would you like to have access to one of our BetterHelp coupons so you can talk to a licensed therapist? They're going to be like, fuck no. And so I don't know. I'm just
I super disagree. If the policy didn't do anything, then yeah, I wouldn't support a policy that doesn't do nothing. But like, if a company does a good thing and they're only doing it to save face, it's like, yeah, I kind of like that does cheapen it to a certain degree. But like, at the end of the day, a good outcome is a good outcome. So if there are good outcomes to be achieved, I don't really care that much that YouTube's only doing it for like selfish reasons. If anything, I'm glad our society, encourages people even that are selfish to do good things because they're rewarded for it. Like, I want to live in that kind of society. So like, if there aren't gains to be made, I 100% agree, but it feels like there probably are at least some kind of gains. And one of the ways, by the way, one of the ways we get better policy is by trying things out. Like, certainly social media companies are not going to get ideas or certainly improve upon moderation policies by not doing anything, right?
I just think like the sort of cross issues that would come from that in terms of like content moderation. It seems to me, as someone who is a YouTuber, every time YouTube rolls out content moderation, they end up fucking it up by like deleting a bunch of people's channels and demonetizing 100 people. And this is even with like very pressing issues like pedophilia on the platform. With something like this, which is more kind of like hard to address, it's less clear cut, it's less like line in the sand. I see it as a very tough thing for them to moderate, and for that reason, I would just rather them fuck off.
It'll probably become ableist super quickly as well. You're leaving it up to a bunch of random YouTube mobs to determine who's mentally ill enough, which is also immediately telling mentally ill people that basically other people have to decide for you about your platform. Which, like, yeah, maybe at Fousey's level, I would agree of being like, I'd be comfortable with them choosing to pull the plug on Fousey. The issue is, what about somebody less than Fousey? How do you make the determination? What about somebody who's doing a bit like Fousey, but they're not actually having an issue? Like, this, I don't trust YouTube moderators to make the decision about somebody being mentally ill.
I want to pass it off real quick to Allison real quick, and just to make sure we get through the people we can get through before everyone fucks off, right? So Allison, go ahead.
Completely agree that platforms don't have a responsibility to like tend to the mentally ill, right? But I actually am completely fine with allowing them to basically reserve the right to pull the plug on somebody, for them to just be like, listen, you're an actual train wreck and you're being self-destructive right now, and it's not our job to do this for you, and we're not required to do this to you, but we're going to. Like, I think that's fine. Or, I mean, like, now we have a problem where mentally ill people are getting famous off of it, and they're, like, very incentivized to do it. In the past, you had, I mean, like, already famous people having mental illness episodes, and people were, like, invading their privacy. So, like, Britney Spears, you know what I mean, had mental illness breakdown. Like, people have always liked watching this stuff. And now there's just like the direct access with everybody walking around with phones in their pocket and being able to upload stuff to social media. Like, when you're fucking crazy, like, you can just whip it out, and like, it's a whole thing. So sorry to go on, but I think it's totally fine allowing a platform to make that decision, but no, I don't think they should be obligated to.
I mean, I think in a legal sense, YouTube does reserve that right, and they do that right now.
Yeah.
Randomly, like when,
then,
what's the, okay, I know his fucking name, the black pedo dude, the guy who, EDP445, that guy, yeah. They banned him without legal recourse, without any legal action being taken. They just saw the shit going down and banned him, right? So they do reserve that right. But from my perspective, encouraging them to reserve that right more and, you know, try to teach YouTube that that's something I want is a very bad idea. I've had the misfortune of dealing with YouTube's moderation team, and trying to get a decision reversed is fucking impossible. And beyond that, as far as actually dealing with this in like a, where do we draw the line way? If I'm famous on YouTube and all the videos are fine, but then I use that YouTube money to go buy heroin and shoot up, you know, right before I stream, is that YouTube's responsibility to try to stop me? Like, should people be pushing YouTube to stop me? Because, you know, technically, let's say I live in a country feasibly in the next few years where heroin is legal, okay? Like, I'm not technically doing anything illegal or wrong. I'm just shooting up heroin, and it's within the eyes of the law. It's perfectly fine. But I'm still clearly harming myself, and the money I'm getting is the only money I could probably get through YouTube, you know, at least the amount of money. So I just think that it's kind of, I don't know, ridiculous and like impossible to deal with. And
when we talk about, and then on top of that, like Erudite said, you don't know who's actually mentally ill or if it's a bit, so that's honestly stupid. And then there's also platforms like where we're talking about, like Fousey, like Kick. Most platforms are leaning towards freedom of expression. They're trying to, for example, so why would they then go full 1984?
I mean, in an ideal world, I get what you guys are saying. I don't know your names.
We talk about drawing the line. Like, I think acutely psychotic people, or people who are like, even if it's a bit, I'm fine with like catching some strays, like protecting acutely psychotic people. Like, if you're too good at acting like you're acutely psychotic and you get like something happens to you, like, I don't know. And again, I don't think they should be obligated to do this, but I think it's fine for like, do y'all know the Chillin?
I don't think they should. I think it could make it worse. Like, somebody like me, for example, when I'm going through shit, like, I don't like to, regular jobs aren't good for me. I have anger issues. If I'm told to do something, I'm more opted to harm someone. I have punched people at work. I've gotten fired for work for taking bottles and busting it on people's heads. So why wouldn't streaming and being on a platform where I'm at home expressing myself and getting paid to do that, monetizing off that, versus, oh, well, you're being too crazy, we're going to cancel you. So now my form of income is taken. Now I'm going crazy because now my income is taken. My platform that I worked hard hard on and built it. Now I'm definitely gonna go through a manic episode and go crazy and probably go out and beat the fuck out of somebody just to put my rage out.
I don't know if we can.
It's like retarded. I'm talking about me, of course. I don't know other
But
people.
should those
my
jobs not have
tendencies.
fired you for engaging in that behavior? Like, you were obviously being very disruptive, you were hurting people, you were hurting others. Your job probably should have fired you for doing that, right?
I just. When did I say I didn't get fired from it? That's what I was saying. I can't believe I got
Yes,
fired.
what I'm
Oh,
saying
absolutely, yes. That's different.
Yeah, it's just
from
like-
bringing bodily harm to somebody.
I feel like when we
Yeah,
talk
but
about these hypotheticals, you can get to like a lot of like really crazy places that absolutely could happen, but like shouldn't necessarily inform all of our policies.
You
Like,
say it's
possible
crazy
with, like,
places,
a-
but they do literally happen.
No,
They do literally happen in practice.
I understand they do literally happen, but I think it's a matter of like how often, if we run this experiment 100 times, how many things do that? Because I feel like you can get to really bad places. Like, if we have an alcoholic at the bar, if the bartender cuts him off, maybe they just go home, get drunk, and then because they're in their home, they engage in domestic violence. Like, these are fair concerns, but like I think like these are probably not the things that are going to.
Yes, but this is different because once again, the bar comparison is not analogous because the bar is a very small controlled environment in which there's like literally one path for this person to get fucked up versus on YouTube. It's like an impossibly complex
They can
thing.
leave the bar. They can go to another bar. They can go to a store. They can go to their home where they already have purchased alcohol. Like that is not a sufficient difference to distinguish these two in regards to this particular argument.
YouTube is like a massive fucking platform. I bottom line, absolutely do not trust them to moderate this website. Well, I do not.
I think here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Hold on. I think we can all agree that there is just reason to have moral concern. I think the moral concern is fine. The problem is policy making to abet our moral concern can be really bad policy because it's not thought out. And so this is why I'm saying I think the policy that already exists with TOS does actually account for these things. If they do crimes, if they do a bunch of like violent and dangerous, reckless behaviors, they could get banned. But I don't want a policy stanza of YouTube's moderation to say if you're mentally ill enough or anything similar to that. I don't want TOS to include mental illness as a justification for a ban. But I'm fine with them doing reckless behavior, reckless endangerment, violent crime, like any form of crime, right? And other TOS behavior, which is what we're actually concerned about with a manic disorder. But the idea of just saying, just because you're manic, now we're going to pull the plug. I think it's this precedent of policy that I think is a really bad idea.
Last thing, Allison, then we're going to cycle one more time, then I'm going to play Starfield after we cycle it one more time. But go ahead, Allison.
Well, I'm way more worried about people dealing with psychosis than people dealing with mania. And like mania can feature psychosis, but for me the bar of like where I think it's fine to show like a lot more concern for the person is like when they are literally detached from reality because of mental illness. So,
sure. I guess like I would wonder like the main form, like I remember I've had a number of clients with psychosis that were also on YouTube, and the issue was like none of their content was actually a problem. They were just like talking endlessly in like VODs about like all of their delusions, right? And it's like I'm not actually like worried about that. What we're actually worried about is people in psychosis doing something violent or something harmful to themselves. And so that's why I'm like, I'd be more comfortable with policy about like self-harm type things and like policies around harming others than I am ever about banning mental illness.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
thank you
I
both.
definitely agree with it shouldn't be like
Last word, Allison, then we're going
to even in my perfect world, it wouldn't be like justification for a ban. There would be some like reserve right to like shut down a single.
Deprioritize on the algorithm.
Person is just like losing it. But again, there would not be any obligation to. I'm just fine with people stepping in every now and then.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you again, Allison.
Yeah, much love.
Okay, last two, and then we'll close it out for the night. Hello, you're live.
Hello.
Toya, Va, Toyama,
Oh my God.
and Stardust. What you got for us?
Do you want to go first, Stardust, or?
Yeah, sorry, just give me 1 second here.
Not even fucking prepared? What the fuck? Stardust.
Yeah, Stardust, what the fuck?
We're live. There's millions of people watching. You're blowing your one big break moment.
Yeah, fuck.
Are
Okay.
you getting more nervous?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, I don't know why this isn't working. Why it won't show on my stream. Well, specifically this window. But basically what I wanted to say is, you know, I tend to agree with everybody on this panel. I haven't watched the entire thing, but I tend to agree that people, you know, requiring social media companies to like pull the plug on people, I think is a little bit too far, especially if you're doing a bit where you're pretending to be, you know, having lost your marbles, which, you know, I've done recently. Some people may know. But what I do think is that we need to change this culture, I think, around mental illness, because one thing that really bothers me about the Fusi situation is that you've got somebody who's acting in a really self-destructive way, probably harming himself in future opportunities, and you've got a bunch of content creators and friends around him who are doing like jack shit, really, and kind of enabling him. And I feel like we should collectively be shaming those friends. So like when somebody is mentally ill and like in a manic state, or even like we were talking about psychosis, right? You want to help them preserve their dignity, and you want to help them protect their future, because those are things that they are incapable of doing in that moment. And you know, another point I wanted to visit is I heard people talking about institutionalization earlier. While I understand that there are some concerns about institutionalization and the standards we have around it, and how there's like these vast differences in quality of care between different institutions, the institutionalization I think is still preferable than putting somebody in jail, because having a criminal record does affect people's futures, right? And again, people who are in a state of extreme mental illness are not good at protecting their futures.
Responses, and then we'll go to Toyovi.
True. I guess mostly agree. I don't think anyone wanted mentally ill people going to jail. We wanted them in institutions, but not jail.
Except Xena.
I think they should all run free. We are people just like the rest of you.
Like
and
on
unless
the-
they're harming people, then yeah, like the extreme
They're
cases,
harming their
I
own
understand.
futures. Their own futures, right? If somebody is harming their own future and they are mentally incapable of being aware of that, there has to be some way that we can like step in.
I'm saying in extreme cases, but like, does bipolar disorder need to be put in an institute because I'm having a manic episode, I need to be institutionalized? Like,
It depends on what you're doing in your manic episode, right?
I just don't agree. But again, I'm saying it's more biased because I actually go through that, and it does not help me at all. So
I mean, again, that depends. Bipolar, like, you can. Like, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure for bipolar people, like, manic upswings are usually when they kill themselves. So that might be the most important time to be institutionalized. It just depends. Maybe not for you.
that
but
would
for
be
some people.
Just to be clear, hold on. It's actually the opposite. They tend to
Yeah,
only
it's
kill
opposite.
themselves by like accident. When they kill themselves, it's typically during depressive. When they die during manic, it's
Hello.
usually like they do something reckless and stupid.
yeah, the extreme lows. The regular lows are like when you're like in your neutral state. Your highs are like when you just have this boost of crazy inspiration. Like I said, you get creative, you're painting this, or you're like, I don't think I want to live in Florida no more. You pack up your whole house irresponsibly, breaking your lease to drive to the next state because you decided you want to buy a new property and live there. And that's like a super high manic episode. Like I used to do that, get my that's how I ended up living in Canada and getting married. I was manic.
Yeah, I still think there's a good reason to institute as somebody like who's got multiple friends that's gone through manic episodes. When they got institutionalized, all of like the major ramifications to their life got like vastly decreased. Prevented one guy from getting kicked out of law school. Prevented another guy from getting fired because just like he couldn't keep doing crazy shit that was going to fuck his life over, that his future self would never consent to.
Yeah, and that again, that is specifically these people are incapable of protecting their futures and protecting their dignity. What do we do when somebody like in a state of psychosis is walking around the street like homeless and shouting terrible things about themselves, right? Like calling themselves like a PDF file, like these are these have real life repercussions.
Thanks for bringing that up. I agree completely, actually. I think institutionalization is based, and we should bring it back. Toyova, what you got?
Well, I know that a lot of people on this panel have experience with some mentally unwell individuals, and I'm wondering, sometimes this... God, I'm not throwing shade, I swear. But I'm wondering, at what point, like, if somebody who's kind of like, a little bit not well in the head, and they're like being aggressive with you, at what point do you like push back? At what point is it like too much and you have to like stop, you know?
I think if somebody's
physical?
attacking you, even if they got mental illness, I think you're fair to go, whatever. I think that I think there's ethical questions to be had about like platforming somebody's mentally ill and kind of like playing into it or playing it up or profiting of it. But if somebody's attacking you, even if they're mentally ill, I think unless it's
I'm
like
not
an
sure
extreme.
you have to defend yourself. If they start harming you, if they start actively harming you, like at that point, whatever they have going on, like that can be understood, whatever. But you gotta defend yourself. If a mentally ill person comes at you, let's say physically in real life with a knife, or let's say publicly in real life if they're making a false accusation or something like that, you have to defend yourself against that and mitigate whatever harm they may cause.
I mean, yeah, defend yourself, but like at the same time,
I'll give you an example, okay?
I guess like at what point do you have to stop being like accommodating and stop being nice to them?
Sure. Let me talk about this.
I think
'cause
if
I've
they're
had some
shit
experience.
talking you, if they're attacking you and shit talking you on a
Gina can
regular
just talk
sense.
and just go off. That's cool. No, just real quick to address this. I've had people come after me, to various degrees throughout my life, even on this platform, that I know have mental disorders. They are going through it. They have mental disorders. I give them grace. I understand that they're not in their right headspace. They don't really mean what they say, or even if they do, they're not really in a space where, so there is a point where I'm like, okay, that's fine. Say your shit, talk your shit. I'm not going to punch back. I'm not going to do anything like that. But there is a line that can be crossed where, like, I don't care if you're BPD or whatever. I'm going to hit back. I'm not punching back.
If you're actively harming people, consequences are consequences. End of the day, right?
You have to be able to defend yourself and care, like, be able to live.
Do you think there's like some ethical responsibility to like at least attempt like some kind of like mutual understanding before you start pushing back?
I give them more grace than I would say someone who I know is perfectly sound of mind coming at
I think
me.
that's so soy. If I just have this rule, because even me, like mentally deranged or whatever, if I'm coming at you and I'm pressing you and I'm talking shit to you, like just talk shit back like you would a regular person. The difference is,
why you're not a regular person.
Wait, but yes, I am. We're all people. But like I said with Erudite, like how she had brought up before. Now, if like I have this like triggering point, like about, for example, technology or aliens. Let's just say aliens or something like that, and you start purposely bringing that up to bring me to a point where I'm now in an episode and I'm skitzing out, that's different. If you're just like, shut up, bitch, you a dumb asshole, and we're going back like regular, I think that's fine. I'm not going to be gentle to somebody. I don't give a fuck if what your race is, what your age is. If you're a kid talking shit, I'm talking shit right back at you. Same in the streets. If a kid is coming at you,
8-year-old starts talking shit, you're going to talk shit to that
I talk shit to kids, but I just have this rule. If I'm in the streets and a little kid comes and kicks me, I'm going to slap the kid in the back of his head. Like, what you thought this was? You want to be an adult? You didn't treat like an adult. Like, no,
I think the only
responsibility
responsibility is to not actively go out of your way to harm someone if they are not harming you. If someone's being crazy around you or manic or whatever, I don't think you have a responsibility to help them. It's a good thing to do to help them, or if they're attacking you, to understand where they're coming from. I don't think you're responsible for that, though. I think you're only responsible for your own person. And beyond that, if someone tries to fuck with you, no matter what the reason is, you're well within your right to do whatever you want back. Not whatever you want, but within reason.
Male, female, child, white, black, doesn't matter.
Defend
yourself.
I guess this is where I get into like the elements of like mental health training. Like I think a lot of people feel like mental health is really obvious how to deal with, and it not always is. This is where like some like mental health first aid training can be really helpful to the average individual, because like as somebody who's worked with lots and lots of mental health, the way I deal with like a hyper aggressive person in a psychotic episode is really, really different than like a non-psychotic aggressive individual. But part of that is about like me understanding, mostly through like training and empirical literature, how to best de-escalate each type of individual person.
Okay. Yeah. And on that note, gang, it has been quite the show. Thank you for tuning in. If you like the content, follow me on Kick. Like and subscribe on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Go check out all these wonderful individuals. But we're going to say adios. Adios. Bye-bye. Bye.
Have fun. Be careful. Love you, babe.
Bye.
Shout out Deagle Nation and Ronald Riz.
Shut up.
Thanks again. Peace.
Good one, guys. All right, I'm gonna pack my shit. I'll be back in 3 days. I think I come back on the. I should be streaming on the morning of the 4th. I love you guys. I'm not gonna stream later tonight. I wonder if Mootin is streaming tomorrow at the wedding or anything. Medicare survived the cancer. Nice. Movies? You know, if you want to movies tonight, then fucking knock yourself out. I'll host Medicare too, because he seems like he's alive. Have fun. Oh, I don't have redirect privileges for his channel because I don't think he follows me. Rip. Oh, I guess I'll just host Erudite. Rip on, guys. I'll see you later. Peace out.